Okay, so basically, okay. The other day I'm on TikTok. I see a TikTok of Amanda Seales, and I'm looking at this woman and I'm saying, autism. This is autism. This woman has autism. Then I see another clip and she goes, I was diagnosed autistic. Then I see another clip and she says it wasn't clinically diagnosed, which implies some sort of a self diagnosis, but also can imply a lot of things because words are so because words mean different things in different bubbles. It's hard to know what she means by that. I know people who, like for me as an example, got diagnosed with borderline personality disorder in 2017 from a therapist after like a session. Some people feel like that's not how you should get diagnosed. You should do it a different way or get multiple opinions. But the therapy saved my life, so who cares? Some people, especially because women get misdiagnosed as borderline when they are autistic, recommend that I get diagnosed for autism or see if I have it because it's more than likely that I am autism and ADHD. It does run in my family. I have siblings with autism and ADHD. But then again, like what is an autism diagnosis is something that is kind of controversial because not everybody pays for the detailed assessment, which is a couple $1,000s to, well, it could be more depending on your area. Some people just go to a therapist and get diagnosed. Some people, I've even seen YouTubers talk about how they're everyday therapists, let's call them that, diagnose them with autism, but they don't put it down on their paperwork because it can be an issue when getting jobs, adopting children, traveling to countries. Certain countries around the world won't let you become a citizen of their country if you're diagnosed autistic, diagnosed borderline. So everybody is having a different relationship with this. So I need to make a huge disclaimer moving into this that we are a neurodivergent aware community, but we are not therapists. I'm not a therapist. I'm just a girl. I'm just a girl, okay? To reference Julia Roberts and My Best Friend's Wedding, I'm just a girl, okay? And I'm here living my life and figuring out things, and I focus on philosophy and pop culture and commentary. But obviously, one of the things that's going to come up during this conversation is autism, because Amanda Seales diagnosed herself as autistic, or at least that's the way that the internet's talking about it. I don't know if a therapist diagnosed her with that, but it didn't end up on her paperwork. And then, if you guys recall, 4-ish years ago, Abba and Preach actually had a back and forth with Amanda Seales, and they called her narcissistic. Now, of course, friends of the show Abba and Preach, I love Abba. Abba's not diagnosing her with NPD. He's saying she has high narcissism, which we all have within inside of us. But NPD is also a diagnosis that gets misdiagnosed in people alongside autism. So a lot of people who are just autistic, people think they're narcissists. But since nobody knows what NPD is, like narcissistic personality disorder, there's a lot of people who aren't educated throwing things around. People also think autism is a mental illness, which is not a mental illness. So, and neither is borderline. So even this illusion, like remember, autism and borderline don't make you bad people, your morals do. So having a neurodivergency, being mentally unwell, having troubles, none of that makes you a bad person. But sometimes your behavior can be read as malicious when you don't intend it to be, which is what we're going to be paying attention today with Amanda. So I have a list here, okay? Is Amanda unlikable? Okay. Is it because of her ideas, like her beliefs? Is it because of her personality, so her attitude? Or is it because of her presentation, her communication style? So that's kind of what I'm going to keep in mind. And of course, we're never really talking about the people we review on my channel. We're really learning about Amanda to learn about ourselves. We're asking ourselves, do we relate to Amanda? So when I saw Amanda, I was like, oh, I really relate to some of her like issues, you know? I was like, oh, I relate to this miscommunication. I'm a neurodivergent girl, but I haven't gotten my autism assessment or my ADHD assessment, so I'm eager to get those finished. Maybe I have it, maybe I don't. But all it's going to tell me is that when I communicate, I have to remember that neurotypical people, their normal is lying and deceiving. Their normal is being so, quote, mannered that they're willing to lie to people's faces. And typically, neurodivergent people, we don't lie, or we don't lie in a way that's as malicious and Machiavellian as I think neurotypical people. Not that neurodivergent people can't be bad. Not that neurodivergent people can't lie. Not that people with autism can't be, or autistic people can't be bad people. I'm not saying that. But I'm saying that when an autistic, so if I say something and I'm just making a statement like, you're a bad partner, I just mean that as a description of the job that I think entails good partner, bad partner. If I say like, oh, you're a bad parent, I'm not saying you're a bad person. I'm just saying like, oh yeah, because I think being a good parent is this requirement. And if you don't fulfill this requirement, you're a bad parent, but not a bad person. In neurotypical society, they would take offense to that because to them, being labeled bad at your job is being called a bad person, which is also kind of an America-centric, Western-centric, capitalistic-centric ideal as well. If you're bad at your job, you're a bad person. This isn't true. This is objectively not true. But this is what people perceive language. That's how the people perceive language differently. Like if someone said, you're a bad YouTuber, I'd be like, oh, okay. I would never think to take that personal. What does being bad at my job have to do with me? Unless I'm like deceiving my coworkers or showing up late to work or something. Like, what does that have to do with me if I'm just bad at a job? But, okay, while we're assessing this, let's keep that in mind because if you don't know anything about Amanda Seales is an actress. She's educated. She's a stand-up comedian. She's been in Hollywood many, many years. She's gotten kicked out, infamously, of the Oscars parties for being sort of like standing up for Black activism. And so she's pretty anti-racist in a very particular way. She's not interested in playing the game. Some people sort of see Amanda Seales as the Malcolm X to Issa Rae's Martin Luther King Jr. Issa Rae is the original YouTuber. She's a very popular YouTuber. She's been on YouTube since like day one. Issa Rae had a show called Insecure, and that show had Amanda Seales on it. It's on Netflix if you want to watch it, like 4 or 5 seasons. So again, there's a lot to uncover and unpack here. So let's just keep that in mind. So again, from our perspective, we are focusing on what can we learn about ourselves? And is Amanda Seales being misunderstood by all the neurotypicals? And is she being misunderstood by herself? And of course, we can't read minds. So, okay, does all of that make sense? I just wanted to say that up front because I think I've seen a lot of misinformation going around about autism especially, but even more than that, about this freak out from people saying like, you have to get clinically diagnosed. Now, I, Brittany, don't want to self-diagnose myself as autistic, but I will say that it's made sense for so many people in my life to self-diagnose as autistic, and I wouldn't go for an assessment of autism if I didn't think I might have it. So obviously there's some part of you that's self-diagnosing because some part of you goes, you know what, I might be autistic. You know what I mean? And then again, if you're autistic, it doesn't mean you're stupid. It just means you process information differently. This, I want to say this, especially this. At a certain part of the internet, they literally think autism makes you stupid. That is not what autism does. It's not, don't think of it like that. That's not what it does. That's not what it is. So if I think like, oh, are you autistic? I am asking that so I can communicate with you in a way that makes better sense to you, or I can understand you better, not so I can dismiss you. There's a whole part of the internet that actually dismisses people for being borderline or autistic, or I'm never going to do that to you. I'm never going to dismiss your relationship with your life and your story because of a diagnosis. Diagnoses should make us understand each other more, not ignore each other, not push each other to the side. You know what I mean? So I am not here to ever invalidate you because of a diagnosis. If anything, I feel like it validates you more. With that said, sometimes self-diagnosis is incredibly valid, and so I want to remind you of that. Okay, let's go ahead and get started. I'm pretty excited. I'll be reading Discord chat, so if you guys type there, I can see that, and then I'll be looking at YouTube chat as well. This is Shay Shay, once again. Shay Shay Club with Amanda Seales. Okay, here we go. Oof. It's going to be good. It's going to be good. I can tell.
Hello, welcome to another episode of Club Shay Shay. I am your host, Shannon Sharp. I'm also the proprietor of Club Shay Shay. The lady that's stopping by for conversation on the drink today is a multi-talented, prolific comedian, actress, writer, producer, director, TV host, syndicated radio host, author, podcaster, DJ, rapper, singer, poet, media personality, performer, cultural commentator, content creator, an industry veteran, social media star, NAACP Image Award nominee, hip-hop scholar, entrepreneur, CEO, a philanthropist, an activist, a Renaissance woman. She calls herself a common sense specialist, the people's favorite truth teller, or truth translator, as she prefers to call herself. She says what folks are actually thinking. Welcome to the show, Miss Amanda Seales.
Whoa, what an intro.
You ran it down.
How was that? I mean, so how was the intro? Did I leave out anything?
That was the best intro I've ever had in my life.
You like that?
That was fabulous.
Because you was a little worried. I mean, when you came in, you was like,
Maybe
what?
I wasn't worried.
You was like,
Oh, you don't know.
you like, you're so formal. Why you
That's
being
not
so?
worry. That's me trying to welcome you. That's not me saying. That's not
How
me.
you welcome me in my own house?
No, because I know that I have a lot of energy when I come into a space, and people will be like, "Oh, it's a lot of." So I have been trained over the years to try to make people feel comfortable.
Okay.
So that's what I'd be trying to do.
Well, I'm trying to make you feel comfortable. Are you comfortable?
Yes.
Normally when guests come on the show, we like to have a toast. So it's bad luck to toast a spirit in water.
Okay.
So
A toast.
all the best. Thanks for stopping by. But I had to jump on this right quick.
Go on ahead with it.
Real good folks, go out there and get your bottle of this Shea Bottle Portier. So how are you?
How am I? I am. That's a loaded question. I'm evolving. That's how I am. I'm evolving. I've had a lot of information and a lot of slander at the same time.
Okay.
Oh.
And in the past month, it's just been a very difficult time, but there's been really beautiful things that have come out of it that I will speak to, in this conversation.
Well, since we started there, we'll start there and we can pick up, go to another direction a little later. What started this evolution? What caused Amanda to all of a sudden see things, or not see things differently, but maybe see things as they actually are?
Because so many people were seeing what I was experiencing, and they shared with me that they had had similar experiences.
Okay.
And so I recently was diagnosed as someone who has autism
Oh, damn. That was right away, girl. We are 3 minutes and 43 seconds in. We're starting with the diagnosis. Okay.
spectrum disorder,
Okay.
which is very difficult.
Also, when people say the full autism, spectrum disorder thing, that is always interesting because I always just call it autism. I never think about the full name. I always think that's interesting when they're very specific about the whole, even BPD. I always forget to call it borderline personality disorder because it's BPD, autism. Okay, interesting already.
To identify in Black women because of racism.
So what exactly is
And misogyny and sexism. Women in general get misdiagnosed as borderline instead of autistic, or narcissist or other things. And it's not just Black women have an extra layer of difficulty, of course. Black communities do in general. But literally, even women, in general, people used to think autism was a boy thing.
autism spectrum? Because I hear people say you're on the spectrum.
It used to be called Asperger's.
Okay.
But that is no longer what it's called,
Okay.
because to my knowledge, Asperger was a Nazi.
Okay.
But what it simply means is that your brain functions in a different way. So you're neurodivergent. And you also have certain tendencies that are considered outside of what the neurotypical way of things is.
Okay.
And a lot of times that can have you present in a manner that people misrepresent.
Okay.
Yep. Mhm.
Okay.
That's the key. That's the key right there, girl. Now, again, I'm not self-diagnosing myself, but the thing I saw from Amanda Seales that made me want to watch this interview was the fact that people attribute so much to my words that I do not intend. They think so many malicious things of me that I'm I would have said that if that was what I was thinking, but I would just tell you what I was thinking. You don't have to assign maliciousness to me because I don't lie about people ever. I know other people lie about people all the time, so they think I'm doing it too. I would tell you, girl, I don't lie about people. It's a very important thing to my brain that I do not lie about other people because it literally drives me crazy. I can't sleep at night. So I'm not going to do that to you. But again, when I think about that, that is very difficult for people to understand because to them, everybody lies. It's very normal. Now, I'm not saying that I've never lied about myself. I'm not saying that that's not true. Oh, yeah, I'm sick and I'm not sick. Sure, we've all called out of work and said we were sick when we were hungover, right? Which is actually a form of sickness. But yeah, I don't lie about other people. So I think that makes people assign maliciousness to you that isn't there because they see that in themselves. And that's what made me go, oh, Amanda reminds me of in that way, that particular thing, right? Okay.
Which is the story of my life.
Okay.
And so when all of this started ballooning out of nowhere and people were saying, you know, you're unlikable and you're a bully. No, not you're a bully, but you're being bullied. And these were tropes that have been associated with me before, but I'm in a new level of visibility at this juncture. And you get people saying things like, you are difficult, you are mean, you are nasty, and you know that you're none of these things.
Right.
But they're attributing it to things that are not actually action-based. Like, I don't cheat people. I don't lie to people. I don't stab people in the back. I don't operate in mendacity. I am not duplicitous. I don't do none of this shit. But I have a certain tone about how I speak. And that makes people feel like, oh, I'm mean, because something about the tone that I speak in doesn't make them feel a certain way. So
can I ask you this? Not to cut you off, but were they people that you had relationships with? Were this in the workplace that you became difficult? Or are this people that you just have general interactions with?
These aren't people I've met.
So it's
the people who are saying these things about me have never met me.
And that's impacting you?
Oh.
Yes.
Why?
For a number of reasons. One, I am not a sociopath. 2, it is actually a part of being autistic that you are very, very, very sensitive to what people think about you because you are always keenly aware that you are an alien.
Okay, again, we're judging not Amanda, but like giving her as an example. Do people think she's unlikable because of her ideas, her beliefs, her personality, her attitude, her presentation, communication style? Okay, because neurodivergent or not, you can still be mean. Like, you know, that's not, you know, neurodivergent or neurotypical, you can still be rude. Neurotypical or neurodivergent, you can still like come off kind of like brash. And I've seen Amanda Seales in a lot of TikToks where I'm like, ooh, she's a lot. But at the same time, I don't want to put anything on her that she doesn't intend for herself. And in the past, people thought of her as like a liar or difficult to work with, but she also doesn't blend very well. So let's keep that in mind.
You are keenly aware that you are different. You are keenly aware that something is very odd about you, and you're always trying to make the room feel good. We literally just talked about it because it's my habit.
Right.
It's my habit to try. I'm gonna cry already. I've only been here for like 5 damn minutes. It is my habit because I've always been labeled as this. You think you know everything. It's not that I think I know everything, but I really did know the answer. And I'm thinking I'm helping the room out by having the answer.
Oh.
But they like,
I think you're a know-it-all.
You're a lot. You're a show off. You're extra. In my sophomore year of college, I was put in a suite with 7 other women. And the day I got there, my name had been ripped off the door and thrown on the ground. I didn't even know these women. And 2 weeks in of them not talking to me, I said, listen, I'd like to have a Friday night where I buy a bottle of tequila and we all just sit around and y'all can take shots and tell me why you don't like me. And everybody's reason was, I don't like you because you think you all laugh. I don't like you because you extra. I don't like you because you a show.
What's the commentary I get on my channel that I think is really interesting is like, Brittany doesn't want to take criticism. I don't want to take criticism. I have a mom. I don't want to, I'm open to constructive criticism. And it's like, Brittany always thinks she's right. I don't always think I'm right, but like, you have yet to prove me wrong. But also when I'm wrong, I do make corrections. You guys have seen me make videos where I correct myself. It's not, I don't mind being wrong, but I don't like when wrong people try to convince me I'm wrong because you're wrong too. So like, it doesn't mean you're right, but like, I'm happy to be wrong. But I think people just don't understand. Like, also, I talked to Rashad the other day and it went really, really well, but we were having 2 different conversations for like 4 hours, which is normal. I'm used to people coming into a conversation with me, not understanding what philosophy is. So it takes me a long time to get them to have the philosophy conversation. It was an amazing, one of my favorite, the favorite conversation I've had so far on the channel, right? So again, for me, I love it. But again, everyone always comes and goes, well, Brittany should know how to talk to them. I know, but you're on my fucking channel. Okay. So like, you got to also understand like what we're doing here. Okay. So it's kind of interesting. Tina says, bro, you're so open to constructive criticism. What? I think I'm fucking open as shit, bro. But people have it in their heads. And I don't think that they know the difference between criticism and constructive criticism. Like, if you don't like my content, I am a content creator. You can unsubscribe. Like, if you don't think I'm good at my job, okay. So, like, who cares? But then again, I have to remember, and I think this is my neurodivergency, I never think to tell a content creator I don't like how they do their job. It's never crossed my mind, except like people I'm coworkers with. Like, hey, just so you know, your music's kind of loud, but I love the show, right? But I never, as a commenter, as a consumer, I've never left a comment on someone's video. If I disagree with them, I just move on. Like, I just watch other people or I listen to disagree. Do you know what I'm saying? So I think that's also my neurodivergency, where like I could never imagine caring how a YouTuber makes content. Like, what do I care? But then that's the problem, is like I don't care. And I think that's probably my neurodivergency. I just, you know what I mean? Versus other people, I think they do. I don't know what it is because I don't have that experience, but I don't know.
Off. None of that shit is anything having, like, I'm not harming them.
Right.
Like, I'm literally just trying to
But they
exist.
formed this opinion of you prior to meeting you.
Like, I'm just trying to exist. I'm literally just existing in the world. And it's a fucking problem. And so when you are I'm also an only child, you know, like so I didn't have like built-in support systems outside of my mom. You know, I didn't have like that brother sister support system. And so I've always felt like the outsider. I've always been an outlier. You know, it's always interesting when people call me the mean girl. I say I must have turned into a bad bitch because I was flat-chested and loud for a really long time. Like, I was always the bullied one.
Right.
I've been bullied for all type of shit. But when you ask, like, why does that bother you? It's because no one wants to be invalidated. I don't think anyone is really okay with that. And I think that also as a Black woman, we are always kind of put in this position of appeasement. And how do you not disrupt the space? How do you not disrupt the space? And if you're going to not like me, I would at least like it to be for a legit reason.
Okay.
And I'm so happy to be in this space with you because, to be honest, like, I've spent so much time trying to convince people, Shannon, trying to convince people of like, no, that's not what it is. That's not what it is. And it's like, I'm off it.
Yeah.
I'm off it. There is the truth. There is my truth. And a lot of times, baby, it's the same. And one of the reasons why you can see that is because when I recount a story, I want you to notice this when I recount stories. I very rarely include my feelings. It's never, I felt that this person did this. I thought that this person did this. It's like reading Game of Thrones. He's going to give you this. He's just giving you the sequence of events. You don't see the feelings of Catelyn Stark at the fucking Red Wedding until you watch the show, because in the writing, it is just a series of events. That is part of my autism. I speak in directs. I speak in linear spaces. I speak in literals. That's part of the reason why people don't like me neither, because I'm literal and I take things literally.
Interesting. I mean, I could definitely, like I said, when I saw her on TikTok, I was like, autism, but then I'm not surprised. Okay. Also, for people about like criticism, I've noticed that a lot of people give me criticism because they want me to change my mind. I'm not here to change my mind for your values. That's something I really don't like in people. I think it's very icky. Like it sets me off, not in a bad way or good way, but it makes me go like, ooh, I don't want to have a conversation with you. Like, I'm not interested in having your criticism be, Brittany doesn't take criticism because she never changes her mind. I come to my ideas for very good reasons. Like we saw in yesterday's panel, right? Like, I have a thought process to my ideas. You can disagree and we can live and let live, but I'm not here to make you think like me. Like, this is important. If you're new to my channel, I am not here to make you think like me. I am here to share ideas and gather tools, but there are 8 billion people on this planet and all of them are nuanced and different, and all of them are similar to other people, but are not the same to everybody. So like, I am not here to change my mind. I am here to learn better ideas and to only change my mind if it moves within my values. I think a lot of people give you criticism so you can agree with them, but the dilemma is like, we don't have to agree. It's not about winning a game or someone always being wrong. Sometimes it's just like, oh yeah, I don't like the way you do that. Or like, oh, I disagree with this idea. I'm like, oh, cool. You know? So again, I think that that's probably a part of it as well, is like, it's not about changing your mind. I'm 35 years old, girl. I'm here to learn more about myself, but I'm not here to be pro-life. Like, don't ever try to come at me and be like, I think you should be pro-life. Like, that's, ma'am, you know?
So if you say to me, I'm gonna be there at 5, I'm like, why you ain't here at 5? They're like, well, I'm at 5-ish. Well, you should have said 5-ish because I was waiting for you at 5.
Ingrid says taking things literally is probably why it's hard for people like you to understand criticism. Me or Amanda?
So let me ask you this. How old were you when you got diagnosed, and did you always feel that you was different and you felt something was wrong?
Well, what's today?
Today is Thursday, the 18th.
So 42 and however many days until I was just recently diagnosed.
Okay.
Ooh, see how she says this? This is why there was controversies, because later on in a TikTok, she's going to say she wasn't clinically diagnosed, which, by the way, because I'm literal, I don't know what that means. That could mean anything. That means she didn't take the official test. That could mean her therapist did it, because your therapist can diagnose you without doing the tests. And I think that's what people have to understand is like, I've had friends diagnosed with autism who haven't gotten the clinical test, the one that costs $2,000 and more. So I don't know what the rules are in every state of how to diagnose for autism. I know people who got diagnosed by their therapist, but it didn't go on their paperwork. So when she says I wasn't clinically diagnosed later in a TikTok after this podcast, I'm going to assume she means the test, because she also said she didn't want to pay $10,000 for the test. So see how I can hear that and be like, oh, I think she could mean so many things. So she hasn't said anything yet, but I think normies hear that and think like, she could mean like the test. There's more than one test. Anyways, I just wanted to clarify. Tina says exactly why I've always liked your channel, and you didn't waver your worldview because of criticism. You clarified and took it in feedback to explain your POV. Exactly, girl. Mm-hmm. Yes. Ingrid says you, but also Amanda is very similar to you, singularly you. I see a lot of myself in her, but also I don't know anything about her really. So I don't know if that's accurate yet. But we have our notebooks. We're taking notes, you know. Colleen says, I never got the actual test. I got diagnosed by my therapist. It's too expensive to get the test. Exactly. So I don't know if normies know that. Like, I don't know if regular people know that. In the same way that we've had conversations about ADHD meds on this channel, and I've been on panels with people, though well-intentioned, didn't know, like, you don't have to take your meds if you're ADHD. They're not like anti-psychs. Okay? So, like, it's not like, oh my God, I'm off my meds. And then it's not the same. You know what I mean? But people think like, you're off your meds and you're ADHD. They think it means something. And it just means like, yeah, you're probably not going to shower or organize or get to work on time. But like, okay, you know? So I think it's the same thing with autism, where people think like, if you don't get the clinical diagnosis, like the actual test, then that's different, because that's not the same thing as getting your therapist to diagnose you, you know? So both are diagnoses. You could say both are diagnoses. I would consider them both a diagnosis, but clinical is a very specific word. That's why I'm holding on to it, because I think there is a difference. So I don't think she's lying here. People accused her of lying about being diagnosed. I don't think that's a lie. I think she's being literal, right? CJ says the problem is that she's never clarified how she was diagnosed. Well, it doesn't matter if it's self-diagnosis or if it's a therapist diagnosis or if it's clinical diagnosis. They're all considered valid in certain communities. So it only matters to people who think it like you need to go a specific route. But for most people, well, for some people in some bubbles, all are valid, right?
And this came out of this situation because so many Black women who are autistic said to me, I see you. You need to. And I've always thought, you can look at other interviews. I have mentioned before, like, I think I'm on the spectrum because I'm an 80s baby. This was not really a part of the narrative.
Right.
And as we started seeing more about autism and you start seeing shows about different characters, and I start learning more like from people like Holly Robinson Peete, I'm like, this feels really like me.
What? It feels.
But then, you know, I think sometimes we're afraid to learn certain things.
Yeah.
So
60s and 70s babies just got whipped and put to bed.
And to be honest, it's true. And to be honest, I just want to say, like, so my mom, so in this revelation, my mother started looking up like symptoms of autistic children and was like, oh, you exhibited all of this, but I didn't know what to do with this. She's a single parent. She's trying to figure it out. But I really just thank my mom, because what my mom couldn't show up for me emotionally, I realized that she was able to, at the very least, that's not even fair to say, she was able to still let me be who I am instead of beating it out of me.
Right.
Which happens to so many kids who are misunderstood, you know, like, and she's West Indian, Laja Palgradida Massive. And so like, I'm over here being this precocious, you know, loquacious child that's always talking. And
Yeah.
they're telling her like, why you letting her just do all this talking and all of that? Why she's too fresh? She too fresh. Why you doing all? Why you letting her just run she mouth so? And my mom is like, that's Amanda. Like, let her live.
Right.
And most
That's how my mom treated all her kids, as you guys know. So even the siblings that have been diagnosed with autism or ADHD or whatever, my parents don't really like think it matters because they're like, you're just unique that way. That's just like who you are. But they don't acknowledge the struggles or how like school was harder or like how those kids struggled in so many unique ways. And so there's all of that stuff, which I think is really interesting. You know what I mean?
let's be real. Most parents.
That wasn't happening.
No.
And my parents are Assyrian immigrants from Iraq, of course, as you guys know. So there's the added layer of that where like Middle Eastern people aren't excited to seek out diagnoses, let alone brag about their kids or like acknowledge their kids have those diagnoses either, you know?
Shut it up. If my father had lived with me, I would never have been the person I am now.
Oh.
Because he wouldn't have been able to handle it. And I believe that he is autistic too. He's
Oh.
no, because he's brilliant.
It's genetic.
Right.
He's just, he was never seen the way he needed to be seen. And so it turned into narcissism.
But you can be brilliant without.
Ooh, that overlap between autism and narcissism, like not NPD exactly, but there's a lot of like assumptions made about the two, you know? XS says, how many siblings do you have? I have 9 siblings. I'm one of 10. I'm the third oldest of 10 kids, 8 boys and 2 girls.
Being autistic though, right?
Hell yeah.
Okay.
1000%.
Okay.
Absolutely.
But just
Because I'm both.
But
I'm
here-
gifted and autistic.
Yes, but Amanda, sometimes, just because you have a special gift, that doesn't mean that, you have a spectrum or you have just because you see things differently, it doesn't mean that you're on the spectrum or you.
Oh, this isn't related to simply how I see things. This is related to how my brain functions.
Yes. But just because your brain functions differently from, say, mine.
Yes.
So you feel just because your brain functions differently that's what caused it, or there's a clinical diagnosis that
There are clinical diagnoses.
for you?
Yes, there are clinical diagnoses for autism. Yes.
Yeah, I know
when
that.
when you take the tests,
I know.
when you take the test, you're like, hold up, I've been thinking my whole life that this was a problem.
Mm-hmm.
Like the fact that
He's asking her if she's been tested, right? Like that's what he's trying to get at.
the fact that I have to doodle, I have to draw all the time. I have to be doing things all the time to be stimulated. It's literally called stimming.
Okay.
Like the fact that when I'm a baby, I have to rock, like in a child pose, like literally rock. And my mom would be like, why is she doing that? We find out later, this is stimming. This is her literally dealing with her anxiety in a self-soothing way.
Okay.
The fact that even little things like, if there was a bowl of peanuts right here, I would be lining them up in a row. I'd be lining them up in a row. Like this.
I do organize things randomly. I like to organize all my bobby pins so they're all facing the same direction. And if there's little like specks of like crumbs on the counter, I like to organize them all in a line. And then I like to swoop them and then organize them again and swoop them and organize them again.
These are small things that are indicative of like your brain functions in a
okay.
very particular way.
Right. Okay.
And that functionality also displays itself in your behavior, right? So it's also atypical to the way that our society functions.
Mm-hmm.
So for instance, like this society is very keen on people performing. There's all this phoniness all the time.
Yes.
Right?
True.
Yes.
And when you are autistic, you literally are unable to even catch these certain social cues. There have been twice in my life where I was in a fight and I didn't know I was about to be in a fight because I just didn't understand the social cues.
Right.
I literally didn't understand what was happening.
Okay.
I'm thinking like they said come outside and I'm like, what's up? And then I get punched in the fucking face. For the record, I won the fight.
You let her get up. She got up first and you still won.
Yes, sir.
Damn. You got squabble skills like that?
It's called autism strength. Have you guys heard that before? The autist got secret strength, bro. Autism strength is no joke.
I have rage.
Oh.
I have rage. I'm very strong, like freakishly.
You single?
Yes. You want to talk about it?
Nah. And we're gonna talk about it later. So let me ask you this. So
A person like Amanda can't just be with anybody, right? Like she's got to be with, because even if, especially if you have autism or you're neurodivergent, like you can't just be with anybody, bro. Like I think about that all the time when I'm with my partner and I see how we function so compatibly. I just couldn't be with just anybody. Like you have to be so aware of neurodivergency. You have to be so aware of chronic illness. You have to be so aware of so much, right? Maiden says OCD is a form of neurodivergence and is highly comorbid. You know what I'm trying to say. With autism, my partner sometimes does think I have OCD, which is interesting. You know what I mean? Ingrid says it's called autistic meltdown. You mean the autistic strength thing? There you go.
there were a lot of parent-teacher conferences with you, huh?
Yes, but not for what do you think they were about?
Your excessive talking, maybe the doodling.
Funnily enough, no. You know what the parent-teacher conferences were about?
What?
Amanda is sticking up for other kids in the class. Amanda is correcting me. Like I had a teacher, Miss Schwenk, who called a conference because she was talking about Aboriginal art. Mm-hmm. And she said that she stood in front of the class and said, you know, that the Aborigines are a Stone Age people. And I was like, ma'am, there are Aboriginals alive right now. Like they are a part of civilization. Like, what are you talking about? And she's like, well, no, you know, what I mean is that they've never advanced. And we're in a classroom in Orlando, Florida. So like,
it makes sense. Amanda is like pretty in the activist bubbles. I mean, she's known for like slamming, like just like halting. She's in that too bubble, right? That's like very focused on racism and stuff, which is like totally fair. And when I reference numbers, I'm referencing my level system. You know, we all live in bubbles. We live in diet bubbles. And so she's definitely like very active, like in the activist bubble. And so to be fair, I'm not surprised she was that way as a kid. I mean, having a sense of justice is very neurodivergent. It's why I think there's so much like fighting on the internet with neurodivergence. It's because we all have a very strong sense of justice and we're all very like into our sense of justice and what we think is correct, which is why you just got to like stick to what you think you're doing and move on. But yeah, like I'm not surprised she has a deep sense of justice and she's had it since she was a kid. I also had conversations like this with people growing up, whether I was homeschooled or not, is Brittany's combative. Brittany talks back to the teacher. Brittany's trying to stand up for kids, but mostly herself. Brittany disagrees. Like Brittany's like definitely the political, like I was in a conservative homeschooling group and I would like try to defend like women or Disney and that was a problem. Or like I would be like, nah, I don't think that's a good idea. Like I would definitely be very blunt with my opinions and people would be like, oh, Brittany's like at nun camp and she keeps asking about gay civil rights and like, why is she asking about gay people? And it's like, because, you know. And then, you know, as I got older, I learned that like people have different beliefs, cultural bubbles are different, everyone is unique around the world. But more than that, that there were people who would understand me and that I didn't have to miscommunicate all the time. But miscommunication will happen with anyone who speaks a different language than you or operates differently or is sitting there and very like shy or does not bring things up. And so just like, you know, these are two different bubbles, like Amanda's bubble and Shay's bubble meshing together. And I think they're very different. You know what I mean? And I think there's something to that, you know?
If we don't check this type of stuff,
right,
it's going to just continue. So I was that student. Like I was the kid who was always raising my hand and...
Wait, interest Mantis says she seems angry. JJ says Mantis, she comes across like forceful, like she was trying to convince me of her opinion. My oppositional defiance would start tingling. Interesting. Are you guys getting, what's the vibe you're getting from her? Because right now I'm getting neutral. Like she just seems like she's making statements with periods at the end. But I'm not getting any combative energy from her. I'm getting like on edge defensive slightly, which makes sense. He's already tried to invalidate her a couple of times. And I'm getting very strong, but like ends everything with a period. But I'm not getting like, if I was talking to her, I would just be like, oh, interesting. Tell me more. Like, tell me more, tell me more, tell me more. And I think she would love to talk about herself because I mean, who doesn't, right? So I'm not getting angry, but I am getting slightly like 2% defensive because she's used to people not getting along with her. But I think she's trying to be open, but I'm getting pretty neutral so far. You know, what do you guys think?
Just wasn't easily appeased by simply just someone being an authority.
Right.
And I love this because when she called my mom and said, I'd like to set a conference up because I have.
Hold up. I don't want to be, this isn't about race, but this is about cultural differences. So right now, she feels very neutral to me and she's very normal talking. Like her tone of voice is very normal. I'm Middle Eastern though, and we're all very loud and very aggressive. And a lot of people see us as yelling when we're not. So I'm curious if you guys don't mind sharing. You don't have to. It's a personal question. How many of y'all who think she's neutral are people of color of some sort? And how many of y'all think she's loud is white? Or Asian or something, because like some Asian people be quiet. So I'm curious about that because right now I think she's just talking normal. Like everything about her has been very normal and she's trying to have fun and she's enjoying herself.
Have some complaints about Amanda.
And all answers are good answers. I'm just pointing out the cultural difference and I'm pointing out how different personalities mesh with different personalities. And I'm saying when we form judgments of people in our heads, how is that judgment being like understood, right? And I think that this is important.
My mom said, well, that's interesting because Amanda has some complaints about you. And so they came to the meeting. And it was my mom and Mr. Wright and Miss Cersei. It's all black people at Dr. Phillips High School in Orlando, Florida. And this lady sat there and actually you and Mr. Wright had the same build. And Mr. Wright was like, all right, so, we're here to discuss Amanda disrupting the class with her talking. And she was like, no, Amanda doesn't disrupt the class with her talking. She actually helps the other students out. He's like, oh, okay. So is it about her grades? And she's like, actually, no. One of her art pieces is featured in our exhibit at the library. And he's like, so what are we here for? And she's like, well, she corrects me in front of the class. And these three black people are like, here we go with this racist bullshit, because that's really what it is. We're in Florida in the 80s and the 90s. And
But let me ask you this.
Okay.
Do you think she would have felt equally as offended if a white kid, because I'm assuming this teacher was white, right? Mm-hmm. If a white child would have corrected her, I think most teachers would feel some type of way if a child corrects them.
I don't know how old Shannon is. Let me Google it because I'm curious about this take as well. If it's a generational thing, because I think Amanda is 41, 42. So she's older millennial. And I think Shay might be older.
That's not for me to surmise. I'm just saying that my experience was this lady giving wrong information.
Yeah.
And I'm allowed to correct her. Now, this is the same lady who tried to accuse me of stealing. And when a white girl said, no, Amanda didn't steal it, I did. She was like, well, I think both of you need to go to the principal.
Right.
I'm in Orlando, Florida, which is a notoriously racist state, Florida, in the 90s. And I'm talking to you.
So Shay is 55 and she's 41. So there's a little bit of a difference there in terms of talking to your elders, who's allowed to correct who, and whether or not stuff like that indicates disrespect or not. You know what I mean? But as a neurodivergent queen myself, authority figures, I am going to stand my ground against authority figures, ma'am.
A white woman who is speaking about black people, indigenous.
But also I was taught to respect my elders. Like to this day, I don't cuss at my parents. Like I'm very, you got to respect your parents because like they're the elders, right? But also I will not back down to authority figures. But I will always respect my elders. See the difference? There's a huge difference.
People in a country where those same indigenous people have had all of their land taken from them by former criminals that were sent there from England. And she is calling them Stone Age people. And I, as a black girl, the only black girl in her class, am correcting her.
But my thing is, you're right. She possibly misspoke or she didn't know.
I guess my question to you is, why do you even feel compelled at this juncture in this interview? Why would you even feel compelled to try to
because I'm not defending. But my thing is that what I'm trying to say, most adults, when kids correct them or speak, feel some type of way. This is not unique to a black, white, or white, black. Okay. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
I'm sorry that you took it that way, but
Girl, we are 19 minutes in, but he has invalidated her multiple times. He's questioned her story multiple times, and he's already indicated I don't know if he's playing devil's advocate for his audience. I don't know, but she's obviously defensive because this happens to her every time. And honestly, this makes me defensive too. Like I feel like I know what people are trying to ask me. I know when people ask me a question because they're curious, and I know when they ask me because they're kind of trying to catch me. And I do get annoyed when you try to catch me because, like, fuck you for coming at me in such bad faith. So I would actually get really pissed off with this interview because it feels like, hey, are you asking me that question because you want to catch me? Because keep in mind, depending on the bubble you're in, right? Like self-diagnosis, as an example, is incredibly valid. But if you're in a different bubble, it's not as valid. So if you're talking to a bubble where it's not valid, right? Then they aren't asking you this question because they're curious. They're trying to like say you have a bad lived experience. They're trying to invalidate your lived experience. So the reason she might be even dodging that question is because like he's going to invalidate, which he did eventually. People are invalidating her lived experience. So I personally, if you ever see me do this on stream and you're like, why isn't Brittany just answering the question? Because I know you're trying to fucking catch me. And I think that's bullshit. That's why I so appreciated talking to Rashad the other day. He was so open. It was so curious. We were just exchanging information. It felt so good because I didn't feel like he was trying to catch me. I wasn't trying to catch him. We were just like sharing and talking. And even when we were miscommunicating, it felt amazing because the miscommunication didn't lead to this. This is awkward as fuck. But also, it's a gap. Like I think if I talked to Amanda, we'd probably vibe, but also maybe her personality. Again, we're going back to our notebook. Okay. Is she unlikable because of her attitude, her beliefs, or her communication style? I would say he's being unlikable because he's asking loaded questions, but also he's likable because he's like every old man I know. But also she's likable because she's standing her ground. And honestly, she's being fine. Like, I don't have any problem with Amanda so far. Like, so far she's fine, but also he's not being curious at all. He's just not being curious. Like he's not actually interested in how her brain works. And I think that was clear with how people reacted to her after this show, right? He's pushing and I understand her perspective though from being like very, very neurodivergent, right? To want to correct the teacher and all of that. So I kind of get that as well. Like I'm not mad at people for being defensive given their trauma. That's very normal for autistic or neurodivergent people, right? Is because like people spent their whole life invalidating you. She already told him, my whole life has been people invalidating me. And then what does he do? He invalidates her. Like, what is this, the third time he's tried to invalidate her, right? You're not listening to the guest, right?
I remember when I was growing up, my grandparents and parents said, hey, kids, stay in your place. Adults are speaking. That's all. Maybe that didn't happen where you were from in Orlando, Florida. But where I grew up when I grew up, kids did not correct adults.
Yeah, I think we should break that generational curse. I think adults shouldn't spread misinformation. And if kids are correct, adults should humble themselves, but also like don't be disrespectful. But also like a lot of people think autistic people are disrespectful when they're just stating a fact because neurotypicals are taught to be liars. Neurotypicals are taught to be liars. You are taught to shut up and sit down and be ignored. You are literally taught that you are not worthy and shouldn't exist. And then you put that on the rest of us who are just trying to live our lives, okay?
So I apologize if you thought it came off as combative.
No problem.
Ooh, she's shutting down a bit. I mean, I would see that as like protective move.
Let's get into your acting. You've been at this game for a long time. You started in 1993 as a child actor. Was that something that you always wanted to do?
Not that I always wanted to do. I mean, I started dance very, very young. In 1989, I was on Disney.
Okay.
Well, not I was sorry. In 1989, I went to an audition for Disney because they had something called the Sparkling Christmas Spectacular at Disney World in Orlando. And my mom was like, I think you should go and audition. So I went and auditioned and I made it, which I was not expecting to do. It was like 1,500 kids dancing and I made it. And I'm like, okay. And even though you're going to probably have an issue with this, they were racist. So when I was
Mantis says he's not trying to invalidate her, Brittany. He's trying to ask about the teacher's perspective. Maybe she finds it hard to do that. He's invalidating her. I would argue that that's invalidation. I don't think he's asking her about the teacher's perspective. I think he's saying your perspective might be wrong. He's not also because he's saying the teacher isn't used to being corrected, which means he's not open to the fact that the teacher just could have been wrong and she was having a moment. So if I was having that interview, I would have said like, oh my God, I have so many stories about that. How like you see an adult before you and you know they're wrong. And so you're like, hey, I don't think that's the answer. Like, hey, that's not the answer. And then the teacher takes it offensively or the adult takes it offensively. He didn't relate to her. He didn't match her story with a story of his own. Instead, he said, oh, where I'm from, you can't even do that. You shouldn't have even done that. He's implying she fucked up and that's why she got punished. I don't think that's how you understand her perspective. And I personally think it's a form of invalidation, but agree to disagree, right?
Was at Disney.
Yes.
And I was in the situation at Disney. I was there as the only black girl.
Okay.
And there was a whole crew. It's like 12 of us. And so I was called an N-word right there while I was there.
Ooh.
And I was also bullied while I was there because I was told that you're only here because you're black. You can't really dance. You're just here because you're black.
I hear that shit all the time. People be saying that shit all the time. Oh, you know, black people only get that role because they're black. Or, oh, you know, like black people only. People be saying that shit all the time to people's faces, bro.
Black, so don't get any ideas. So that's what I'm being told by the other children. Does that suffice as racist to you, or would you want to call it something else? Is that just kids being mean?
The kids. So let me ask you a question. As a child, you never said anything?
See how he's doing it? Look, I do this a lot where I'm like, I'm not sure if their internal compass is racist, but I'm sure they're mimicking racist. Like those kids in that moment are being racist. Now, whether their heart is racism or they were just taught that, like racism is taught. So I would say like that was racism. And the fact that he's saying they're kids, so it's not, kids can be racist. The question is, can kids be taught not to be racist is the question. You know what I mean? So like this is the problem. Is like I understand his perspective, but also you have to understand like kids can be racist. And also the question is, can we make them not racist? You know?
Derogatory, you was just this model citizen as a child?
Oh, well, I'm sorry. Does that, I guess because she wasn't a model child, she deserved to be called the N-word? Is that, what?
I mean, children. Now, we're talking children, not functioning adults. Now, if you told me as adults, parents were telling you this, or the execs or people that are in charge of Disney are telling you this, I could agree with it.
To be fair, Shay's a football player, so I'm not sure how smart they are. Yeah, I just went there. How smart could an athlete be? I just said what I said. Okay, you out there busy working out all day. I don't know how smart Shay is, but Amanda is educated. So I don't know, but that felt like a sports guy question right there.
But at 89, you're probably 8-9 years of age.
Ooh, she's being patient as fuck right now, bro. Honestly, see how she has to either go into teaching mode? So if I was her, I would say, okay, Brittany, you can either go into teaching mode and teach this old man how to think. You can leave the interview, or you can get defensive. Which one are we going to do? You know, or we can try to move on with the interview, right? Because in this moment, he's basically saying, I'm stupid. And now I have to decide what to do with this information. And this feels like a very lived experience that, again, a lot of us have, which is we're sitting here and like, fuck, okay, so do I educate you? What am I supposed to fucking do with this right now?
Maybe younger.
So you have no problem with the children that were cursing out Ruby Bridges and the Little Rock Nine? You think do you think that was just them being kids?
Two things can be true. Kids can be kids and not function as an adult,
Sure.
And things can be wrong. And sometimes when kids say things, they're repeating what they heard their parents say.
Sure.
They don't know it's wrong.
Sure. Well, I don't even think racist adults think it's wrong. Racist adults do not think they're doing something wrong. Right? Like racist adults don't think they're doing something wrong. And racist children wouldn't think they're doing something wrong. They feel justified in their homophobia or transphobia or racism because it was taught to them as what's right. So
what about the children who are receiving it that know it's wrong? Does that not matter?
Yes.
So if I'm 10 and I'm receiving that treatment and I know it's wrong, does it make my experience of it less?
It doesn't make it any less valid. No.
Okay. So that's what we're here to talk about, my experience.
Yes.
Right.
And
so my experience is that I experienced that and it was difficult. So that's the valid part of this.
Right.
I'm not here to protect those people because
Right.
it's irrelevant
Okay.
in the conversation. So when I'm talking about me being on this dance show,
Because he's interviewing her. Like, he's not a philosophy channel, which would ask the larger question. That's what I would do, right? I would ask the larger question about, like, what do you think those white kids were thinking when they were being racist, right? He is interviewing her to get to know her perspective and then keeps wondering about the people in her life instead of her. That's why the interview is weird to me so far. But to be fair, I don't watch the Shea Club, so I don't know if that's his normal interview style. But he's not really getting to know Amanda, and that's probably the problem.
I was there, and it was there was other kids there who were actually really kind, and they had been in like the business. And so, for instance, shout out to Melissa Salamoni, her grandmother. They were not rich, and a lot of other kids were really rich, and so they got pushed to the side because they wasn't rich. So her grandma, and my mom they kind of found each other, and that's where I learned about headshots and resumes and agents, etc. And I was able to get an agent from that.
Okay.
So then I start auditioning, and I'm like booking stuff. And it's like, oh, all this precociousness is actually being put to good use. And then I booked, like my first big job was Cop and a Half.
Okay.
I was Kate.
Beezus says, I don't know. I don't get Candace vibes from him. Yeah, I don't get Candace Owens vibes from him. I get more like man vibes. Like he's a man. Like he's giving very man. I don't think Beezus says he's trying to be malicious. He's just trying to play devil's advocate and it's not working. Yeah, I get a little bit like he's coming off like a man. Like an old man. Like this is just how old men sound to me when they talk. You know what I mean? Like with peace and love. It's just what old men who have benefited from the patriarchy, like not to be such a bubble here, but like that's kind of what they sound like to me when they talk. It's very much like, but like, did that happen? Or like, was that really your experience? And it's very much like she's so accomplished, but he's still talking down to her, which is like very interesting, you know? Yeah, Danielle says, I think he thinks he needs to school her because he's much older and old people love to do that. Well, he just defended the old people too. I think he comes from a bubble where he's like, I'm the older person, so I know more. And he's trying to be like the wise old person. And she's just like, I don't need your wisdom. And he's like, the fuck, you know?
And I remember being at my 5th grade trip to Wekiva Riverwalk and my mom pulling up and was like, we got to go to this audition. I'm like, come on, we're about to go on a nature hike. And she's just like, no, we have to go. I really think we should go. So I'm just like, ugh. So I was never like the child actor, like the typical child actor, like, and my mom was never like, she was never a momager.
Right.
She was more so just like, you know, it's like if you don't want to practice piano, but your parents know that practicing piano is good for you, like that's really what it was. It was like, you don't want to go, but I know this is good for you and I'm the parent, so we gonna go.
So you said you weren't like a normal so you did normal things like a normal child. You didn't have you didn't get homeschooled because you was on this show and you did this. You were shooting 3 or 4 times,
No.
4 or 5 times a week.
No.
You had a normal life as a child.
Yeah, and my mom was very about that. So like on My Brother and Me, when I was on My Brother and Me on Nickelodeon,
Right.
I was only supposed to be on 2 episodes, but they really liked my work. And so they said, okay, we're going to write her into the whole show. So my mom was like, well, what does that mean? And they were like, well, that means we're going to do 15 episodes. No, it was 12 episodes.
Okay.
But I'm only in 10 because
Discord said some people listen to understand and others listen to simply correct.
my mom was like, well, she has a trip with her aunt.
So how did you feel about that?
Fine. Because I was never about, like, this was a hobby. It was a hobby for me at that age.
Okay.
I was a gymnast. That was what I was more interested in. I'm like, I got to miss
Well, Bella Caroli wasn't coming to your school to get you to sign you out of school, Amanda.
No, but my coach was picking me up from school to take me to the gym. I went to Orlando Metro. Shout out to Jeff and Christy. Yeah. I mean, I was a gymnast, for real, for real.
Yeah.
So, but I'm not sure. I don't understand.
No, but I'm saying like Nickelodeon, this is a paying job, I'm assuming.
Doesn't matter. I'm a child. Remember how children have different things,
Yes.
about how we understand things. So it didn't matter to me. I cared about gymnastics.
Okay.
So literally, like when I was going into the audition for Nickelodeon, you had to do this long walk from the parking lot to the audition. And I just remember crying that whole walk because I was mad because the coach had said that day that I could work out with the level 8s. And my mom said, no, we got to go to this audition. And I was just like, I want to work out with the level 8s. But I booked the show.
So at the time the Nickelodeon was going on, I said Britney Spears, Amanda Bynes, Emma Roberts. Did you meet any of these?
No.
Did you know anything about? Did you know any other child actors?
Well, the ones that were on the show with me, but I wasn't. I mean, I was very insular. Remember, I wasn't out here either. This was in Orlando.
Okay.
So, like, we shot on the same soundstage as All That for a little bit, but we never met any of them. Like, literally, it was just like in passing. Then they left, and Gullah Gullah Island took over. But you're very insulated.
Right.
I mean, you're not really like. I mean, also, like, it's not like I'm the star of the show,
Right.
So I'm not going to. I don't even think they had like Nickelodeon Kids' Choice Awards or things at that time, but. We only did one season.
Oh, okay.
I mean, they played the season for 7 years.
Right.
But it wasn't like, and again, like I didn't have a momager. I didn't have like a publicist.
Right.
And, there's like a lot of kids in those situations, their parents are seeing them as, you
the meal ticket.
Yes, you the meal ticket. Whereas
Your mom never viewed you as that.
my mom is dropping me off at work so she can go to work.
Okay.
So I'd be on set, by myself, but I was just super duper 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 fortunate that, we were taken care of, we were protected. When you see this documentary Quiet on the Set, you just feel so you feel so sad is such a not accurate word, but you just feel so bad that these children were not protected and they should have been protected by the adults that were around them. Mm-hmm. And I was protected. And the creators of the show, Calvin Brown Jr. and Alunga Adele, like they were really not playing around with the blackness. Like everybody was black on this damn show. And, that was essentially why the show actually did not go forward because they wanted them to coon it up. And, there was this kind of trend. Remember with JJ and...
Yo, she just threw that word out there, bro. She just said that word so casually. I do not hear that word very often. I don't know how I feel about that. Look, I think words only have meaning if you put context to them. I don't think I very much appreciated that. Let me think. I'm a Syrian, so that word doesn't mean anything to me personally, obviously. I don't consider myself white in that way, but it feels very unnecessarily combative. Interesting. I think that's why people call her the Malcolm X to Issa Rae's Martin Luther King. I don't know much about her in that way, but she's just like full on, just like, okay, she's just throwing out words. Okay. In private, I get it. In private, girl, talk your shit, girl. In an interview, just casually, like, she just went there. Okay. Hey, guys, don't argue about slurs in my chat. Don't use slurs because of TOS, but also words mean nothing unless they mean something. And also, in Ingrid's defense, she is also the R word. So, because we all are. Look, if you're a disabled person who doesn't like the R word, I feel you. But imagine the ones who want to reclaim it. How do they feel? Huh? Okay.
And they wanted them to go that route. And they was like, nah, we're not doing that. Like, this is about a black family. Like, let them just be a black family.
Right.
And so for me, it was very...
She said the C word. Like, which is interesting. Because, like, I don't even think I can say that word because of TOS, I think. I could be wrong, but I think it's a TOS word. The raccoon, I don't think I can say that word because of TOS. I'm pretty sure, I think.
It was a dope experience, but I'm very proud, though, that at one point they had called parent conferences with the director.
What did you do?
And so, no, with everybody. They were like, the kids is acting up, so we're going to have parent conferences. And so everybody's looking at their moms like, what's going to happen? And I just, I was like, I don't know what this is about. And I'm very proud that I was sitting outside and my mom was in and out. And I was like, why was it so short? She said, because when I went in there, the man said, Amanda's great. So this whole Amanda's difficult to work with narrative is fascinating to me.
Yeah, I want to know about that because, like, I don't mind when people talk their talk. Like, I like people to talk how they talk and then I'll decipher it. Like I said, Brittany, have no problem with slurs in general because I don't think they matter. What I think matters is why you're using them. Personally, I think that's my neurodivergency as well. But, like, I just can't take words personal when I know they're made up. You know, I just think they're a construct, so they're not real. They're only real if you've decided to put power to them. So, like, I don't mind how people talk. I just want to know what you mean by it, which is why, you know what I mean? Like, I just don't think it matters. But I want to know why she said that people say she's hard to work with. That's what I want to know.
It's fast.
CJ said, see, that's his narrative about her. What did you do? Exactly. I think because she has that reputation, he's coming into the interview already. See, since he's coming into the interview already combative with her, it feels like she's always put in this position of being defensive. You know what I mean? And I think that's the issue that we're having is, like, can you just, like, talk to this woman and get to know her? But I think he's already coming in and she already knows that. So she's on edge. I get that. To be fair, I can, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Fascinating, truly.
So as you said, you only did this for a year. You were big into gymnastics. You really like gymnastics and like child acting was kind of like a hobby. But do you look back on it or if you ever have, did you like ever want your own show when you were a child, or did you look back on it and say, man, maybe I could have?
Never.
Yeah.
Never.
I believe her. I don't either. Like, I know it's hard for people to believe, but I also think this is a very specific kind of person. Like, I do not want to be famous. I desire none of this. Like, I desire stability and peace. And I believe her when she says she doesn't want to be the main character. She doesn't give me main character vibes. She gives me main character vibes in her own life, but not main character vibes on TV. Does that make sense? I believe this. I do believe, but I wonder, am I categorizing this incorrectly? Lots of neurodivergent people don't mind being the center of attention. I mean, look at Elon. But I actually think I believe her in this. I think all those people who want to climb to the top and want to be the focus, y'all got to understand that is not everyone's dream.
I never wanted my own show. I had a really fulfilling life.
Yeah.
You know, like, I'm in gymnastics, I'm doing the child acting, I'm also, you know, I'm thriving in academics. You know, my mom's got me in, like, extracurricular programs. I get to travel with my aunt and, you know, just do other, she married a white man, so we started doing white people activities. So now I'm doing scuba diving and skiing and shit. I'm in Colorado, you know, I'm just getting a whole other experience. And, you know, for all intents and purposes, and I just want to also just bring this to light for you because this is going to be a theme throughout this interview.
Okay.
I am a scholar of race.
Okay.
I'm not just someone who experiences it.
Right.
I'm a scholar, I'm an academic of race. So I see the world through a particular lens because I am skilled at doing so and because I'm an expert at doing so. Like, my master's isn't just in African American studies.
Yo, she educated, right? We appreciate that. We do. We appreciate that. She's neurodivergent. She's working. She's educated. There's a lot about her. And agreeableness, I agree with you guys. I think she's probably low on agreeability, which, to be fair, to be very successful in the world she's in, you kind of have to be. As much as networking is important, and it is important, more than that, it's like being able to have a goal and set your mind to that goal as well, right?
It's the fact that I was taught by some of the greatest thought leaders of our time. Mm-hmm. So when you hear me say these things, I would just like to ask that because you have someone who is an
they're not talking to her like an academic. They're talking to her like she's fucking dumb. They are. They're talking to her like she's dumb. It's misogyny. I'm telling you. It's misogyny. It's the fact that she's not an agreeable woman because she is literally educated. What's his educational background? Like, he probably has a bachelor's, right? But, like, she's literally educated. Like, what are we in races? Yo, it's misogyny. That's what it is.
Expert sitting in front of you to just consider versus be combative, because there may be an opportunity here to see something differently because you have someone with you who is not just experiencing race, but is also examining. And there's a different intellectualism about that. You know what I mean? There's different intellectualism about that. And I say that also because that's why I went and got my.
Shannon Sharpe went to Savannah State University. It has a graduation rate of 28%. That's wild. Is that normal? But that's where he went. He went to Savannah State University. We love to see it. I'm assuming that's where he played football, right? And that's how he got picked up. Okay.
my master's.
Okay.
I went and got my master's because I know that we live in a world that loves to try and find ways to undermine Black people's minds. They love to find ways to undermine Black people's intellect. Look at this DEI bullshit. This DEI bullshit is trying to state that in order to include Black people, we have to lower the standard, which is unconscionable. Because if Black people with no schooling were able to build the White House, if Black people with no schooling were able to
Oh, yes, you guys, misogynoir. Did I say that right? Misogynoir. Did I say that right?
create all of these beautiful spirituals that we still sing to this day. If Black people with no schooling were able to till these fields and know the ways of agriculture enough to create the actual the actual breadbasket of this nation, then you telling me that their descendants are not smart enough to get into Harvard without you lowering a standard? That's
Right.
because DEI and affirmative action is not about lowering the standards, it's about expanding the opportunity. So I went and got my master's so that when I am in spaces and I do bring up race and I talk about these things, it's not just based on experience, it's based on actual study.
Okay. I'll also ask that because if I don't see things exactly as you see them,
I don't expect you to.
don't take it as being combative. You see things one way, I might see it a different way. That doesn't mean
See how he's doing that thing? He tried to take away her credibility. She restated her credibility. And now he's stating a difference of opinion, which would have been fine if he started off with that. If it had always been a difference of opinion, but she was talking about her life and he was trying to have an opinion about a story he didn't have the full context for. You know what I'm saying? Ooh, I can't believe she lasted 3 hours in this interview, bro.
I'm being combative.
I would say it's combative when there's a undermining of how someone sees something.
But why are you trying to undermine how I see it?
No.
'Cause
See how they did that? Ooh, how did she last 3 hours?
Experience.
Okay, well, I'm telling you, I
You don't know my experience.
But I'm saying, see, you take it as if I don't agree with you, I'm being combative.
No, I don't. I take it as if I have an experience and you're telling me that my experience isn't what it is.
No,
You're telling me that my thinking somebody is racist who I was in a classroom with for a year that you have never met, you are emitting doubt upon that because of your own experiences.
No, I was talking about the teacher and you.
Right.
And I said,
In your
I
experience.
believe based on my experience, and a lot of people is that kids correct an adult,
Right.
no matter what society it is frowned upon. That's what I was saying.
Okay.
You took it as that I'm trying to minimize your experience and say, well, I'm defending her when I wasn't.
Okay. I think there's something worth saying that could come off that way and it should be something to consider.
Well.
Nice.
Well, see, again, you're going to consider it your way because you see things, like you said, you see things through your prism. Okay.
I think it's fascinating to watch you accuse me of doing the thing that you're doing.
No, I think it's
Literally, he did it first, and then she corrected him, and now she's so right. Fuck all of you. Okay, she literally is so right, bro. He literally did it to her first, and he's interviewing her, being like, "Come on my show, come on my show." Hello.
It's fascinating.
This is your interview, so I won't interject what I think. But anyway, your mom is white.
My mother is not white.
Is your
Why
mom?
do people keep saying my mother is white?
She's West Indian, so
She is a black woman from Grenada, which is a black island.
she married a white man.
No, she did not.
You say you started doing white things?
This is even better than the TikToks. Holy fuck. This is even better than the TikToks. He just said, your mom's white. She said, no, she's not. She said, what?
My aunt married a white man. That's what I said. I said my aunt married a white man. On trips with my aunt.
I have
my mother is a black woman.
I misunderstood.
Well, listen, I get attacked for this.
Is he not? Okay, so he's not like a journalist. He's like a podcaster. Okay, because people were like, this is why journalism is dead. I was like, this cannot be journalism, right? Miss Fishy says, when were West Indians ever white? Bro, I don't even know what is happening right now.
and people try to undermine the validity of my voice and my even my access to blackness on a regular basis by trying to make up this thing that my mother is a white woman.
Okay.
My mother is a black woman from Grenada. Grenada is so black
I know.
that Maurice Bishop said in a speech that the FBI was worried about Grenada more than they were about Cuba, because if Grenada really did become communist, they could influence black Americans because we are black and speak English.
Okay.
That's how black Grenada is.
Well, that's on me.
And my father
Okay.
is black from Roxbury, Boston.
That's on me
Okay.
because I when I heard married, I didn't
got
didn't
you.
hear the part that
Where
you
I said
said
my
it was your
aunt.
aunt that married. So
Okay.
okay, we good
Okay.
there now. We good. So what made you after you receded from the spotlight after you did My Brother and Me?
Oh, I didn't recede. I just was a kid. I mean,
Right.
I just was.
Other things
I
interest
don't
you?
even think I was in the spotlight when I did My Brother and Me. I mean, you have to understand, it was really like, first of all, it was 5 minutes from my house.
Yeah.
It's literally, Universal was 5 minutes from my house. So I
Right.
literally would just drive over. It was across the street from my high school.
So you
that I
really
went
could have
to
walked.
later. Yeah, like it wasn't as. I mean, the other kids on there that were from LA, I mean, they had to travel from LA. Like, so there's a much bigger experience attached to it for them. Whereas I'm just.
Lazy Girl said, didn't he say that before they started, he offered a hug and she said no? So I think he stuck up. I did see him do an interview afterwards, and he said that she had a wall up and wouldn't hug him. If she's autistic, a lot of people who are autistic don't like physical affection and don't want hugs. So that's not that uncommon, and it's not personal. Like, people not wanting to hug you isn't always personal, especially if you're neurodivergent. I personally ask people, like, oh, do you shake? Or like, do you hug? And I ask everybody that because I don't want people to be forced to hug me when I know it can be really uncomfortable for people. So it could be like a misunderstanding, but I saw him say in an interview that she did eventually hug him at some point. I don't know if I misunderstood it, but I think she did eventually hug him when she was feeling better. But if she's autistic, and I think she is, I'm going to say she's autistic because like that's how she identifies and that's how she sees the world. And I feel like she probably is. But like, yeah, hugging is very cultural. And even in Croatia, when I meet new people, I usually like offer to shake their hand, but a lot of them do the double kiss here. So a lot of people double, which is very Assyrian as well. In Iraqi culture, we also double kiss men and women. So being in Croatia has been kind of comfortable for me because people greet each other the same way. But I remember seeing an interview. Yes, okay, CJ confirmed she eventually hugged him. I also heard in an interview she eventually hugged him as well. But okay.
Just like going down the block
Right.
to do a TV show for a few months.
But that was a pretty big deal, Amanda. I mean, did kids treat you differently knowing that you were like, okay, that's a pretty big deal. Look at Amanda.
Yes, but I think I didn't make it a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
So, that's kind of how I've always operated. Like, it's like, I don't think, like, even when people tell me I'm a celebrity, I'm just like, I don't consider myself a celebrity. Like, I don't move that way. Like, people see me by myself and be like, you by yourself? And it's like, that's just kind of like, I just don't do the hullabaloo.
Right.
But, no, so I did the show. I went back to eighth grade.
Right.
And there wasn't like, it's not like Orlando was like a big industry.
Right.
So after that, I went to eighth grade, and then I really got into gymnastics, and I just really, that was my passion. I mean, to this day, I'm obsessed with gymnastics. I mean, people know that. I love me some gymnastics. We just saw our first gymnast from an HBCU win the nationals, which I just think is incredible. And shout out to Fisk. And so I just went, it wasn't that I receded from the spotlight. It was more so that I just went on with
You
my life.
graduated.
Yeah, I just went on with my life, and then I went to Performing Arts High School.
Okay.
Dr. Phillips is one of the greatest high schools of all time, so we were clear. I mean, our alumni are like Wayne Brady and Joey Fatone and Luis Fonsi and Eddie Wong. I mean, we've got, my homeboy Michael Scott, who's the genie in Aladdin on Broadway. Like, we just have a really beautiful legacy. And so that's where I went to high school. And so I was really shaped, I would say, by my gymnastics coach.
Ooh, Mantis brings up a great point. Mantis says he keeps asking her to consider other people's perspectives. Why does he keep doing that? It's so weird. He should be asking about hers. Okay. I think this is feedback that I am, again, we watch people to relate it to ourselves. So obviously I'm watching this to relate it to myself. And I will say, again, for people who are new to my audience, I'm not interested in doing what every other YouTuber is doing because every other YouTuber is already doing it. So I don't want to do what you're doing. Whatever you're doing, If you watch my channel and go, Brittany's not doing what I'm doing, cool. Good observation. You are correct. So like I'll get feedback sometimes where people are like, Brittany, you should consider other people's perspectives. I have. And since I'm the person with the other perspective, I'm trying to create a space for that other perspective, which by the way is, I think, a better and more honest perspective, right? Because I think the world is taught to lie and the world is taught to be fake and the world is taught to like pretend they're not doing things that they're doing. Like, it's fine. You do you, but I just don't want to play that game with you because it's fucking exhausting. So if you watch my channel and you're like, Brittany isn't doing it like the rest of us, I don't think I'm better than you. I think I'm different from you. And I would like to do it this way. And if you can't understand that, unsubscribe. Okay? Also, shout out to the people I make videos on who reach out to me for collaborations. I've seen your DMs. I will get back to you. I appreciate that because I do share very strong opinions, and I always appreciate when people reach out to me to have collaborations about those opinions. Because again, you know, it's not even about you. It's about learning about you. You know, or learning about myself through you, right? So I'm learning about myself through Amanda, which is to say, like, it's so funny that Shay keeps asking for her to consider other people's perspectives as if you don't do that your whole life as the queer kid, as the black kid, as the neurodivergent kid, as if you're not already doing that as the minority kid your whole life. You think you don't know you're different, and Shay should know this. He's black. But then he's a man. And so I'm looking at him like, how do you have a different lived experience? And it's probably because he's neurotypical and he's a man and he probably did okay in school, got his bachelor's, it looks like. That's good. And went through football and did his different things. So again, I love that everyone's doing their own thing on YouTube. But if I was here to be like everyone else, I wouldn't be me. Right? And I'm like many people. Again, I think if you took all the neurodivergent people and put them in a country, we'd be billions of people. So I'm not even convinced we're exactly a minority. I just think the world thinks we're the minority because they're so used to their deception and lies, and they're so used to like their weird social expectations that I think it's weird. Not that neurodivergent people can't lie. That's not what I'm saying. Okay. I'm just saying that it's more common. Like you're literally taught to lie on the first date. That's like very common, right? Or let adults be wrong so you don't have to correct them, and the, you know, all of this weird, all this customary shit that's weird, bro.
My teacher and like the head of the director of the theater program in high school, Karen Ruggiero, and my mother. Like these three people really shaped me, and these were people that yelled a lot. Like you were being yelled at, you are expected to be perfect. I had to exhibit a high level of professionalism from like a very young age, which is also why when people say a man is difficult to work with, I just laugh. Cause like I've always been, I've been paying taxes since I was 8. I've been in this business for so long. And then even when I was in spaces that weren't professional spaces, you were expected to carry yourself. I mean, you've played high level sports. So you're expected to be obedient. You know, you're expected to show up ready to work.
Yeah.
You know, you're expected to be self-motivated.
Ooh, sorry. Neurodivergent moment. Haley said, who is taught to lie on the first date? I call it a lie, but it might not also be a lie. Like, don't say certain things on the first date. Don't talk about money or medical history on the first date. That's a lie to me. Like, why are you keeping it a secret? Or, oh, pull out a chair for her, even if that's not what you normally do. You basically have to pretend you're someone you're not in order to impress your date. So to my brain, that's all a lie. Like, why would I have to lie to impress my date? Why can't I just be myself? And if who I am isn't enough, I'm not doing it. And I think that's probably neurodivergency, where I consider faking it like a lie. I consider withholding information like a lie, basically. It's one thing to say, oh, I don't share that, it's private. And it's one thing to say, like, don't ever bring that up because she might not date you. I can't tell you how many people I know always say, wait till the girl likes you and then give her the news that usually makes her break up with you. And I'm like, no. Like, I know so many people that are saying, like, oh, don't bring that up. Like, if you have a medical problem, or if you have like an STI, don't talk about it until they like you. Because once they like you, they won't care. But if you tell them before they like you, they might dump you. And I'm like, this feels like a lie, you know?
You know, it's not enough for your coach to cheer you on.
No.
You better be able to do it whether they're there or
The best
not.
ones are self-motivated.
Yes. So that is gymnastics, and that was theater. And theater at my school was like football at FSU. I mean, it's top notch. And at UF. And so like, that's what I come from. I come from people expecting you to be at your best when they're not looking. That's where I come from. And that's how I have always operated. But you go through life and you realize that's not how everybody operate.
Yeah. I think that's the biggest mistake that we make because we want to see in others as we see ourselves. I show up on time. Why can't you show up on time? I did this assignment. Why can't you do this assignment? I did this. Why can't you do that?
It takes time to get grace. It takes time to learn grace. It takes time to understand the beauty in difference versus the frustration. We also don't live in a tolerant society.
No.
We're very much taught individualism and this idea that what I say goes, which you keep accusing me of, which is not true. But there's really something so great that you learn in maturity, which is how to identify people who have like differences from you and people who are harmful to you.
Ooh.
Right?
That's good. I will say she got a little combative right there. It was like, oh, and he didn't bite, which is interesting. But yeah, there's a difference between people that are different from you and then people who wish harm upon you, right? And knowing the difference is like very important.
And like, that's the dance, I think, for a lot of us. But I really just thank those people because they gave me discipline and they gave me my own discipline. Like, I didn't have to be disciplined by them. You know what I'm saying? Like, they taught me regimen. They taught me discipline. And when you are somebody who is an independent thinker, when you're somebody who's an outlier, who goes against the grain, you better have motherfucking discipline because you're going to be by yourself a lot.
But you said, you say this society teaches you individualism. But I thought you were supposed to be an individual, stand out while being able to blend in. Am I wrong?
So, colonial society teaches individualism over community.
You see how we said, like, am I wrong? It's like, well, how about just like share ideas? I feel like no one has to be right or wrong because I agree. I think you should be an individual within a society. And I think you should learn how to be a good community member within a society, which means less as an individual. And I think it's about finding that balance between the two, right?
It's basically, when I say individualism in this context, I'm referring to like the quest for self. Like, as long as I'm winning, it don't matter about anybody else.
Right.
That idea.
Okay.
It's like people who will say like racism doesn't exist because I succeeded. And like, there's so many factors that had to come into play for me to succeed, right? So I come from a middle class home. I was very fortunate to be very smart. I'm light skinned. I was well behaved. I had really, really, really good educators that cared about me, right? I could have been born 10 miles away and had educators that saw me as a nuisance, right? And then they put me in fucking disciplinary classes, et cetera, right? I was somebody who was very able to very quickly pick up on like, I can't get in trouble. I can't have a low credit score. Like, I have to be perfect. So like, in order for me to succeed, I had to be, and we all know this. I mean, we listen to Papa Pope on Scandal. You have to be 10 steps perfect than everybody else. So, irregardless of the racism, it's indicative of the fact that, you've had to be so flawless to get there.
Right.
And it shouldn't be that way. So the individualism is more so this idea that if one person makes it, then it's an indicator that the system or the institution doesn't exist.
But if I tell people this, you can be good at any game if you understand the rules. If you know that you have to be 10 steps better, isn't it easier because you know this going in without having to find it out ex post facto, like after the fact? So you knew that Amanda has to be 10.
She's got the neurodivergent scroll. When she thinks, it's all over her face. Sometimes people will be with me in stream and they'll see me make a face, but I'm just thinking. My whole life, people have been like, Brittany, you don't hide your emotions well. But I think I also am not conveying normal facial expressions as well. Like, I'm just thinking. So even my partner sometimes will be like, hey, are you okay? And I'm like, shh, I'm thinking. Like, I'm just thinking. So when she makes this scroll face, like, that's her thinking face. I have the same face, I feel. We're like, and so people will be like, I'm just like thinking, but it looks like I'm angry, but I'm just like using my brain power.
10 times better than her counterpart. So you prepared yourself to be 10 times better, to be more prepared, to be more disciplined, to be more dedicated, to be more informed.
I don't know if I would say it's easier though. I mean, I think easier, I don't know that that's the word I would use. I mean, I think I guess there's something to be said for like when you have a guide,
Right.
there's, you're given a bit more to the game, but I don't know.
I think it's easier to take a test if it's an open book test than
1000%. But if you still don't know where to find it in the book,
Right.
you still ass out.
Right.
Because you never read the book in the first place. So I think the other thing was having people around me that knew how to find it in the book of me. That knew, like, if it says that I got to be that much smarter, I still have to learn how to access my intellect.
Right.
If it says I need to be more regimented, more disciplined, I still have to know the tools on how to do that. It's like when you have to learn, like when you'd have to.
And the game isn't universal. I mean, there's certain games that are universal, but there's so many like billions and billions of games being played. That's why I say, like, what game do you want to play? What anime are you in? What do you want to do? And do you know which lane you're in? Because people will think you're in the same lane or in the same game. I think that's the trouble I fall into myself on YouTube, where people think I'm playing the same game as them. I'm like, no. I might be visiting your like bubble, but I'm not playing the game you're playing. And everyone's playing a different game. And so like Mr. Beast and me, you know how we're not playing the same game? Obviously, bro. Okay, not everyone's playing the same game. So when I look at people, I'm always thinking, like, what game are you playing? Like, what's your thing? And not in a bad way, by the way. It's like, what life are you picking? Are you an athlete? That's a different game than if you're an actor. So it's like, what game are you playing? So knowing the rules is exhausting, or knowing the steps can be exhausting. Like, personally, I wouldn't want to play the game Amanda's playing. Sounds exhausting. You know what I mean? I would want to play the game Shay's playing. Sounds exhausting. But also, like, good for them for being able to play it, because I would have, like, pooped out a billy. That's why I'm not doing it. I don't have the energy. So, like, good for them. But, like, we're not playing the same game, even though we're all on YouTube together. I'm not playing the same game. So I think that's, like, really important to recognize. You know what I mean? And even within her bubble, she's not playing the same game everyone's playing in her bubble, which is why when they try to give her advice, like, oh, Amanda, you're hard to work with, do this instead. She's like, I'm not playing the same game you're playing. I'm not trying to do the same thing you're doing. Or maybe the same method in which you're trying to do it too. Right?
To take like notes taking.
Right.
You're like, I gotta take a class on how to take notes?
Yeah.
Yeah, because if you don't know how to take the notes,
exactly,
then you wasting your time.
Right.
True.
The 82-game preseason is in the books, and it's finally time for the real season. Don't miss out on any NBA playoff action at Drake. The crown is yours. You go to college. Why did you go so far away?
I was always a New Yorker.
How?
I just feel like that was my tribe. Like, I feel like I was born in a different place than I felt comfortable. When I went to New York for the first time when I was 12, I was like,
I've been here my whole life.
Yes, my people. And also there was a cultural difference in New York.
Yeah.
So my directness that I had always been vilified for, that people would tell me from a young age, like, you're rude, you're mean, just because I'm direct.
Mm-hmm.
In New York, that was the culture. So I just felt
For sure.
also a certain level of acceptance immediately, because I'm hearing people talk how I talk, and they're not being vilified for it. They're not being put in a corner.
Because rudeness is a construct. Manners is a construct. Everything is a construct. And that's why you have to move to the community that speaks to you and that makes sense to you, right? And then sometimes you outgrow that community. And I think that's really important to recognize, right?
For it.
You fit in, huh?
You fit in. But
No, you fit in.
No, I'm saying I fit in because I felt normal. And I had not felt normal. And as a child, not feeling normal feels terrible.
Right.
And even with hip hop, like, my fascination, I feel like, with hip hop was that I'm hearing people spit and talk in a way that I exist. Like, when you hear interviews with MC Lyte and Queen Latifah, they talking like this. You know what I'm saying? This is how New Yorkers talk. And I'm like, that's how I talk. I talk just like that. But I'm from a place in Orlando where they want me to talk like this. And if I don't talk like this, then I'm not feminine. If I don't talk like this, I'm not sweet. I'm not kind. And it's like, the amount of effort it takes for me to talk like this, it also is just not who I am.
Right.
So
My siblings and I, or like family members, were in public, we'll go like this. Because we'll be like, you're yelling. Or even the other day, my mother-in-law was like, she looked at me, I was like, I'm sorry, I know I'm yelling. I'm sorry. I was getting excited. When I get excited, about something, I get louder. My whole family does this though. Like when we're the most like excited about something we love, we get louder and we get opinionated. And then there's the difference with my family. Like, you know, we're very like inner circle. So like it doesn't matter if we're not going to talk for 5 years. Like I love you so much. It doesn't matter like what your journey is. It's your journey. It doesn't matter if you don't, you know, but like, if we argue or have a disagreement, especially since we all think so differently from each other, like they're conservative, I'm progressive, it's like a whole thing. We usually will argue. We'll be like, I'm very upset. You're making me very upset. And I'm like, yeah, well, like, okay, this is a difference of opinion. And then it's like, okay, fine. And then we'll be like, come and drink chai. Come and eat food. We would never like, you know what I mean? Unless you're like, you can cut people off for a while. That's okay. But like ultimately, unless you're blocking somebody, which is your right to do, you have boundaries. Like you're going to have chai after. You're going to like, you know what I'm saying? Because again, talking with passion and talking bluntly and saying, and being able to say like, I'm upset by this opinion. I'm upset you would have an abortion. And I'm like, well, I'm upset that you would rather me die than have an abortion. And then we'll talk about it and be like, yeah, that's kind of upsetting. But you know, we live different realities. We have different politics. And it's like, yeah, well, we have different priorities. And it's like, okay, I love you. Let's go have some chai. You want some coffee? What do you want? The idea is like, you know, the differences between us are personal, but they're not personal. Either you're going to have friends that are diverse or live in a diverse world, or you got to pick a bubble that vibes with you because they think like you and it's like this echo chamber that makes sense. Nothing's wrong with an echo chamber unless you want to change your mind. And most people, let's be real, are not trying to change their mind. And by the way, changing your mind also isn't a necessary part of life. You can live a perfectly decent life without ever changing your mind. So if you want to change your mind, right, that's a different journey. Bubble hop, travel, read books. You know, that doesn't even need to happen with your inner circle. It could happen with you traveling, right? But if you're just interested in living a peaceful life where basically the people around you get along, then pick friends who think the same as you. You know, live in a town that thinks the same as you. Relax in a place that thinks the same as you, and you can have a really decent life. Look, you have one life and then you die. I don't care if you live in an echo chamber. Who cares? Right? Like, who cares? It's not a moral thing. You know? Of course, some of the world that wants to move things forward might need you to, but you know what I'm saying? The point is that like it's nice that she found a place to move to that made her feel less alone and like an alien, but that's what I'm saying. The world is a very diverse place. If you're not happy where you are, I recommend moving. And yes, it will cost money. And yes, it will be worth it.
I really loved New York. And also, so at the time, the top 3 schools for theater were NYU, well, in order, Juilliard, SUNY Purchase, and NYU. Mm-hmm. And I was at Dr. Phillips, and we were a theater school, and it was this legacy that people, you know, was a big deal on where's everybody going to school? Where's everybody going to school? And so I got into Purchase. I got a call back to Juilliard, but I got into Purchase. I got into NYU. I got into like the other schools that I auditioned for, DePaul and SMU. And going to Purchase was my dream. I mean, that was really like where I really, really, really wanted to go. And I talk about this in my new book, Body Waving Through the Bullshit, which is coming out in 2025. But I talk about just how like going to Purchase was like this culmination of like all the work that I'd been doing. Getting in here was it. And then I got there and I was like, ooh, I don't know about this. I don't know. Because ultimately, what we were doing in high school was actually low-key more advanced.
Wow.
Than what we were doing at Purchase. I mean, at Dr. Phillips, we doing 5 shows a year. Right. We're not just doing the Music Man and calling it a wrap. So we were in a conservatory in high school. So when I got to Purchase, it was a wild time because one, also like I went through my growth spurt the summer before I went to Purchase. Okay. So I had been like this little loud little person, like a small person, I should say, for a long time. And then it was like all of a sudden, like I had, you know, some height and some womanness about me, you know, and now I'm going to this school and I'm like, these are men. These are like full grown men. Like these are not boys. These are men. And again, social cues and awkwardness, and I'm trying to figure it out. And I'm, you know, I'm in this city, but the first night that I was at Purchase, everybody would like gather on the mall and ciphers would start the first night every year. And I just remember watching people just stand in ciphers and rap. And I was like, oh my God, I am in the right place. Now, what it turned out to be was that I ended up getting kicked out of the conservatory.
Oh.
Tell me why.
So part of the, I guess, the way that these schools retain their, like their status is by by how many people they cut every year. And so because of that, like there's certain people that would do things to try to avoid from getting cut. And so one of the guys in my class felt like he was going to get cut. So he decided to try to sacrifice me so that he wouldn't get cut. So he created a story and he told the teacher a lie. He told her that I was listening to my headphones in class, which I was not. But she was already a baddie lady anyway. And again, I'm the only black girl in my class. So like, you're just a very easy target. And I've been writing about this. So I've been talking to my classmates and we just thinking back on like the type of shit that used to get said. And she just lost it. I mean, she lost it. She was like, I can't believe this. I can't believe you would be here listening to your headphones. You have the attention span of a 3-year-old. You are never going to make it. Mind you, I've already been on shows. But
can she see you in the class? Like, I mean, you could just look. I mean, what would you have 100 students in your class? She could have just looked out and like, well,
no, I had 20.
Well, damn, it ain't that hard to see who has those headphones or who. I mean, they were big back then. They don't have the little pods that you and I have
So
now.
what would you deduce? Why would she just flip out?
That would lead me to speculation, conjecture, and innuendo. So you were there. I mean, had you had any run-ins with this teacher prior to this? So you were a model student in class?
Straight A's.
Straight A's.
Every class, straight A's.
And that one incident possibly led to you.
So then she goes on a mission to get me kicked out of the conservatory. And you can look at the transcript and it's just like, so all of her reviews up until this point, stellar, amazing. And then all of a sudden, there's no excuse. I don't know. That's why I'm asking you. I don't know. But she definitely went the distance and she got me kicked out. And
look, people have to remember, like teachers, people in authority, they're just people, and they're people with values and they're people with no values. I've had people try to get me fired because of the way people talk about me. I've had people try to do things. Now, it's not everybody. If I'm going to be honest with you, and I think this is about branding, like 5% of my audience might have issues sometimes with me, maybe 2%. Most of the time, 99% of you are pretty happy with the content. I'm happy with the content. So I'm pretty happy. The ecosystem is good, right? Sometimes we highlight the people that are like upset, and usually it's about their feelings, which is valid, but I'm not your mom or your therapist. So it is what it is. And then the constructive criticism gets, filed away. But remember that negative press seems bigger than positive press. So of course, like people might think like, oh, this girl, Amanda's having a hard time with people. People have a hard time with Amanda. But is it most people? Is it most people? Because most people are upset because of a difference of opinions or feelings. And in that case, like, I'm not interested, but I just know that's your thing. But some people feel like you're meant to do people's emotional labor for them. And I think that's the thing that I'm like, not interested in. But also, I'm willing to go out of my way for certain people at certain times in my life, not always. So I think sometimes I'm curious how many people actually struggle to work with Amanda. Because she's obviously not the student that's the straight A student who's like really kind and really soft. And like, she's not that straight A student. She's the other straight A student who's abrasive. And if you don't like that attitude, you're just not going to like her. And studies show that this personality in women isn't liked by women or men. And it's because you all are pussies with peace and love. I think people don't like abrasive people because it makes them feel inadequate, because it makes them think like, why can't I be that way? Why do you get to be that way if I can't be that way? Well, you can be this way. You'll just be marked rude. You know what I mean? So I think that kind of plays a role where I've seen people let people walk all over them. And I've been there. We've all been bullied at some point in our life. But like people will walk all over them and they'll be like, you can't just say something. I'm like, they're being like rude to you. And that's why people like Amanda probably do defend people in class. And that's why I probably am known as somebody who's like, hey, you're yelling at that girl and I'll pull your hair, bro. You be nice to her. And like, that's the thing is like, I'll be rough with you, but I'll also defend you. The same people that I go after on the internet in terms of content, I would protect them from a bully. I'd be like, hey, you know, because like, I don't like bigger people picking on smaller people. I don't fucking like that shit. But also, that's the problem when people think we're all playing the same game. We all think like, don't, what do you better be nice. But also, you know, so what does this all mean? Ultimately, I wonder how many people actually have a problem with Amanda. And then if they're even people who matter anyways, they're probably people playing a different game. If you're playing the social networking game where you're going to get along with people and you're going to move up this like ladder and you're going to do this whole thing, then yeah, you're obviously not playing the same game. So I wonder how many people are actually having a hard time with Amanda that matter. Especially if she's educated, master's program, straight A student. At that point, bro, you're just mad that you don't like her personality. So again, is Amanda unlikable because her ideas or her beliefs? I don't think so. Her personality, attitude? Maybe, for sure, right? Or her presentation or communication style? Yeah, probably that one. And I'm not about to moralize your communication style, bro.
And I appealed. The two heads of the conservatory at the time were two brothers, Dean Irby and the late Israel Hicks. And I appealed, and I asked everyone in my class if they would be willing to write a letter in my defense. Even the motherfucker who lied wrote a letter in my defense because now he felt bad. Mm-hmm. And the head of the appeals process said we can't take the word of 25 students over a tenured professor. So what we're going to do is we will reduce your sentence from an expulsion to a suspension. So you can take a year off and then come back.
What?
So because this is a conservatory within a liberal arts school, you have like what's called your core classes that you got to take, you know?
Right.
So basically, I was allowed to go take my core classes and then come back to the conservatory the next year. Mm-hmm. But during that year where I was taking my core classes, I realized I didn't want to go back to their dusty ass conservatory.
Christy says the sort of people I know are the bully. They say I'm not going to sugarcoat things, but they certainly are not kind. Okay, what is because a bully to me means like you're maliciously targeting someone to make them feel bad about themselves for no other reason than you feel like you want to be cruel to them. I don't think a bully is somebody with a strong opinion. I don't think a bully is somebody who's just like saying their like belief system. I don't think a bully is somebody who's like an activist. I think a bully has got to be somebody who targets people with the focus of like making them feel small or overpowering them to make themselves feel better. Like I do not bully people. Though I will bully people who bully people. Like I'll bully Sneeko, but Sneeko, I also know Sneeko. I'll bully him, but not in a real way. Like I don't really bully people. I'll call it bullying, but like it's not for real. If you're being literal, like if we're being very literal, bullies are not as common, but they exist. Like they're not every person, obviously. But bullies are very specific, right? Like they're very malicious. And most people aren't being malicious. Most people are just got personality differences, right? Like most people aren't literally trying to be a bully. And that's why a bully stands out because it's kind of weird to be a bully. You know what I mean? So I just want to clarify that I don't think bullying is actually as common, but it is something like I've experienced bullying and that sucked, right? But it didn't happen from a lot of people. It happened from one person and people believed the bully, which is not the same thing. Being ostracized from your community because people believed you're a bully it doesn't mean everyone's a bully. It means one person was the bully and people believed the bully, which means they were standing up for what they thought was right. So bullying to me is like a very specific thing. And I think on the internet, like we'll joke like, oh, I'm going to bully you, but like that's not for real. It's not for real, obviously. So I just want to clarify the differences there, right?
They could keep that. And so then I was like, I'm going to drop out of school. I'm gonna quit school. I don't want to be here. I'm gonna drop out of school. Cause like everyone was just majoring in shit that I just had no interest in. People majoring in like, you know, psychology or sociology. And I worked at the Gap and all of my bosses had all these degrees. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, well, you telling me about how to fold jeans, but you got a sociology degree? clearly that shit ain't working for you.
Right.
So I'm like, and also this is going to cost me a bunch of money. So I'm like, I just can't see myself spending all this damn money to get a degree just to say I got a degree.
Right.
Now my mom is losing it. You know, everybody's just like, oh my God, what's going to happen to Amanda?
So you called your mom and told her that you had what transpired? Or did you
Oh,
hold
yeah,
her?
yeah, yeah. No. I can't hold water. Yeah, I can't hold water. Yeah, I can't.
Cass, good example. I know people who claim I don't sugarcoat things and would say targeted specific things to hurt the ones they were criticizing. Exactly. Which is why, okay, I do say I'm open to your constructive criticism, but now you're like criticism. I don't need you to write me messages about how you don't like me. Do you have anything to say about my work? And if you do, like, do you have something to say from a perspective of what, like a YouTuber? I agree with you guys. Like, just saying why you don't like people, like, nobody needs to hear that. Nobody needs to know why you don't like them. Keep your fucking mouth shut. Nobody needs you to tell them why you don't like them. Unless they specifically are trying to have a romantic relationship with you, or they are your friend and you're trying to form a deeper relationship. But, like, you don't need to go to people and be like, I don't like you and you should know why. Like, what? Shut the fuck up. Nobody cares what you think. Shush. Okay, rude. But also, you know what I mean? Like, ma'am? And I think that's the problem is, like, don't go to people, okay? It's one thing to say it on your own. It's the one thing to say it in your own opinion. It's one thing. But, like, don't go to people. Don't, like, slide into their DMs and be like, you're a fucking bitch, die. Like, shh. Nobody cares, George, about your fucking trauma. Shh. Go to therapy, okay? Okay? Shh.
I can hold other people's secrets, not my own. Yeah, I told her everything.
How did she take it?
I mean, she was livid because she knows it's not factual. Like, if one thing about Amanda, she gonna give you a red lip, a wing liner, and straight A's.
She looks good. She looks good. I like her style a lot, right? Haley says, can I ask how often you relate things to the greater bubble of the whole? What greater bubble? The universe bubble? Which one? You seem to analyze the bubbles all the time, and I don't know, you see the connection in it all, but I don't hear you talk about it much. Maybe I've seen, like, the universe bubble? Like the universe? When you say, like, the greater bubble of the whole, do you mean, like, the universe? Like planets? What do you mean? Like the globe? Like Earth? Or do you mean, like, outer space?
Right.
Okay. One thing I'm good at is school, baby.
Right.
I do school. So for me to get kicked out of school, fuck out of here. Also, I'm a brilliant actress. So there's also, like, no version of this that's related to my skills.
Right.
Like, I didn't get here by accident. This is the
Haley, we actually just covered this. Yeah, the universe bubble and the general pattern and everything and just cycles. I just covered this actually in another stream where I talked about, like, how I think we're evolved animals on a planet and how I think the earth came to be and how I believe the, like, kind of evolution theory personally. And so we do talk about that a lot, the macro versus micro. I don't know if I've specified. See, the problem is, like, this is the worst part. As a content creator, I'll give myself constructive criticism. I don't have, like, specific videos that talk about specific things like that, unless you go back to old podcasts. I usually mention these things using pop culture. Like, obviously, my brand right now is using pop culture to explain philosophy. So if you guys want to watch the one we covered where I talked about, like, how we're evolved animals, it's actually on a members only live stream. I forget what the title is called at this moment. I'm so sorry. But yeah, obviously the point of watching this stuff is to, like, relate it back to philosophy and introspection and, like, the why of the universe, which is also, sometimes I'll say this, a commenter asked me about, like, because sometimes I'll specify, like, people's ethnicity or people's, like, specifications. And I'm doing that in case, like, people know the video or who I'm talking about. But they asked me about blackness and they asked me if I think skin color matters. And I would say it only matters within the bubble, but then it doesn't matter as a humanity because I think we have, like, souls, but not, like, in a religious sense, just, like, a unique perspective. So I think our bodies are, like, these vessels that hold our consciousness. I don't think you're your brain. I think your brain and your consciousness are separate, even though your consciousness is like the computer that, like, or your brain allows the consciousness to sort of, like, ignite. So I would say, like, I think blackness matters, to answer that commenter's question, when you're in the bubble, and it obviously the same way that being a woman matters or a man matters or being anything matters, but it only matters in relation to the person you're having a perspective with, like a being perceived, right? The person who's perceiving you. Because obviously, like, but it also matters in terms of how you view yourself. But I think eventually you can meditate yourself into being separate from your skin color and separate from your body and separate from even the version of, like, what is you. because you realize like you're just energy in the universe. And so I think these are all different layers of philosophy. And so you can't ask somebody in the heart of a civil rights dispute to be like, hey, can you like not worry about being black today so we can talk about the consciousness? Like, no. Obviously their focus is on being black, and you got to let them have that moment because their civil rights like are literally being threatened. And the same way gay or trans people feel, it's like you can't ask a trans person to like have a relationship with their consciousness outside of their transness. Like right now their focus is on their transness. So with like Amanda, who's like a heavy civil rights activist right now, you can't ask her to like, hey, do you want to talk about how your blackness is like a construct? Like, no, obviously not. Because like she's busy fighting for black civil rights, which I think is like valid within the bubble, of course. But obviously I think like if you're going to pop those bubbles and move into sort of seeing yourself as like a part of the universe, then you realize like only humans and their perception has made it so our skin color matters. It's a construct in the same way our gender is, our language is. Like none of this matters. So when I even say like, oh, these white men, I don't mean all white men on the planet. I obviously mean a specific category of white men. When I say white knights, I mean the unhealthy version. When I say like, oh, these kinds of women, I obviously mean this category. But people hear it as like, Brittany thinks this of all people. I'm like, guys, I don't think anything of all people. Even when I say like we're all autistic, like literally, I do not think 8 billion people are autistic. What an outrageous statistical probability. Like that's not even fucking logical. That's not even math, bro. So the fact that you think I'm stupid enough to think everyone could be autistic makes me think you're dumb enough to think that's what I said. Which means I have to ignore you because like, what?
Number 2 conservatory in the nation. I am one of only 20 students, and I won like national scholarships. I won the arts scholarship, the NFAA art scholarship. I won the Donna Reed scholarship. They're picking.
Also, if none of this is true, I hope someone fact checks her, but I assume all of this is true. I'm not assuming she's lying, but if it comes out that she never got any of these awards and none of this is true and she never got accepted into all these universities, then I would say she's a narcissist. Because lots of people think she's a narcissist, but I actually think she has autism, which she thinks she has. Now, if she's lying about anything she's saying, then I would say she's a narcissist. Not that we're therapists and not that we can diagnose people, right? But I would say like this is her autism and this is like her focus, and like she definitely found her niche. But I could see if all of the things she's saying right now is a lie, like Who the Fuck Did I Marry? Like, remember that series we watched? You know what I'm saying? Then she's, you know what I mean, a narcissist, but you know. Oh, my bad.
In 2 students out of 1,500 auditionees. Like, so I'm proof positive here.
Right.
So there's nothing legitimate. And, you know, for all it's worth, y'all, like, I'm saying y'all to the people, but like, I am very self-aware about like, okay, I could have done that better.
Sure.
You know, but in this situation, it's like, no, I really showed up. So, but nonetheless, my mom was panicking because, you know, that meant like I'm coming into the real world. Like, so what is this going to be? Like, I'm going to quit school and be a waitress and
Right.
try and make it in New York City. Like, her just trying to imagine that was just like, oh my God. And then I had a professor who was like, you know, you're too smart to quit school. We're going to figure this out. And I told her, like, I'm not going to stay here on some bullshit. And she found out that I could create my own major.
Nice.
And so
I've heard of this.
In order to create your major, you had to connect 2 schools of study. So there's like the School of Natural Sciences, the School of Social Sciences, the School of Theater, Arts, and Film. And so I had already had 32 credits from my freshman year in acting. But all I cared about was learning about Black history because I had never been taught it. Like, you know, I mean, you learn about the basics.
Yeah.
But within my core classes, I got to take Harlem Renaissance. I got to take, you know, African-American women writers. I got to take, you know, African-American History 101. And you just like, you feel like you have been...
You're doing a deep dive.
Yeah. But you feel like you've been betrayed.
Yes, absolutely.
So at that point, I was like, this is all I care about. This is all I'm interested in. And so I was able to create my own major because they didn't have Black Studies at my school. So I made up the major.
Right.
Black Studies with a concentration in the visual and performing arts. So I combined the School of Social Sciences with the School of Theater, Arts, and Film. That meant I had to go back to Dean Irby and have him sign off in order for me to get this major. And he was my advisor. So he's the one who watched me go from straight A's to then some random shit. And I'm looking at Dean like, what?
What you gonna do about this?
He's like, I don't really know what to tell you. I'm like, God damn it, brother. But I came back to him with that piece of paper, and I remember him looking at it and pausing, and I said, I need you to sign this because you tried to ruin my life.
You told a man that?
I need you to sign this. Yeah, when people tell you that you have to take a year off of school for no reason because they want to keep a quota for their little college, yes, you tried to ruin my life. I need you to sign this.
So what did he say?
He signed that. And then I ended up graduating on time, and I was the commencement speaker.
Nice.
And I got to say what I needed to say, and you can watch the speech on YouTube.
Oh,
You got a master's degree.
perfect. We can watch this. We can watch the speech. We can fact check it. See, that's the point. It's like, again, her confidence might annoy you, but bro, she's got the fucking resume to back it up. Fuck you. If a man talked like her, you'd make her go viral. Andrew Tate has none of these credentials, though he's got one in kickboxing. And people literally suck this man's dick, bro. She is so accomplished. Literally, if you can't give her any of the credit she deserves for her accomplishments, like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Okay? Like, you're just being a Debbie Downer at that point. You know what I mean? I haven't seen one thing in this interview that would make me think I wouldn't get along with Amanda. So I don't know what the fuck is wrong with any of you. But how the fuck are you not getting along with her? Like, what is the problem? What is the fucking problem? I haven't seen it. I'm an hour into this interview and I don't see one fucking problem. So I'm waiting. Okay?
In African American studies with a
I obviously understand personality differences matter, and that's okay. But the way they're moralizing it is wrong. I don't know what you're moralizing about this woman. I can understand personality differences are different. I'm okay with that. Good people don't have to get along. But why are people moralizing this woman? Why are they calling her a narcissist? Right? Now, don't get me wrong. NPD and narcissism, okay, I understand. Okay, not that they're the same, but people mistake them, just like borderline and autism. Okay, so I understand you not getting along with her. But why you gotta moralize it, bruh?
concentration on hip hop from Columbia.
Yeah.
What made you need an advanced degree?
Well, that's what I mentioned earlier. It was that I felt like I want to be a voice of liberation, and I want to use my art to do it. And I know that in this nation, they need you to have certain, for whatever reason, they need you to have certain credentials to legitimize you. And I also knew that they would need it from a predominantly white institution. So at Ivy League, even better. Even better. The other reason, though, was...
so she's playing the game.
Again, like, I knew that I'm an artist, but I also knew that I had a purpose here. I've always known that. I've always known that I have a purpose. Even if I don't know what the purpose is, I've always known that I have a purpose. And the hardest times in my life have been when I wasn't sure of what that purpose is. And at that point in time, and I still have the essay, like I said, I need to come to Columbia. I need to get this advanced degree because I want to speak for my people. I want to speak with my people. I want to speak like in the effort of my people, and I'm going to need as much information as possible to do so to the best of my abilities.
You have a concentration in hip hop.
Yeah.
Was it being in New York and seeing all this and the battles and the going on? You like, yeah, okay. So what made you do the concentration in hip hop?
So in order for Black culture to continue to thrive and grow, it has to also be protected. One of the ways that culture gets protected is it becomes academized.
Ooh.
And
I want to know what she thinks about Tupac and Jada. That's what I want to know about.
And, we saw that happen with jazz. We saw jazz go from this like music of sex to an actual part of academia, right? Hip hop as well was happening at that time. Like you see like Ninth Wonder teaching classes and Chuck D and KRS-One and Bun B. And so you started to see the academizing of hip hop as not just an art form, but as a culture that has more to it than just music, right? You got breaking, you got graffiti, you got DJing, you got style. You know, it becomes something that is now a part of Black history versus just like a thing that's being done. And so at the time I was also working at Sirius Satellite Radio, and I would be in my studio, and over there is Dana Dane. Behind me is Grandmaster Flash. To the right of me is MC Light. Over there is Red Alert. I'm surrounded by the history.
Right.
So I'm like, well, this is an opportunity for me to put this on record and have archival study that is growing, you know, with these people. So what I would do is all of my papers, 1/3 of them would include some interview with somebody within hip hop. So no matter what class I was in, whether it was within the African American Studies, whether it was in the African American Studies department or not, I would find a way to tie whatever the thesis was of that paper for the final paper. I would tie that thesis to hip hop in some way, and I would involve interview with, you know, anybody that made sense. So like my graduate thesis is about how the hip hop album is a continuation of the African American narrative. And so in that paper, I do that first part where I just explain my thesis. The second part was a comparative analysis between Richard Wright's Native Son and Biggie's Ready to Die. Ooh. And showing with the album and the lyrics of Ready to Die, how this is a novel on wax. And then the third section was interview about the importance of storytelling to hip hop. And in that interview, it was like everybody kept saying Nas, kept saying Nas, kept saying Nas. And then finally I was able to interview Nas. And so that's the third part of it is interview with, you know, a lot of people, and finally Nas.
Okay, Miss Mamby, she is her, you know what I'm saying? Like, she has lived many lives, this woman.
About the necessity for storytelling in hip hop, and that proved my thesis.
You know what? Since you're a hip hop scholar,
okay,
you see all the beefs going on. Are they good for hip hop?
Are they good for hip hop? I mean, it's a different kind of beefs than the one I grew up with.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, I mean, I think anything is good for hip hop that elevates skill. I think anything is good for hip hop that brings attention to hip hop as an art form versus as a gossip thing. Mm-hmm. You know, I feel like so much of what we hear about hip hop ain't even about the music.
Right.
You know, it's like this nigga and his baby mama, and this you know, and this nigga got arrested for this bullshit. You know, so when it's something that's really more focused on the music, I think that is good for hip hop. I think it's also interesting how it went, because I think what's also good for hip hop is just the maturation of hip hop, you know, and it is very mature for J. Cole to say, you know, I did this, but then it didn't feel right, so I'm stopping.
It is, yeah. But here's the thing. I grew up, the first beef that I could, beef or diss was Kumo D and LL.
Okay.
And then, you know, obviously you came on, you had Ice Cube with NWA, No Vaseline. You had Biggie and Tupac. I mean, you know, Biggie and Tupac hit him up. And then you have Jay-Z and Nas. That's still the hardest one, right? Hit 'em up is the hardest one, right?
That's what.
Come on. We're gonna have to edit this out. We're gonna have to edit this. That's the hardest one. No Vaseline ain't
the motherfucker bitch and the click playing West Side. Niggas not coming quick with game. You claim to be a nigga, but I fucked your wife.
Whoa.
For life. What?
Whoa. But so it's normally a one-on-one. What we see now with the
This is her hyper focus.
Okay, we see Ross coming at Drake. We see Kendrick Lamar. We see this. We see Future and Metro. It seemed like they always like, Drake is Thanos and everybody coming at him. Did I miss something?
That's a different, I hadn't seen it like that, but that's not too far off. But you know, why not? You know, things changes. We need different shit. So, okay. I mean, when Hove came, remember, Hove didn't just come at Nas. Mm-hmm. He came at Mobb Deep as well. Rest in peace to P.
Yeah.
he was on that screen.
Yeah.
That Summer Jam screen.
Pac came in Mobb Deep also.
I know. Being it.
So what's up with the women's beef? You okay with the women beefing?
Beef is a part of hip hop.
Okay.
I just want it to stay on the wax. You know, that's really the goal, is that for it to stay on wax. But it challenges you. It forces you to get your lyrics up. And that's what, I just want to see people rap.
Right.
I want to see people like rap well. That's really it. Like, to me, and I know people gonna fight me for this, but y'all already want to fight me anyway. I feel like Nas won the Jay-Z beef because Jay-Z's skill, in my opinion, diminished on that last rap when he's talking about I left a condom on your
baby seat.
Yeah, I was like, now see that's not even.
But see,
the level
I
of
gotta hit you.
that I'm
I gotta hit you low.
accustomed to.
No, I gotta hit you low. You don't talk to all the. Nah, you ain't finna get me. I'm gonna go
started
low.
this.
I'm going low.
But he started it.
I keep telling you, you don't get the best of me. When they go high, I go low.
I'm not saying that you can't go low, but I just felt like his rhyme quality, like normally,
Yeah.
Hove would have done that in a very metaphorical, clever way.
But that's the old. I mean, now I don't. Hove is above that. Now he wouldn't even dignify any response. Somebody
I'm
taking.
talking about then.
Yeah, but I got to get you.
You think Hove won that beef? That's what I'm talking about.
No.
But that's what I'm talking about.
But it's just like when Pac said, he said, "I hit your wife." I thought wife was off limits.
Shannon, I'm not talking about what they said. I'm talking about how they said it.
Yeah.
Like, Pac delivered that shit in the way Pac delivers shit.
Yeah.
He didn't change up. The Hove I know, the Hove who says things like, can't stop I from drinking my ties with tie down in the vata, ha ha, pa pa, word life.
Yeah.
That seemed like a diminishment of his skill set. That's all I'm saying. A toast.
You shouldn't have to worry when you buy tickets to your next big event. Game Time is the fast and easy way to buy tickets for all your sports. Use from your seat and the best price guaranteed. Download the Game Time app, create an account, use the code SHAY for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Again, create an app, redeem the code SHAY for $20 off. Download Game Time today. Last minute tickets, lowest price guaranteed. You're a poet. And you were in a group called Floetry, right? Is that and you replaced one of the founding members, Natalie?
Yeah, Natalie. Mm-hmm.
And read a lot that you weren't well received. Do you know?
By who?
I mean, if they're turning their back, they're booing. I mean, I guess the people that you're trying to read the poetry to.
Incorrect.
Okay. Correct me.
I will write about this extensively. I was asked to join Floetry after Natalie. I was told that Natalie left.
Okay.
Apparently that was not the case.
Okay.
But that's what I was told.
Okay.
And then we prepared to go on tour.
Mm-hmm.
And they did not tell the fans that Natalie would not be joining Marsha on the tour.
Okay.
So when I come on stage, I do not resemble Natalie in any shape, way, or form. Right?
Right.
So immediately, our first show in Boston, people are like, well, who the fuck is this bitch? But I can sing, and I know the songs. So the first show, great time. Good job. But now the word is out. Natalie ain't on the tour.
Right.
It's Amanda, whoever this broad is. It's Amanda Seales. Well, actually, no, I had a name by then because I had done MTV.
Right.
So we now went from Boston. The next show that we were doing was...
Can I ask something that's a little strange? Why are we talking about this? Like, why are we talking about shit that's old? Does that make sense? I guess if it's their first time talking, he's getting her history and who she is and how she came up. But a part of me is like, this is so old. Like, in a sense, I don't know. I guess it's fine. Like, we're learning her history. I asked a dumb question. I know what we're doing. We're learning her history. And that's what I want to know as well. But at the same time, it almost feels like they're holding her to the standard of who she was then now. And it's a little annoying to me. But then maybe they're also creating a pattern of her behavior. It's fine. All right.
Somewhere else. I can't remember. But maybe Philly.
Okay.
And so I guess to just correct the scenario, it's not that people were mad at me because of how I was delivering the work.
Right.
It was that they felt duped
Right.
by the
Oh, horrible branding. This is horrible branding. This can't be another example of people not liking her. This is horrible branding. Who put her in this position to take this bullet? Like, how could you not tell a fan base that someone's been replaced? So this isn't even Amanda's responsibility. This is the branding's responsibility. Why are they putting this on Amanda?
ticket sales because they had bought tickets to see the Flowetry they knew, and they were protesting that this was not the Flowetry they knew.
Obviously.
Nonetheless, every time I won them over because I am talented.
Okay.
So every time I won them over, and
So Lazy Girl said this is the format of the show. He brings up the controversies his guests got into. Then he lets them say their side of the story. Okay. Thank you. Because I've never watched Shay in this context, so I don't know his like shtick. That makes a lot more sense. Okay, thank you for that.
I remember, being at Club Love in DC, and they had their backs turned to the stage, and it was like it was like I was on The Voice. I had to get them to spin them chairs around. But I sang my song.
That really happened. So they really.
My nigga, yes. What are you talking about? Yes. Do you mind if I call you my nigga?
You can call me whatever you like. I mean, that's
Yes.
a fire
I'm
improvement.
talking about literally like, and then I'm over here, all you gotta do is say yes. And they like, can't deny what you feel, let me undress you, baby. Maybe this little skinny light-skinned bitch got something with her. Yeah, that really happened. But I wasn't doing poetry, I was singing.
Okay, so you with them all like, okay, they like that, they like Amanda, okay.
Yeah, but Marsha never made it any easier.
Why?
Why?
Yes, why? Why did? Okay, Natalie's gone.
I think. This is now. See, I'm saying I think.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay, this is your point of view. This is your POV.
I think that they wanted me to quit
Why?
because then she could proceed on the tour by herself, and she was in the process of going into her solo career. And the way that I was treated was so just shitty that I think they were really trying to force me to quit, and they almost.
It's complicated. Do you know Pink wasn't always solo? That Pink actually was in a band, like in a girl group? And I never thought about Pink as anything but solo, but Pink's history is that she was a part of a group. Beyonce, actually, wait. No, you guys know Beyonce wasn't Destiny's Child because, she brings the girls on stage with her often. But obviously, I grew up with Destiny's Child, and then it was Beyonce. And I loved all these years that Beyonce brings Destiny's Child back together because I think that those girls deserve that spotlight. Not that I believe anyone deserves anything from a philosophy perspective, but in terms of business, I always appreciated that about Beyonce. But it is hard when people go solo, and there is always a solo person. There is always that main character. Even on YouTube groups, there is always a main character. There's always the person that's actually going to keep going no matter what. And then the people that are only kind of popular because they've been associated with that person or they're just smaller content creators. So it's not that they're not good or not talented. It's just that only Beyonce could be Beyonce. Only Pink was going to be Pink. Only, even, I hate to say it this way and I don't mean to, but I'm going to say it. In YouTube spheres, look at the groups, the groups of content creators. There are certain people that are just definitely the focus. Look at the controversy with David Dobrik and Jason Nash. Jason Nash was never going to be a main character. David Dobrik brings in the money, whether you like him or not, So again, it's one of those things where it's certain people are the thing, and that's what people are looking for. So again, it's good to know who you are in the story. It's good to know if you're the person who brings in the crowd or if you're the person the crowd is just happy to see, but definitely isn't necessarily here for.
They almost got me out of that.
And you said.
Honestly, it wasn't even me who said it. It was our drummer at the time, Daryl. And me and Daryl didn't even rock with each other, but he spoke into me and he was like, because I was really like, these people, I'm out of here. I'm out of here. Because every show we would come on the stage and she would not even say my name. And every night she would say to me, okay, so this is how we're going to start the show tonight. So I never got a rhythm. Can you imagine you on the football field and every night the quarterback coming with a play you ain't never ran before? You ain't never seen this shit.
Lauren says same in sports. Absolutely same in sports. Some people just have the thing. They have the thing. And I think that's beautiful, bro. Know if you have the thing or if you're the person who's going to be like a little bit more modest but still have a good career, which a lot of people do in their life. It's like NSYNC. It's like NSYNC. It's like what's that other band? What's the modern boy band with the Harry Styles? It's whatever that band's called. It's like them. But like it's like NSYNC. Like, we love everybody in NSYNC. I love everyone in NSYNC. But, like, Justin Timberlake was going to have the solo career, right? It is what it is. Like, certain people just have the thing, whatever that is.
You're like, all right, we're gonna do a 52 banana split with a cherry on top. You're like, nigga, we ain't never done that before. I thought we was doing the banana parfait.
Right.
So that's what every single night. And it would get more and more egregious. I just never forget we was in North Carolina and she was like, all right, so how we're going to do this is I'm going to come on stage. I'm going to start singing Butterflies. And then you're going to come on stage, but you're going to like dap up the musicians. But I'm already going to be singing. You're going to dap up the musicians and you're going to come on stage after you dap up the musicians. You'll just like start singing and then we'll just do the show. And I was like, so at no point you're going to say like, this is Amanda Seales. And she was like, I just don't want to disrupt the audience. Now, if I'm being generous, maybe she was just trying to mitigate I don't know. Maybe she was just trying to mitigate the nastiness from the audience. But like, if that was the case, she wasn't communicating that to me. So
Right.
I felt very, 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 very isolated in the situation. And like nobody was communicating this to me.
So at no point in time, after Natalie left the group, okay, you do the first show in Boston and then you go to Philly or you go to Baltimore, wherever, did she say, Natalie is no longer in the group.
No.
We have a lovely other lady named Amanda.
No.
That's crazy.
And she's unbelievable.
No.
That's crazy.
No. And we didn't do press. And I remember Wendy Williams. So we get to Atlanta.
Okay.
Now, what people didn't know was that even before any of this had started, I was music director. So
Oh, God, come on.
months before,
You ain't supposed to do that.
I didn't even know he was the music director. I was already this nigga before.
But then once you find out, you like, I can't do this.
Well, no, my point is that I had an insider.
Okay. So you had some good intel. Okay.
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, so
never
so
know.
he gonna tell you everything.
All you gotta do is say it. Can't deny what you feel. Let me undress you, baby.
So he's telling you.
So we're in Atlanta, and I had a solo song that I would sing. That was one of my songs. So we're in Atlanta, and after rehearsal, he pulls my coat. He's like, "Hey, she's trying to cut your song," but she didn't tell me this. He's like, "She literally cut your song from the set list," which would mean that we would be in the middle of the show, and
Right.
I would realize that my song is not happening.
Damn. I could imagine it. People be
And you gonna be
vicious.
out there like, damn, where my song?
So
Uh-oh.
I said, for sure. Okay. But now we got to get in the car together. Me and Marsha, we got to get in the car together to go back to the hotel.
Ooh.
On the way to the car, my boy Dwight Willisey texts me and says, "Hey, you listen to Wendy Williams?" Also, like, why am I just casually listening to William Williams? But he's like, turn on Wendy Williams. Natalie is on Wendy Williams. Natalie is on Wendy Williams talking about the real Floetry. I don't know who this Amanda is. I'm not sure how she got involved, but I am the real Floetry. I am the real Floetry. I'm working on my accent. I'm the real Floetry. And so if you're going to these shows...
Amanda, it's like this. I'm the real Floetry. No, Amanda. She should call me for lessons, you know.
just know you're not supporting the real Floetry. We're sitting in the car. And I just found out you're trying to cut my song. And I said, did you try to cut my song from the show? I don't know what you're talking about. I said, I was told that you're trying to cut my song from the show. She's like...
Who told you that?
She actually didn't ask.
Oh.
She actually didn't ask. To my recollection, she didn't ask. But nonetheless, it was just like, I want my song in the show. And so she's like, all right, whatever. But now I'm seeing from Dwight that like Natalie is on Wendy Williams talking crazy. So I run up to the room. And so now I'm like, yo, apparently Natalie's on Wendy Williams. So now we turn this shit on in the car. We sitting in the car, listen to this. She ain't saying nothing. We get to the hotel. I go to the room. I'm still listening. Natalie is burning me up. She's like, Amanda Seales is not real. She's fake. This is all fake. Fake, fake, fake. So now Marsha calls me like, did you listen? I said, yeah. What you gonna do about it? Nothing. I said, oh, okay. And
Why do you want to be in this business, girl? It's exhausting, bro. I'm sorry. I just want to be an isolated little hermit who studies all day. This is exhausting. I could, but I would love to have met Wendy. I would have loved to have been on Wendy Williams. She's so funny, bro. Nobody is Wendy Williams, okay? But also, like, this is exhausting. Like, she must really have a goal. And she kind of said it before, right? She wants to uplift Black voices and be an activist and do all this stuff. But girl, exhausting. But we've all met people like this. How many movies we got to see? How many books we got to read? How many lived experiences do we have to have? Hollywood is high school with money, guys. Politics is high school with money. Adulting is high school with money. High school never ends. Okay? You just realize it's better to be the theater kid than trying to be the cheerleader. Or you're the cheerleader who tries to be better than the rest. Or who cares? Like, oh, there's the popular kids and then there's the nerdy kids. And like, even as adults, they still ostracize the autists and theater kids. It's like, look, the adult world is literally high school with money and, nukes. So.
And this is a trend of me not being protected.
Okay.
Okay?
Did you actually think she was going to protect you, considering that she had never given you the proper recognition, the proper identification? She never.
Wait. So she is autistic extroverted versus like, I'm much more introverted. Like, oh my God. My partner and I went out to hang out with the in-laws and some family friends, and we did 6 hours of socializing. I think it was 6.5, and it fucked us up for the whole day. The whole day I was fucked up. The whole day. Like, I already told my mom today, I caught up with her. I was like, girl, I've partied so much in my 20s. I don't want to go outside. Not that I didn't love seeing my in-laws. It was so fun. It was the greatest. But socializing is so exhausting. It was like 6 hours and it was so fun. It was great. But it fucked my whole sleep schedule up. I couldn't function. My brain fog was crazy. I just could not, But I think about that, and my mom thinks it's like maturing, wanting to stay inside the house instead of leaving. But I think it's introverted, extroverted. I think it's more like, hey, like, I'm not going to get any fuel off socializing with 6, 12, 20 people. Like, I'm not going to get any benefit from this except like, oh, this is fun. But obviously I'm super tired. If it was one person, if it was 2 people, but it was like multiples, you know what I mean? It's like, okay, this is fine. I can do this. I know how to socialize. I know how to like, and then they ask you what you do for a living. And then you're like, oh, and they go, what's your YouTube channel? And I say like, oh, like, I hate giving people my YouTube channel. Like, I feel like this is my little safe space. I don't want family friends being like, what do you do? Like, I don't want to be famous. If I wanted to be famous, I would tell everybody my YouTube channel. I don't want to be famous. I don't want everybody to know who I am. I just want to live my life. Okay? So, like, when people tell me, like, oh, what's your YouTube channel? I just say, oh, you know what? Like, that's my job. I don't want you to come to my job. Like, that's my job. And I don't want you to come to work with me. Thank you. Like, I'm not trying to be famous. I'm trying to go to work. I like my job. So, I don't know how people do it. Like, 6 hours of socializing was great. Like, again, food was great. Family was great. But, like, I was fucked the whole day. I couldn't even function. Anyways, introverts, I'm just saying. What? Okay.
Never given you the proper.
I shouldn't have, but I did.
Okay.
I shouldn't have, but I did. Because I always expect, and this is also a flaw, but I always hope for the best in people. Because Shannon.
You hope in people what you do yourself. We talked about this earlier. We got to stop that.
I know. But it feels so defeated to do it. But it's true. But it feels like you're giving into it just feels like you're giving into the worst parts of existence to do it. That's what it feels like. It feels very nihilistic to just really give in, but it is the only way that you can really protect yourself. Mm-hmm. And my co-host Supreme on my radio show, always, he'd be like, Amanda, most people are full of shit.
Neurodivergent difficulty here is I keep like, and I do think this, I think most people are good because they're doing what they can with the best they have. But I also think most people are bad at their jobs, and most people are bad at parenting, and most people are bad at existing. I think people are bad at living. And I think that's clear in the data. Like, if you guys are having a loneliness crisis, if you guys are literally like deciding what you're going to do with your life because of what someone else is doing, like, I would argue you're bad at living in the same way that I was bad at living until I learned how to live and not just survive. I would say most people are bad at living because they're overwhelmed and exhausted. And also, it's scary to try to live your life when surviving is all you know. I think the world's pretty good at surviving, and I think humanity as a species is excellent at it. But I do think like we're very bad at living our lives. And I think that's the one thing I learned how to do was like how to live my life. And that took a lot of pain and suffering. And there won't, I mean, not that suffering will ever end, but I learned how to suffer wisely, or I'm in the process of always learning how to suffer wisely. The journey never ends. So it's kind of interesting. Like, you do kind of hope for people. And then I have to learn, this is something that I always end up doing with myself, is like I always bet positively of people. And my husband says this of me. He's like, man, you really do think people are good. I was like, I do think they're good. He's like, even people that have wronged you, you genuinely say like, that's just their journey and it's going to be fine. And it is going to be fine. And that is something that's unique to my brain, but not really. I think a lot of people realize, well, hopefully maybe, that like people really are on a journey, and they're not doing me wrong. They're doing themselves wrong. They're doing themselves a disservice. And you know when you're doing it. And I don't have to tell you, you're doing me wrong because you're doing yourself wrong. People don't just hurt people. People just don't like lie about people. People do that because of an internal conflict within themselves. So like, I do think good of people, and I think they're just in a moment of ugliness because they don't know how to face themselves. But like, God, we've all been there. So eventually I assume they'll come out of it and they'll do right by themselves. And so they'll do right by their friends and family, right? And that doesn't mean perfect. It doesn't mean always getting along. It means not doing the thing that you know is ugly, right? And this is an eternal philosophy concept, right? This is like towards your joy and not your evil, right? Because evil, not like evil with punishment, like the normies would say. I mean, evil in terms of philosophy furthest from joy. When people do you wrong, it's not about you, it's about them. Because when you're at peace with yourself, you're not out here doing people wrong, And so I do think people are good. I just think they don't know how to be good in the most efficient way. So often it comes off, in quotations, bad. But I know people aren't bad like that. I know they're not doing it because they're bad or evil. They just don't know it. I have literally seen people say things like, I've never manipulated anyone in my life. And I was like, okay, first of all, everyone manipulates on like in a general sense, like but you shouldn't manipulate purposely and maliciously. But the same people that say like, I've never manipulated anyone are people playing 4D chess with their friends. That is manipulation. Whether or not you agree it's good or bad, like you can't play 4D chess unless you're participating in manipulation. That's the point of manipulation, is like you're moving people, you're doing things, you're not acting within pure authenticity. You're convincing people you're on their side when you're not, to get them to do something you want them to do. I've had people sit there, and again, how we define good or bad or whatever, it's so different for everybody. So again, like, everyone is on a journey, and what you're doing with your life has nothing to do with me, because it can't. Because I know everything I'm doing in my life has nothing to do with you. It can't, right?
If you would just accept this, you would have such less heartache. And I'm like, I know, but
So
I just want them to not be. So now she didn't do nothing.
Yeah, well, she didn't do anything. You feeling some type of way too now. I can see it. I see it right now.
Well, what most people think is feeling some type of way for me is actually just me being hurt. It's really, it just reads because of the type of human I am and the way that my self is set up. It reads as anger, but it really is deep hurt.
Yo, that is fucking real. That is powerful, bro. That a lot of when I see men throwing tantrums and it displays as like anger, I know it's pain. I know it's hurt. I know you're in pain. Oh yeah. When I see women in this category, anger is sadness. When I was the angriest, I was also the saddest. When I was the angriest in my 20s, I was the saddest in my 20s. This is profound. This is so true.
That's what you're reading. And and betrayal. And I'm giving so much of myself to this. And to your point, ain't shit been right up to this point. So it is a straw on a camel, you know? Mm-hmm. So I'm like, okay, man, I'm out. Now I call the music director, like, yo, this shit just got ridiculous. He's like, yo, I'm about to come to your room. Let's talk. I'm like, okay. This nigga never comes to the room. I come downstairs. He's talking to a white chick at the bar. I'm like, God.
The one that you used to... I thought he came up there just for one last soiree. That's what I was thinking.
Because that would have made sense.
Yeah, for sure.
The pain away, you know? But no. So I then called my homegirl to take me to the airport. Okay? So I call my mom and I'm like, book me a ticket. I'm out of here. I'm out of here because I've reached my wit's end. And again, I have no allies here. Yeah. I had a manager who was none of the above. Okay? This nigga sent me on the road with no contract. Talking about, well, you should just be happy they asked you.
What?
So I want you to follow the themes in this interview. I want you to follow two themes: misunderstood and not protected. I want you to follow those themes.
Ooh,
okay?
Interesting.
Because you've noticed it's themes. You follow the theme of racism, but I want
See, you know how Amanda said earlier, like, we're too individualistic? Well, this is why. Because even when you're playing with a community who says they have your back, they don't. I am an individual, straight up. I'm Luffy all the way, bro. I'm that category of, like, I love a community and I love having friends, but ultimately, like, we're on our own journeys, period, right? Like, with peace and love, like, I don't want to fucking make love in the village and have babies with you, okay? So, like, Amanda sits there and says the world should be less individualistic, but, like, honestly, I think that only works if you really conform to the community. So if Amanda had very strict values and she could adhere to the value of the community and never deviate, maybe. But I think she sounds like a person who bubble hops a lot. She sounds like very independent, and very independent people, they don't thrive in communities, y'all. Heavily independent people are not community people, in my opinion. It makes no sense. How the fuck you gonna thrive in a community being hyper independent? And she's a very independent woman, so I don't know what she's thinking. But I love that for her, that she wants a world that's, like, less individual. But, like, ma'am, she's exceptional in every fucking way. Her education level, her skin color, her acting career, her connections. Ma'am. Like, ma'am. So, again, her trying to, like, be a part of a community. Which one, girl? You know? Fishy says, do you think people are with individualistic mindset are made that way? I've always wondered what makes some people more extrinsically motivated, extrinsically, and hyper dependent on others for their path. I do think a part of it is personality. And I do think a part of it is you're born that way. And I think when you think about being a whole human being, part of who you are in the story is that. Like, I know I'm not Naruto. I know I'm, I know I'm, like, I know who I'm not, and I know closer to who I am, but I already know, like, I'm not the community person, even though all my life I tried to be, only to recognize, like, I don't belong here, bro. I am a bubble hopper. I am into bubble hop, say hi to your community, and then fucking bail. I do not want to be a leader in your community. I do not want to be a participant in your community. I want to be a good, larger community member, but I want to come in and leave. I want to come in and leave. So I think that's a part of my personality type as well. I do. I think I was born this way. MD says hyperindependence can be a coping mechanism of constant abandonment and rejection, which is something that I suffered from in my 20s. That is true, which is why you have to recognize in which ways you need community. So I need a community and I have a community. It's not a community I live with day in and day out, and it's not a community I share values with. My community at whole and I have some values we share, but we do not share beliefs. So I have an inner circle. I have a community, right? But I don't have the kind of community that a more dependent person would need, meaning see them day in and day out, live next to them, never be alone, always have someone at their house. Like, in that sense, you know what I mean? I don't have that. But, like, some people have that, and that's beautiful. Both are valid, by the way. Like both are literally valid. It's just know which one you are so you can play into it. And also the people in your life have to know that about you as well. My mom and I were just talking about that, how she raised very independent children and she loves that, but it means that we don't all live next to each other. I mean, some of us are having jobs in different countries or doing different things in different ways, or like I told her, stay in home base, stay in California, and we'll come to you when we visit. But it's better for my parents to live their own independent life than to base their life around their kids, because their kids are too independent. Their kids move the moment a cool opportunity shows up. So I don't want my parents retiring near one of us in hopes we'll stay. It's better for them to retire where they are and for us to come to them, because I would much rather visit them in Cali anyways, you know? Yui says, would you say that hyper-independence could also breed stagnation on some spectrum? Well, yeah, that's why you don't want it. You do not want to be hyper-dependent or hyper-independent. You want to be just enough. It's all about balance. You want to have balance. You know what I mean? You do not want to be hyper-dependent. You do not want to be hyper-dependent. You want to be balanced in the right way independent and the right way dependent. You know? And I think that's really important. I'm a needy person, but I am needy within reason. I'm only needy for certain people, right? I am not a needy person about like I said to my sister the other day during COVID when I was single and dating, did I complain about being single? She's like, "No, you never complain about being single. You never prioritize like finding a partner other than like in general, like you're always looking for it, but you're never like, I'm lonely, I want a boyfriend, like or I want a girlfriend." Like obviously not. And that's why I found a very like independent person to marry. Like I found my husband's incredibly independent. He's just incredibly, so we are interdependent. Exactly. Ingrid says interdependent. We are an interdependent couple. Like we are very focused on making the team grow, but we are incredibly specific personalities. We are very independent people. We are not community people in the traditional way, but we have communities. But we are not the community. Like we're not going to show up every Sunday to brunch. We don't want that kind of commitment. We do not want to be committed to our life being about you. We want our life to be about us and be good community members when we show up. So monthly family dinners, vibes. If I was back in Cali, I'd probably do every Sunday with my parents, but only because like that is my inner circle. But that's different. Visiting my parents every Sunday is just a vibe. You know, that's different. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Want you to follow those other themes because they're important. They're important to understanding someone like me. And when you have not been protected and you are misunderstood, what are you going to naturally develop? Defense mechanisms.
For sure.
Because
hard.
you have to protect yourself.
Yes.
There's no other way.
No.
They will tear you up. They will eat you alive.
Right.
And if you're creating these things also within the context of autism, within the context of already speaking a certain way, thinking a certain way, you are setting yourself up for a very hard road. But you're not even the one setting yourself up. I take that back. You are set up for a hard road. In the midst of all of this, though, you are brilliant. You have talent. And you are in a field that's the only way that those things really work in. You know, it's not like I can go be the theatrical seals, like at the hospital. You feel me? Like, this is where I have to be. So I was about to leave. And, the drummer who we used to clash because we both had these like really big personalities that we hadn't matured into yet, you know? He hit me and he said, you can't leave. You cannot leave because if you leave, they'll win. And they want you to leave. And you cannot let them win. And he said, because later in life, you will look back on this and you will say, I stayed and I was strong and it's going to matter. It's going to matter. And he was right. And so that night, I ended up saying I came back and we had a show that night and we had a conversation before the show. And, you know, the 48 laws of power, it can be used in a very duplicitous fashion, but sometimes it is useful when you're dealing with folks that just can't see you because of their own blind spots. And I'm a very, very emotionally intelligent person. And so a lot of times I end up having to do the emotional labor for other people to get us through.
Right.
Ooh, that's 2024, Brittany. I'm not doing all y'all's emotional labor. I will do some of it. I will not do most of it. That is like I'm putting down some heavy boundaries. Okay? So just keep that in mind. I am loose on the block button this year. I am loose on the block button this year. I will not do your emotional labor for you. Thank you.
It's exhausting. It's exhausting.
Can I ask you this? In your life, how many people do you feel that have protected you and understood you?
Like, you want a number?
Yeah. Because you said on one hand,
Now, I mean, at this point, I've amassed an incredible amount, and it's been a beautiful evolution.
okay. But up until
my
that,
youth.
yeah,
In my youth, I mean, my mom
that was your rock.
and
MD says she's doing the emotional labor in this interview to get through it. So true. She had the first 20 minutes, it was clear she's going to do the emotional labor for this interview. I know that feeling. It feels like, yep, like people, yeah, I get it. Like,
and you know, it's just there's different processes, right? Like, I will say, like, my gymnastics coach.
You speak very high. You know what? You speak very highly of your gymnastics coach, and there are a couple of teachers at John Phillips High School,
Dr. Phillips
High School, that you speak in glowing terms about, and then when you speak of them, you radiate. You don't radiate when you mention anybody else's name, but when you mention those people's names, your mother, your gymnastics coach, the people at the instructors at Dr. Phillips High School, you radiate. What was it about them that caused them to not only understand Amanda, but was willing to protect Amanda? Your mom, I get. That's your mom. She's supposed to
because they saw what some people consider as flaws, they saw as strengths. You know, I remember when I started going to therapy, because I was like, you know, people keep telling me that no one likes me. And I do not understand.
Did you believe it?
That no one likes me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I had low self-esteem.
Okay.
So I'm just like, I don't understand. And I remember her asking me, well, what are the reasons why people say they don't like you? And I told her, I said, my tone, they feel that I'm like too detail oriented, like it's annoying. You know, they tell me like me being detail oriented, they take it as nitpicky.
Right.
yeah. Yo, the autism is so loud right now, bro. Like the neurodivergency is so loud right now. Relatable. And also teachers and my mentors like really saved me. The thing that annoyed people about me, they really saw in me and went, hey, you're really good with this. You should do this. And I was like, okay. And it was true. The person that got me into reading was an English teacher. He said, hey, you should read these 5 books over summer and let me know what you think. And I was like, oh, I'm not much of a reader, bro. Like I tried to read as a kid and I was pretty good at it, but I stopped reading. In my childhood, I did reading competitions and I read like every childhood series you could get your hands on. I read like, God, like, I don't know, 1,000 books. Who knows? 100 books. I'm exaggerating. Hundreds and hundreds of books. I don't know. And later in life, I stopped. I was like, I don't want to read anymore. I'm like over it. Then in high school, he's like, read these 5 books over summer. And I was like, do I have to? He's like, yeah. And I was like, is it for school? And he's like, nope. And I was like, and I read these 5 books over summer and that restarted my love for reading. And then boom, thousands of books later. Like I stopped counting after I read 2,000 books, but I know I've read more than that by now. I don't know how many, but I've read well over 2,000 books, obviously, which is not, by the way, a big deal. Because if you've watched over 2,000 animes or 2,000 movies or 2,000 songs, haven't you listened to 2,000 songs? I'm just saying, I'm not bragging. I'm just saying that's my thing. That was the thing that I like to do. And so what I'm saying is like this teacher saw something in me. He'd make me do an extra essay every week. So the class had one essay a week. I had 2 due on Fridays because he was just like, you have something, you should focus in on it. And I was like, okay. And like, it was nice. And same, like he was also my theater teacher and my English teacher. And he was just like magical. So sometimes it really is like a teacher or an adult who says like, hey, that thing about you that pisses off other people, I think it's something special. And I'm like, cool. And it was. And he was right, you know? He was right. It's nice.
That I am too demanding. Whereas like for me, it's like, well, no, it's like, it's more so just me holding you accountable. They say that I am mean, but in my version of it, it's like, well, no, I'm just being honest. And so we started working on me.
You know what it is? Don't ask me questions. That's okay. Because, like, look, it is mean if you volunteer an opinion nobody asked for. Unless it's on your, like, YouTube channel. Like, I really think this is important. If you have a YouTube channel or a radio show, nobody has to listen to you. I don't give a fuck if you have an opinion about me. If people make content about me and I think it's wrong because it's not like like they're not understanding me, I just don't watch it. Who fucking cares what randos think about me on the internet? But if it's like they come to me in my DMs and they're like giving me unsolicited advice, I just block them. I'm like, shh, I did not ask you. If I ask you for input, tell me. But when people ask me like, Brittany, can you tell me this thing? I get really sweaty because I'm like, are you asking me to tell you my opinion, or are you asking me to give you feedback in a way that you can understand? Are you asking me for my actual opinion, or are you asking me, which I know is my like anxiety, neurodivergency, but I don't think people know what they're asking me. They're like, can you give me your honest opinion? I'm like, oh, what do you mean by that? Because like, I'm not going to volunteer like if I think someone's dress is ugly, like that's not my business. But if somebody was like, do you think this dress is ugly on me? I'd say, what goal were you going for? You know, like what was the goal you were going for? So my friends and I started this thing years ago where I was like, okay, does this dress look good on me for what I'm going for? And then my friend would tell me, if this is what you're aiming for, this would look better on you. Because what we realized was, in order to avoid hurting our feelings unnecessarily, we would say, don't give me the opinion of what you think is ugly. Because obviously we don't dress the same. My best friends and I don't look the same. We would say, okay, don't give me if you think it's ugly. It's okay if you think what I'm wearing is ugly because it's not your fashion, but I don't want to hear that. Tell me if you think it's ugly for what I'm going for. And then we would give each other opinions. And it was really nice. It really saved us a lot of like unnecessary pain as friends, where I was like, I'm not going to tell you it's ugly, girl. If you ask me my opinion, you're asking me for you and for your fashion. Yes, it's on point. You look great, because we're not the same person. Because when we're saying something's ugly, we're saying we don't like it. What does that matter? Let your friend wear what they want, bro. What does it matter if you think it's ugly? It doesn't matter. What matters is, do they look pretty in it? Well, if that's what they're going for, yes. You know?
Being better at understanding like the neurotypical, like the normal way that things are read, so that I could better protect myself.
Right.
Like that may be the truth, but you don't got to tell it right now. You know it, and good for you.
Right.
Hold that.
Right.
Hold that. You don't got to tell it right
Right.
now.
Like her outfit right now, I think is really cute for her. I would never wear it because I think I don't like the texture. I'm almost positive the texture of it would make me feel very overstimulated. But Amanda's so pretty. Her fashion is so on point. But I think I wouldn't like the texture of the outfit. I'm almost positive. But if she was like, Brittany, do I look good today? Yes, girl. Yes. Every hair on point, makeup on point, clothes on point. But you would never see me walk into a room with this aesthetic because it's not my aesthetic. But she's obviously gorgeous. But what is it? That's what I'm saying. Sometimes people give advice for what they would like. And that's fucking useless. It is useless to give people input to make you feel better. And to, like, what are you doing? What are you doing telling people, I don't like the way you do your job, or I don't like the way you do things because I don't feel like I have a space here. Fucking go watch a sunset and take deep breaths. It is not about you. It is not about you. Okay? Let people live their lives, bro. This is what I'm saying. When people come into neurodivergent spaces and they're like, you need to talk different so people understand you. I'm understood fine by the right people. Okay? I'm making more money than you. I am more successful than you. I am prettier than you. I am literally well loved. Shh. Be quiet. Leave me out of your opinions. Okay? Thank you.
It may have been a yes or no question, but people need extra words. I lost a job because I was answering in yes or no questions.
Ooh.
How you lose a job if you answer yes or no? Because you added.
Because they were emailing me,
Yeah.
asking me yes or no questions.
Okay.
And my responses were yes.
Yes.
And
No.
And then finally I got an email that said, you know what, we decided to go with somebody else because by your responses, it seems like you're not interested.
Well, you say answer yes or no.
So now you understand me. It took us a little bit, but you hear. So
they
saying
wanted
to
you to
them-
say, yes, I would love to have the job because I think this is an amazing opportunity for me. And I just love this company. I think you.
They want the song and dance. Okay.
But
Can I tell you something? My husband sometimes helps me write messages because he'll see me get a question and I'll start typing. He's like, no, how long have you been typing? And I'm like, a while. And he's like, what did they ask? And somebody will ask me a question. And I'll be like, well, in case they're thinking this, I want to say this. But in case they're thinking this, I want to say this. But then in case they're thinking, and then he's like, just answer simply. And then I'm like, okay, yes. And then they're like, oh, are we all good? And I'm like, and then it's like this anxiety I get every time I like type a message. And I'm like, I have to rethink and rethink and rethink and rethink and rethink because I'm like, how are they hearing it? Is there enough emojis? Did I respond correctly? Like, is the punctuation going to I put hearts at the end of my messages because I want people to know that I'm saying it with love. And this girl wrote back to me. This girl was like, you're so petty. You're so fucking passive aggressive with your fucking heart emojis. I can tell you're being a bitch. And I was like, I can't win. I can't win, bro.
Get out there and dance, nigga.
But Amanda.
And black people do it to each other.
Amanda, we had the conversation up earlier. And what did we say? If you understand the rules.
No, but I didn't understand the rules.
The rules are different. Yes, if you understand the rules, but the rules are different everywhere. Here's what Shay and everyone keeps telling us, which is not true, that the rules are universal. There are no fucking universal rules. I have traveled enough. I have bubble hopped enough. The rules change person to person. The rules change person to person. This illusion that it is like, oh, it doesn't change person to person. The rules fucking change person to person. And that is the bullshit that no one is willing to say out loud. That's why everyone thinks their way of doing things is universal. It is not universal. It is absolutely categorizable though. So I'm like, okay, what kind of person is this? This person likes to be talked to this way, but it's individual all the same. This is a bullshit narrative I'm sick of hearing. Oh, Brittany, just like learn to play the games and you'll know. Yes, I know, but there's like billions of games and I'm getting tired. Every single person requires something completely different from me. And they make it clear every time I step out of bounds. They're like, that's not what I wanted. Okay, well, tell me what you want, bitch, and stop making me guess. Just tell me what it is, bitch, and stop making me guess. So when people say, like, Brittany should know this. Why is Brittany doing this? Like, Brittany should know this. No. Okay. The world doesn't revolve around you and your fucking brain. So you tell me what the rules are, or I'm going to fucking figure it out the hard way by making social mistakes. This bullshit that there's universal rules, okay, show me where. I'll find you a person that counters that shit, okay? So, like, he's trying to lecture Amanda and be like, Amanda, you have to learn the rules. Do you know how much emotional labor it is to learn 8 billion rules? No, because you're so fucking arrogant. You think everybody isn't doing the emotional labor around you. You walk through life and not understanding that everyone around you is doing the emotional labor for you. Because you never think to do it. He hasn't once done the emotional labor for Amanda during this podcast, and she's been doing all of it. He's not doing it. Because, so like, no, I'm not going to do the emotional labor for you. Either you figure out that what you're asking is specific and tell me the rules and I'll follow them. But if you keep assuming that you can make an ass out of you, because ma'am.
I was talking then. I didn't understand the rules. I didn't understand the rules.
So
I had to learn. So I was saying that
the therapy help.
Oh yeah, the golden rule is also bullshit. Webkin says, what about the golden rule? Useless. It's only good if you live in the same culture. Do unto others as you want them to do unto you. Do you think homosexuals want to be lectured about their relationships every day? Do you think straight people want to be lectured about their relationships every day? When a religious person goes up to a homosexual and lectures them about their relationship and the fact that they're going to hell, is that what the straight person wants to experience every day? The golden rule is bullshit as well. Do unto others as they want you to do unto... No, it doesn't help. Because the world doesn't want to be treated like how you want to be treated. The world isn't universally your brain. So do unto others is nice if you live in the culturally unified community. But like, these are constructs. These are rules people make up. And it changes.
Help you.
Yes. But even still, it's like understanding the rules and like, you know, then you are who you are. Like that ends up being in conflict with each other so often. You know what I'm saying? Like you understand the rules, but you're like, in order for me to like play this game, I got to like do a whole renovation of self that's not going to be
Amen, girl. The world doesn't want authenticity. They want digestibility.
an upgrade. It's just me really just trying to mask to become palatable to you.
But don't you think realistically, there are a lot more people that dress in Halloween costumes year round as opposed to just on that day?
I do not want to be those people. And those are not the people that change the world. And that's what I'm here to do.
I'm not here to change the world. But I appreciate that she knows what her goal is. And I think she's right. Everyone wants to be exceptional, but nobody wants to do what it takes to be exceptional because it alienates you from the group. And that's what's ironic, I think. But also the ones who don't, like, do become, they stand out. Yeah, I don't want to change the world. That's very interesting of her. But, you know, have fun, girl. You do you.
And I literally went and got my master's because Rich Bova on the campus of Purchase College stopped me and held my hand because he was a psychic and he would always do readings for people. And he just held my hand and was like, well, you got to go get your master's. And I was like, God, I thought I was done with this. And he was like, no, you got to go get your master's because you're going to change the world and you're going to.
That's what I mean. Oh, Tina said, no. Yeah, Tina says, take a shot every time this man says, don't you think? That's what I mean. Why are these men who are not playing the same game lecturing this woman on how to play a game she's already winning? Because they're like, oh, I hate, bro, the way these people lecture me about doing my job. But I'm like, I'm sorry, are you even a YouTuber? And if you're a YouTuber, are you even doing the same game I'm doing? Do not lecture me about my job. I'm literally chilling, bro. You think I want what you want, and that's the mistake. We are not playing the same game. I am literally so successful in what I am doing. I'm so happy. I've attained every goal I've had for myself the last like 4 years of fully doing this full time. I've like reached so many of my goals. Do not lecture me about my job, girl. We are not in the same game. Okay? So yeah, every time he does that, he keeps lecturing her as if like she's not doing the game you're doing. We're not playing the same game, bro. That's the problem. Everyone thinks everyone's life revolves around them. And I'm assuming you're all doing your own thing, so leave me out of it. That's what I assume. I go through life going, we're not doing the same thing. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
I needed to do it.
You believe in psychics?
I believe in a lot.
Oh, my goodness.
How can you not?
Does he believe in God? If you believe in God and you don't believe in psychics, that's count. That's your business. But they the same to me.
Not believe in psychics and believe in God.
No.
Oh! Amanda and Brittany sitting in a tree. KISS. Just kidding. I'm married. You don't have to believe in psychics, but I think that's crazy to shame people who believe in psychics, but you believe in God. That's crazy. Amanda and I on the same page.
Needed to do it.
You believe in psychics?
I believe in a lot.
Oh, my goodness.
How can you not believe in psychics and believe in God?
No, you're no psychic.
What do you, wait, let's take
No, we're not, no.
Listen to me. Let's take a moment. Let's take a moment.
Yes.
If you believe in God, then you believe in a spiritual power that is greater than all of us. You also believe that there are people who are able to access that in ways that others cannot. Do you not? That's what our pastors do. That's what people who are Catholics believe priests are doing. And for all intents and purposes, when we pray, we are attempting to...
Yo, she's a bubble hopper, our Amanda. Our Amanda is a bubble hopper.
contact that power. We are attempting to, just let me finish. We are attempting to tap in to that power, to tap into that energy and bring it to us.
But they'll write her off as a crazy person. How do religious people get off writing other people off as crazy people? Tell me, make it make sense. How do religious people have the audacity to write off other people, other educated people as woo-woo or crazy? The audacity.
Okay. As we are continuing to bring it to them. Now, when we vilify the idea of psychics or witches, etc., a lot of times what's mixed into that is shit that ain't got nothing to do with actual connection to spirit.
Okay.
There are people who are operating in dark spaces and dark places, but there are people who are tapped in that just have different names. Yeah. Okay. And so the idea of a psychic, like I'm not calling him a psychic.
A medium.
A medium or somebody who is literally just more connected. I am very connected to like, I'm empathic. I can feel. I'm very connected to just nature, to the vibration of things because I want to be, but also because I'm an artist, right? Like I can make something from nothing. Like there's something that is really unique in that ability to do so. So when I'm talking about someone who is able to read you, it's not like it's not that they're dealing with dark magic. It's that they are able to see their prophets. So it's just language. But as long as it's done in love, it's all coming from the same place.
Pastors seem to have been accessing people's bank accounts a lot lately.
That is very true. And that is why we have to always be careful about who is at the pulpit.
So,
You heard me?
one of your first jobs in New York was a radio host. How'd you get you know what?
I feel like I didn't finish that previous story.
Go ahead, tell it for you. Tell it.
Oh, Flowetry.
Yes.
Let me finish it.
Okay, tell it. Because I thought you was done with
I just feel like it's important to note that with the 48 Laws of Power, I realized in that moment, I have to let her win the battle to win the war.
Okay.
And my ego has to be removed in order to do that. And that's something I had to learn in that moment. Like, ego is not serving you here. And I really don't have an ego in that way.
Right.
Like, I can really often see, like, there's a bigger picture here. And so I had to let her know that I was not a threat to her. And I realized that for some reason she was like treating me that way.
Right.
I don't know if that was her.
So you actually had a conversation with her?
Right before the show. And I had to tell her, like, I just want you to like me. I just want you to feel safe with me here. I just want you to see me as someone who is not trying to step on your toes. Because that's what it feels like. And if that's not what it is, so be it. But if that's what it is, I just want you to know that that's not what I'm trying to do. So I had to make myself small so that she could not feel like I was trying to take her place. And after that, we had no problems.
I don't know that, Amanda.
You don't know much, Amanda. Yet.
I'm the Amanda that made herself shrink down. I mean, that went down to, honey, I shrunk the kid.
Baby, I know what to do. That's the part that people don't understand is that it's not even that you necessarily are shrinking. It's that you understand. It's like if you're on a field and you know that in this play, I'm not the star.
Yes.
In this play, all I need to do is block this so that this ball can get to this point.
Yes.
That's the point. And I am that person. I know what role I'm playing on the field.
Yes. You can be good at any game.
Yes.
If you
Understand the rules. He's about to say it again. Princess says, I think bubble hopping is common for neurodivergent people. I remember having friends that got mad at me for bubble hopping and not being 100% in their bubble. I think they're afraid because they can't read you. Often when people, that's why I wait to see if people can tell me my ideas back to me, because we're not having the same conversation. And look, this isn't anyone's fault, but I don't want to do the emotional labor where I have to like shrink myself all the time and like have the conversation you want to have, which is often what I do when I go into other people's bubbles. But I do try to be myself. Like, look, I am ideally waiting for the right person on, like, I've talked about this for years. But I am always excited to talk to new people because I'm looking for somebody to have philosophy conversations with that's going to have the conversation in a way that doesn't need me to like explain to them explain to them in the way that feels like we're just speaking different languages for a lot of time. Not that I don't love to do that. That is one way I like to spend my time. I just, in another way, would like to spend my time with somebody that like, yes. And so like I don't have to like sit here and like tell, it's exactly like dating. Where when I talk to my partner, I don't have to caveat. I don't have to sit there and explain to him when I say like, oh my God, fuck these men. I don't have to sit there and be like, but not you, baby. He knows that. He knows what I'm saying. I don't have to fucking say it every time. But with friends, with family, like sometimes you have to shrink yourself or be like a little less yourself because they can't, like, they're not going to be able to have the conversation without taking it personal. And that's just what it is, right? So it depends on the game you're playing. It depends on what you're doing. It depends on your goals. But ultimately, I like that she knows that there's a game to be played. It's not that she doesn't know. He keeps telling her like she doesn't know. She's literally explaining to him how she's learning the game. And he's like, yes, Amanda, if you know the rules. But he's so... Yo. My neurodivergent patience is running out. This is the frustration I keep having. People keep trying to give me advice as if I don't fucking know. I know, bitch. I'm saying, do you know you're asking me to do this? And I'm saying no, and you're looking at me like I'm crazy, and I'm looking at you like, just do your thing, girl. Just do your thing. Let me do my thing. Trust the process. Trust the process, because everything I've done has worked out for me eventually. I'm just not a bunny in the race. I'm a turtle. So you be the bunny and you fucking waste your energy and die out. But like, I'm chilling, okay? I think my most successful years will be in my 40s. Amanda's in her 40s. Keep in mind, like, I'm not interested in trying to be like anywhere anyone else is. So when people try to give you advice, like as if you don't already know, she already knows. Why is he explaining to her something she already knows? Because he doesn't see it. He doesn't believe she knows. Even though she's given her academic background, given her accomplishments, made it clear she's on the fucking pod, he won't give her her wins because it's not in a package he understands. And she's saying she's the one who doesn't get it. No, she gets it. That's the irony. You keep talking to her like she doesn't get it. You don't get it, dude. You don't get it.
Understand the rules.
There you go.
From an hour ago. And
Don't talk to me like that.
Don't.
dab it
See,
up.
he's doing it now.
Can I call you my sister?
Time out.
No, see, he doesn't.
Can I call you my sister? Dab it up.
No.
Come
No,
on.
no.
You.
He's so simple. He's the most simple human, and people are so simple. You don't even get it, bro. You don't even fucking get it. And he has the audacity to be like, see, that's what I said an hour ago. If I hear one more person, oh, girl, this is too relatable, girl.
You agree with
because
me?
what you're saying is not accurate to the situation.
Yes,
Exactly.
it is.
No, because the game, we're talking about two different games.
No.
Yes.
In that moment, you realize you.
Yeah, but I'm not arguing that point. I'm not arguing that point. You were saying that it's easier if you understand the game. And all I was saying was that I don't know that it's easier, but it definitely is important. Because it wasn't necessarily easy, let me tell you.
Okay,
but it was necessary. And I did it. And if I'm
Yeah, it's easier, but it's still hard. But it's easier, but it's still hard. Right? But also, this is why I say, like, oh, God. Oh, this is frustrating. Yo.
being honest, I don't
Stay out my DMs, bro.
know that I would call it the game as much as I would call, I mean, I use that as a metaphor.
Emotional labor. The game is emotional labor, philosophy, cultural differences, expectations, work related. The game is layered. You as a person, you at work, you doing these things. Like Ludwig was giving advice to successful streamers, and Ludwig is playing a different game than I'm playing. He said, if you want to be a successful streamer, send your YouTube channel to everybody in your life. If you don't want your mom to watch your YouTube channel, you won't be a successful YouTube streamer. But see, he's playing a different game than I'm playing. Because why would I send my mom my YouTube channel so she can have a heart attack and a breakdown? Why would you do that? Right? Like, people think we're all playing the same game. We are not playing the same game. We're not playing the same game. And they don't get that because they're like, why wouldn't you want to win the game I'm playing? You must see Shay keeps thinking like, you're playing the same game I'm playing. And she's like, no, we're not playing the same game. We're not even doing the same things.
But it's like you could use that example in an operating room. Like if you're the nurse, you not with the scalpel, but you are important and you know your role in this situation, and that is fine. It's the lieutenant and the
I get her. Man, she's neurodivergent as fuck. I think I'm autistic. If this is autism, I'm autistic. Like this is fucking relatable, bro. She's using categories, and she's explaining the different functions of like what you're supposed to do, but he isn't hearing it the way she is saying it, but I think I'm hearing it the way she's saying it.
captain, right? Like you just have to understand that. And when you do, your ego doesn't matter.
Right.
Because your ego is not based on being at the top. Your ego is based on on being useful.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that really is what I feel like.
And he's saying the same thing, but in a limited scope, and she's saying something in a more layered scope. So they are saying the same thing, right? But they're saying it from two different perspectives. And I think she's going more layered and he's simplifying, and she has to be aware of the more nuance because she's neurodivergent.
Like a lot of people in this society are not realizing we have this main character energy. that a lot of people are just really built into. And it's like everybody needs to feel like they're the star, they're at the top, their name is on the etc.
Yeah.
And there's so many other ways to be of value. And a lot of people are not cut for being the leader.
True. I don't want to be one. Peace out, girl. A-Town. Nah, 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 nah. Cass says knowing the rules and being able to follow the rules are two different things. Totally. So play the game you're good at. Play the game you're good at. Play to your strengths. If you're not winning the game, play a different game. And winning the game doesn't mean being the leader. It doesn't mean being on top. Doesn't mean being the superstar. I have no desire to be the superstar, but I'm still going to win my game because it's a different game. Again, I'm not playing the Beyonce game. I'm not trying to be Beyonce. I'm not trying to be Taylor Swift. That's a different game.
They not cut for being the star. And they in these positions and they don't know how to motherfucking act. And they're actually really being.
You stay on the tour. You work at you and Marsha. Y'all hash out your you hash them out, or y'all make peace to get through the tour.
No, after that it was fine because I let her know that I wasn't a threat to her. So then it's not a problem.
How would you? It was her show, right?
MD says he can't relate because she connects her morality and justice to the game and he doesn't. It's like so simple, just play, but she can't do that. That's what I run into most of the time. And I just go, I'm not playing your game, bro. Bye. You know how much money I've turned down, opportunities I've turned down, and people are like, you must be crazy. What are you doing that for? And I'm like, it just doesn't match my values, bro. It's not that deep. But they don't believe me because they would never do that. They would never do. And why would they do that? That's why it's kind of cool to see other people do that. You're like, oh, cool. You got some values, bro. Yeah, most people aren't going to do that.
Right. So how?
Child, I can't, all I can do is my best.
Mm-hmm.
So you did end up leaving the show?
No, I did the whole tour.
You did the whole tour?
I did the whole tour, and then after we were going to be a group called Floetry Remix. And so her manager kept playing around with my manager around it, and then she had me make a MySpace page for us.
Wow.
And then she didn't accept the friend request.
Oh my. Yep.
And that was the end of it. And then I just did my own music. And I put out my album, Life Experience.
Have you talked to her since?
I actually saw her at Usher's show recently. And she went to hug me and I was like, no, I'm good.
Come on, you didn't do that. Come on now. Don't.
Why would she hug her? No. I'm very much like, hi, how are you? We can shake hands. Like, how are you? Like, I ain't gonna fake hug no bitch.
Be petty, LaBelle.
How was that petty?
No, don't fake hug a bitch. Like, don't do that. That's so inauthentic. No, see how he wants her to be fake? Nah. Just like, we'll handshake because that's what adults do. But hugging? I'm not gonna hug no bitch.
God, she really, after all them years?
Yeah.
Even after you forgive people, you don't have to hug people. Guys, hugging is quite intimate. Hugging is for strangers who have done you no wrong and people you're close to. Okay? And like if you're in a forgiveness stage, that's different. But this is a social situation. It's different. So like, okay, you can forgive someone and hug them out of like generosity, and that's different. But in this social situation, I'd be like, hugging feels inappropriate. A handshake feels appropriate.
After all them years. What am I hugging her for? That's not my people's. First of all, I'm not a hugger in general.
It's true.
But that's not, see, I'm not petty. I'm not phony.
Exactly.
I'm not going to hug people that are not my people.
True.
If you treat me like shit in real life, don't try to hug me at a party.
But when you...
Because I won't hug you back. It's a song. If you treat me like shit in real life, don't try to hug me at a party.
Let's go.
Because I won't hug you back.
That's not a song you made. But...
She just made it up and it was worth it.
Here's the thing. I can't believe you. I can't believe you would do that. That was.
I am who I am. People know who I am. And that's a beautiful thing. The person I am is beautiful because you don't never have to guess. People like me are a blessing. You don't ever have to guess. And so much of this life.
Just ask me, bitch. But also admit you're too afraid to ask me. You know?
Is people not wanting to deal with the real and just hiding in the shadows. And instead of honoring, honor is a strong word, but instead of, regarding and respecting people who are straight ahead, we treat them like they are a nuisance. We treat them like.
Well, to be fair, kind of are a nuisance to the game people are playing. I mean, you kind of are a nuisance. That's why I don't want to go. Don't invite me. I don't want to go. Don't invite me. Beza says, yo, Amanda got that Brittany Simon-tism. I think she and I would get along. Man, we fucking get along, okay? But you know what I mean? Like, don't fucking invite me. I don't want to come. And even that's crazy. You know? Maiden says, honestly, she does have some overlapping energy with Brittany. Yo, don't. Okay, that's the problem. People are like, come, we want to hang out with you. No, you don't. Okay? Because, like, no, you don't. Go away. Go away. Leave me alone.
Like they are a disruption when really they are a gift, because it really removes the guesswork of
Nah. I'm not a gift. I will disrupt your life. And if you want me, call me. That's why my siblings call me, to say it like it is. They're like, go, tell me. And I'm like, but no, I know. I am a recluse for a reason, okay? You want to talk to me, I'll talk to you. But I'm gonna mind my business.
Text. It removes the guesswork of ulterior motives. I am what I am. What you see is what you get. Whatever you hear me saying is what I.
That's why when people try to make videos about me and they're like, Brittany's being malicious and Machiavellian, I'm like, girl, I ain't got no time for that. Girl, that's why you're crazy. You're crazy if you think I'm playing 4D chess. You are literally insane. Because they don't believe it. Because they think autism is something that makes you stupid, or neurodivergency is something that fucks you up, or borderline makes you a bad person. Your morals make you a bad person. None of these things make you a bad person. And because they have bad morals and they're bad people, and they're acting not bad people like in the heart of the heart in the philosophy sense, but because they're not at peace with their life, they think I'm playing some 4D chess I'm not playing. I'm literally, this is it, baby. There's no hidden motivation. There's no like ulterior motives. And if you don't believe me, that's why you're blocked, because you're crazy. There is nothing going on. But that's the thing, is like they miscategorize. People miscategorize me. They don't understand me. And so they wrote her off as a narcissist. She's not coming off like a narcissist at all. She's coming off like an autist, which are not the same thing. They're not even the same. That's what's so interesting. They're not the same thing.
I'm saying it, and to me, that is such an easier route, you know, and I've found people in my life over time that really see that that is such a dope way to exist. And it's been a blessing. So when you asked me earlier about like people who have protected me and like people who understand me, like it's those people who see that as a gift, not as an attack.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever hugged anybody that you didn't like or shook their hands?
I mean, I'm sure I did when I was less sure of myself and when I felt like.
What is that question? See, that's a networking question. That's like a networking question. I'm not shaking. Like, I will shake anyone's hand, but I don't need to be like out here lying. Like, I don't need to be out here lying. Like, this is what I'm saying. Why is that question being asked? Is that a networking question?
Like I needed to play the game, you know. I've had self-esteem and inferiority complex issues for a long time, and I've had to
trauma because of neurodivergency is really normal. That's really like fair.
Learn how to love myself as who I am and be okay with that, and also understand the repercussions of that.
Okay. It's okay. We can move on now. We good with Marsha?
Oh yeah.
Because I want to talk about the radio. I want to talk about you.
Yeah.
Because you, at the intro, you've done a lot of things.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Your resume is extensive. No, seriously. No bull jive. No, real talk.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if you really know, or maybe people haven't told you. Maybe you just, and we're all wired like this. We kind of hear the negativity than the positive, because being an ex-professional athlete, the losses haunt me more than the wins.
Right.
I remember a loss way more than
Doesn't that suck? It's like so irritating that our brains are wired that way. It's like, well, this is not helpful.
Yeah. The parades don't bring me the joy that the hurt and the losses.
I feel you.
So your first job, and one of the first jobs you had, you were a radio host. How did you get into radio?
I was a spoken word poet.
Okay.
So I did like Def Poetry Jam when I was in college, and I would do slams and, all of that. And I ended up performing at a Jesse Jackson Rainbow Push benefit.
Oh.
And I just remember it being like pouring rain. And I still was like, no, I'm going to Rainbow Push to get there.
Right.
And there was a brother there, Ken Spellman, who gave me his card and was like, we should talk about you doing radio. But like, listen, brothers give you your card, give you their card.
You think it's something. You see that?
And you be like, all right. So I went back to purchase and the card was sitting on my desk. And I hadn't called him. It was like a week. And my homegirl was sitting at my desk because she was like using my computer and she was looking at the card. She was like, oh, wow, this office is at Rockefeller Center. And I was like, whose office is at Rockefeller Center? And she was like, the card that you have on your desk who's this card from? And I was like, oh, that's the guy I met at the benefit. She was like, I think this is legit. And I was like, huh. And I looked at it, I was like, oh shit, I didn't even realize this. I thought it was like Homeboy LLC. So I called him and he was like, I'd love for you to come to the radio and I want to interview you as a poet, etc. I didn't realize that when I went to the radio and he was interviewing me about poetry, he was actually interviewing me for the job. So I ended up getting a job as a radio host at Sirius, and I was hosting like these two stations that were kind of like just esoteric and all over the place and eclectic. And then I graduated. So that was in March of 2020. Oof. No, baby, that was in March of 2003.
Because I started at Sirius at 2004. I did radio for Sirius.
Okay. So I started there in 2003, and then 9 months later, so I've graduated now, I'm sitting in, actually no, these two guys that were on the hip hop station, they were standing in their boss's office, but the office had two sections and they were in the front section. I had just peeked my head in to say hi. And they're like, oh, what's up? And they had like the Outkast album in front of them. Speaker Box Love Below was in front of them. And I was like, oh man, I love that album. They were like, yeah, we're supposed to interview them later today. We're really excited, but we really don't know a lot about Outkast. So I start going in because I'm an Outkast fan.
Right.
So I start going in. And while we're talking, their boss, who's on the other side of the cubicle, gets a call that they have to move the interview to the next day. So he's like, hey guys, they got to move the interview to tomorrow. And they're like, oh shit, we can't do it. We won't even be in town. And he's like, well, and he like knew of me because I was at Sirius. He was like, hey, you sound like you know a lot about Outkast. Do you want to do the interview?
Oh, shit.
Yes. So that was my first interview. My very first interview was with Outkast.
Wow.
And
Wow.
yeah, like
What?
I love me
That's
some
great.
Outkast.
Yeah, that's great.
And so then I was at Sirius for a few years. And yeah, I don't want to tell another negative story, so
No,
then
well,
I wasn't. Then I wasn't at Sirius.
Right. What happened? You a magician because you will magically appear at a job and then you just disappear.
What other version of that is there?
I'm just saying.
This is actually the only job I got fired from. This is the only job I've
How you
got
get
fired
fired? How you get fired?
So my boss was this brother who I will not even honor by naming him.
Okay.
He had a little ass chain and a high booty. Okay. And he had a poster of Condoleezza Rice. And he would send us memos with intros from different generals. Like, there would be like a memo with like a paragraph from General McCarthy and Norman Schwarzkopf. I'm like, this is hip hop, nigga. Why am I having to deal with this? And he came into my studio. Well, the first time we ever met, I went to dap him and he said, keep it corporate.
Whoa.
So that was our very first interaction. I went to, and he said, keep it corporate. I said, okay. Remember, I'm 21.
Right.
Okay.
Oh, gosh. This was like 20 years ago, bro. Literally, this is a story from 20 years ago.
Then a week later, he came into my studio and he said, so, I just wanted you to know that I know that you're spoiled.
Oh.
And I'm going to expose you.
Oh.
Huh?
And I'm 21. And I'm in New York. Right?
Yeah.
So my instinctual response to that is I have to prove him wrong. And my way to prove him wrong is I have to pull him in, I have to show him, no, like,
Right.
I'm Like, I'm not spoiled. I've worked really hard for all of this shit. Like, get out of here. So I spent the next 2 years really doing my best to make shorty swing my way, so to speak. Not in a romantic way, but in a professional way. So I'm showing up early. I'm staying late. You know, I'm doing all the interviews. Everybody knew me at Sirius because I am a true full-fledged hip-hop head. You know what I'm saying? So they knew that when they brought their artists there, like, it's going to be a real interview. It's not just going to be some canned that they just get everywhere else. So I got really cool with the radio execs, etc. So, you know, and then at one point in time, so once I went on tour with Floetry, he flipped. He flipped because he wanted to be a star. And I was like, in his mind, I guess, getting stardom. So once I went on tour with Floetry, I was like, oh, I could record on tour. And he just was not let it happen. Once I came back from the Floetry tour, it was never cool again.
No, right.
Never cool again. And he started doing weird stuff like lying about people coming to the show, you know, to the station. And so I remember at the time I was seeing Lupe. And Lupe hit me and was like, why am I coming to the radio station? I'm not going to interview with you. And, you know, he don't know that. Mm-hmm. So now I'm like, why is Lupe Fiasco coming to the radio station, but he's not interviewing with me? He's like, well, how did you even know he was coming? You don't need to know how I know that. Yeah. The question is, why are you keeping me out? Yeah, like, why are you keeping me out? And he said, you needed to give other people a chance. Mind you, I'm not stopping anybody else.
Right. But if they want to interview with you, they want to interview with you.
But also the way Sirius is set up, as you know, they're going to interview with a myriad of people.
Right.
So I am not in any way an
You're not the only one they're interviewing with, yeah.
He's just trying to keep them from interviewing with me.
Right.
I remember
Look, humans get envious and jealous. Like, maybe her boss was like afraid he'd lose his position and she was coming for it. Like, ultimately, it is hard. But that's why, okay, this is just a personal decision I've made. It is kind of like working with people is complicated. I don't know how y'all do it. And this is probably my neurodivergency speaking, but like, I'm a YouTuber for a reason. Like, I would rather work 15-hour days, 7 days a week than have to go to a 9 to 5 where like I have to figure out social structures and like guessing what people are doing but she has this goal of saving the world, which is like beautiful. I could never. But obviously, like, you also know I went to therapy for like, you know, I can't be out here trying to save the world from itself. It can't even handle autism, let alone, God forbid, it tries to handle anything else it has to worry about. So, you know, peace and love that for her. Her sense of justice is very strong, which we love to see. Mine, it's there, but it's here, you know, in this small little bubble. So, this is the dilemma in terms of that social interaction is you got to know which game you're playing. And there are a lot of opportunities to do things in a more social way and then in a more isolated way. And you got to decide which one is your strength. Weirdly enough, is Amanda actually kind of like working? She's actually kind of successful in a social setting in a way because she couldn't have been this successful without that. She's almost like playing the same game, but in a different bubble. Like, she is extroverted enough. It sounds like, I could be wrong, that she's doing pretty well because she made it this far, but like, I could never have done that. You know, I just never, all those opportunities she had as a kid, my parents either just said no to or I didn't want to do it. And I just never did it. And I never pursued the same dreams because like I couldn't, the extroversion required, the socializing, the networking, like, no. So I turned my hobby into my job. As my husband always says, when people are like, what are Brittany's hobbies? He's like, work. And they're like, what does she do? Work. Like, I turned my hobby into my job, which I'm really lucky. That's like really like, but see how I wonder about her. I would love to ask her if I could interview her. Like, what makes you want to be so social in so many ways? Like, this is social. Even going on Shay's podcast is like a social decision, which is interesting. Like, you're the featured guest, you're flying over, you're heading over physically there. It's interesting. You know, I would love to know why that was happening. Oh, I wish a neurodivergent person could interview her. Somebody who's a famous autist that could like interview her? Because I would love to know that. How do you manage all of that? You know what I mean?
Came and he was just like sitting in the lobby and I had come into work and I was like, what are you doing? You just sitting here? He was like, yeah. I was like, you want to do an interview real quick? I got a studio. He's like, yeah, no problem. So we go do the interview. They tried to fire me because they said I interviewed Jay-Z without clearance.
Oh. instead of seeing it as like an opportunity for the brand to have Jay-Z on. That's crazy.
Now,
They should have been
See, they're not working as a team. They're working against her.
applauding you.
and it was pre-recorded.
Maiden says she has a socially acceptable special interest which she can mask for sociably. True.
So, like, if you didn't want to use the interview, you didn't have to use the interview. But they tried to say that I was, like, stepping outside of, the protocol.
But it aired on their station. It wasn't like you aired it somewhere like it was like.
Oh my God, thank you, Kay. Says you interviewing her would be the most interesting interview she's ever had. I don't think I'm popular enough to get her attention, but, I could try to slide into her Instagram DMs and see if she answers randomly. But yeah, like, this is kind of amazing. I can even send her this video and just be like, here, like, watch me watch you. And if you think it's a vibe, hit me up, girl. But yeah, this is so fascinating. I love it. I absolutely love it.
I got this interview.
And by the way, just because I like Amanda in this interview doesn't mean I'll vibe with her work. I think there's like this misconception of I tend to like people. I don't even care about their work as much as I care about them. Like, I want to pay attention to Amanda's journey now, and I'm going to be curious who she is in 10 years and in 20 years. Her work, I'm sure, is fantastic. But even if I'm not the customer base for it, that doesn't mean I can't celebrate her wins. Like, happy for her, happy. Like, I'm so happy for her that she's so successful and so grounded and so, like, educated. Everything she's doing is a slay. But it is one of those things where, like, that doesn't mean we would always agree, or it doesn't mean that I need to be a consumer of her content or who she is. It just means that I can see that she is where she needs to be. This is obviously, like, Amanda found her thing. And that's beautiful, bro.
Put it on my IG page. I'll put it on my Facebook page. It aired on there. So
there's a book called The Gifted Adult.
yeah.
And in this book, within the first 2 pages, they give 2 examples of adults who are gifted, and it shows up in their overachievement. It shows up in their type A, assessment of things, personality, right? It shows up in their ability to show up. And this becomes a problem at their jobs because people start to feel like they're outworking them.
Mm-hmm.
People start to feel like they're outdoing them.
Right.
And then it becomes, you think you're better than me.
Yes.
So this is the dynamic I have experienced in many places. So whereas you said, oh, they should be applauding you. Mm-hmm. I texted Hove on my T-Mobile Sidekick, because that was the time. And that just lets you know how old we are. And I was like, hey, they're trying to fire me for interviewing you. And he said verbatim what you said. He said, well, not verbatim, but he said they should be promoting you. But notice, who are the overachievers in this conversation? See how all the overachievers had the same response?
Right.
No, I'm in the way. I'm doing too much. And I'm a girl. I'm a woman. I'm doing too much. Shut the
Okay.
That's what they think. That's what a lot of the energy is. A lot of the energy is shut up, and even if you won't let me, at least make me think.
I got a chance.
Let me think. I remember Green Lantern telling me, you know what your reputation is? That you are hard to fuck over and even harder to and I was like, my mother, I'm sure, is very proud. But that was so, at Sirius, so what ended up happening was I went to HR and shared with them. This is before I knew that HR, see the game that you be talking about, that I didn't know that the HR ain't for you. It's for them. So I went to HR like, oh, listen, I'm having trouble with my superior. He's not very kind. And I'm thinking that they're going to set me up to like a solution. Baby, they said from now on, you will not speak to him. You will speak to this other person who will relay to him.
Wow.
So I'm like, that's not like a solution, but.
Right.
HH says that I definitely think she has autism, but she never got official diagnosis. She's self-diagnosed. Well, I don't know if she's self-diagnosed because she goes to therapy. So her therapist could have diagnosed her, which is not the same thing as taking the autism test. So I don't know if people know these are very different things. So taking the official autism test, that's like $2,000+, that test everyone references, is not the same thing as getting diagnosed by your therapist. It is not the same thing as self-diagnosis. So I don't know if Amanda was self-diagnosed or if she was diagnosed by her therapist, which is different than taking the clinical test that everyone references as like that autism test that people talk about, which is also different. That thing that costs $2,000, I don't even know what that is. I just know I hear it as like this thing. And please correct me if I'm wrong, guys. What is the difference? Like from my understanding, and this could be, I could be wrong. I've heard that the test that people are referencing, like the people I know who are diagnosed autistic didn't take this test. Their therapist diagnosed them. So this test that everyone's talking about, that thing, what is that compared to like your therapist diagnosing you with autism? And can anyone like explain that in the comments? And I don't know if Amanda, which one she was diagnosed, which one, because when she said she wasn't clinically diagnosed, she could have been diagnosed by her therapist, which is different. But also self-diagnosis is valid. So like, because she's probably right about it. Like she's obviously like autistic.
I guess, you know. So now I do this for a year. Now I'm dating Pusha T. As you can see, that rappers I've dated are very great MCs because I have high quality.
You got.
That was 2.
Let me say, I mean, I'm glad you shared that information, but
Well, I think it's valid. And shout out to Virginia, his beautiful wife and their beautiful son.
right.
Because
Okay, MD said she said she's self-diagnosed. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, but then Fishy said, I'm pretty sure therapists can't medically diagnose you with autism. Uh-oh. See, that confuses me because the people I know, I think it's on their paperwork. Like borderline's on my paperwork, but I wasn't diagnosed by a clinician. I wasn't diagnosed by like a psychiatrist. I was diagnosed by a therapist. So like, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't even know if the medical standard is universal or not. Ken says it usually is administered by a specialist or versus any therapist. That makes sense. Oh, I think the test is administered by psychiatrists. Yeah, see, I think this is like the part that's confusing everybody. And then people said it's like a set of tests. Bond says, is neurodivergent and autism the same thing? No, neurodivergent's like the umbrella term, and autism would be like a specific diagnosis. Ken says, what type of therapist? It's more intensive. Okay, that makes sense. Ingrid says the test is how you're clinically diagnosed. In America, you cannot be diagnosed with autism by a therapist. It has to be a psychiatrist or psychologist. I gotta talk to my autism friends. I know so many people who say they have autism and were diagnosed by a therapist. Uh-oh. See, now I'm confused. Are the therapists failing their jobs? Like, are the therapists failing their work? You know what I mean? Maya says, my therapist told me that I should not get an official diagnosis because it could limit my ability to travel internationally. True. It can limit your ability to adopt, get jobs, and travel internationally. Ah, interesting. See? Isn't this interesting how we don't know? Because the bubbles all have different fucking constructs and rules.
we grow up,
Yeah.
you know, we grow up. And I think it's important that we acknowledge that people have like full lifespans.
Yeah, people have passed. People have dated other people that people might know.
You know, and I just feel like if I'm who came before you, you know, I'm a good track record.
Yeah.
Like, so I remember I got invited to the MTV Music Awards
Right.
by Push's manager.
Mm-hmm.
They were like, we're going to be out here. Let us know if you want to come. Now if you have someone who's on radio
Mm-hmm.
and they have a hip hop show and they can go to the MTV Music Awards, wouldn't you say,
You send them.
head on out there, bring a DAT machine and a mic, see how many interviews you can get?
Right.
So I tell the person that I have to talk to the boss, I want to go. Can we find someone to cover my shift? He says yes. He finds someone to cover my shift. He says, your shift is covered. You can go. I head out there. While I'm out there, I get a call from my boss saying,
Wait, Fishy says, like, yeah, I've seen for BPD, but technically I'm not clinically diagnosed, but it was a therapist, not a psych. But there's paperwork for it. Yeah, my paperwork says I'm borderline, but I was diagnosed by a therapist. See, now I'm very confused on how the medical system works. This is why I'm not a therapist. Too confusing. But that's why I'm not a mental health channel. Because, like, I don't know. I'm just a patient, okay? Ooh, see, now I'm curious. That's why I want to know if I got retested. I think if I got retested for borderline, I wouldn't get diagnosed with it. I'm almost positive. I'm just not exhibiting any of the symptoms I haven't in like 4 years. Like in the same, like you have to have a certain amount. I got the test, but the test was like a questionnaire. And if you have this many, but you're borderline. But if you don't have this many, you're not borderline, which is like the borderline isn't permanent. It's just like a set of actions or like relationships to social situations and like irregulation. And once you're regulated, you know what I mean? What even is borderline at that point?
You going to the MTV Music Awards is an example of severe insubordination, and so we will be terminating your contract. I said, but I followed the protocol.
Got someone to cover my shift.
I spoke to this other person. He said, well, you were supposed to speak to me. Well, not according to human resource. LOL, the person in the back who said, yeah. So I said, well, not according to human resources. He said, well, according to me. So I then went back to.
You didn't get no interviews? At least get the interviews and keep them for yourself?
I didn't even have a DAP machine.
Oh, okay.
But I went back to New York and they fired me. And then I went on MySpace and I said, I did like an announcement, like, you won't be able to hear my show anymore. It's really unfortunate that my boss, who is a black man, just didn't feel like it wasn't necessary for him to protect me in this situation. But nonetheless, it is what it is. And I hope that I can create other ways, to reach y'all. He saw that post, used it, and had me banned from Sirius for 7 years. He said that post was an indication of my, like, wanting to come back and, like, harm him. That little chain high booty. Get you every time. Get you every time. But you know what? That situation speaks to a number of situations where people holding me to a standard they don't hold them. So it was like, I'm going to treat you any old way, and you just need to take it. You just need to accept it. And I don't know when this happened, Shannon, but even within the zeitgeist now, it's like I am.
Because you're playing a different game than they're playing. You're all at the same facility. You're all in the same music, but a music industry, but you're playing a different game within the industry. That's something else I had to learn. That like, oh, we're all here for different reasons. When I was in activism work, and I would like be with protesters, we'd be cleaning up streets or whatever we were doing, I realized like, oh, we're not all here for the right reasons, or like not the right reasons, but the same reasons. Like even within an organization you're in, like, oh, not everyone's playing the same game. That's the difficult thing, is realizing there's games within games within games within games. And that's why it's so confusing, right? ThoughtSpot in the chat says ASD is diagnosed by a neuropsychologist. Okay, well, take note, ladies, but that's the thing that I think is so confusing when you realize like, oh, and now, like, I really do think my parents are both neurodivergent. I just don't know which kinds. But when I look at how they socialize and how they do things, like, it makes sense to me why they have so many good people who love them and also still have a very small, intimate group of friends that feel like they understand them for real. Because like my parents are really good at networking. They're good at making big communities. They're very big community members. But ultimately, their best, closest friends are like a small group of people. And I think a lot of that plays into like their own uniqueness, Not that I want to speak for my parents, but I'm just saying all their kids got their neurodivergency from somewhere.
I'm expected to just take whatever is given to me and shut the fuck up. Yeah. And I don't understand that. No matter what jobs I've had.
I'm sorry, but that is how most industries work. Most industries is shut up and take what you can get. Bye-bye. And most people do. But she wasn't going to be most people, right? And no offense, like, being most people is great when you're most people. But if you're not in that category, it's the worst thing ever. Like, not being most people isn't an insult. Being most people is probably good. Most people are doing okay in their own way, right? All of humanity is done okay in their own way, obviously, like, caveat. But like, if you are a person who's not comfortable being like everybody else, you got to do your own thing. But like I said, if you built a community or a country full of neurodivergent people, it'd be billions of people. And we also still wouldn't get along. right? Look at the communities on the internet. Like I call them mean autists versus nice autists. Oh, new category, medium autists. Because I feel like I'm not a nice autist, like the sweet autists. Some people are so sweet. They're like so sweet, but like they're not like me, and they're definitely not like Amanda. Not that I'm saying I'm autistic, but you get what I'm saying. I relate a lot to her today. But we're like medium. We can be very nice, or we can be very like, what did you say? What did you say? Versus like the sweet autists I know, they're not the people who are going to throw fists. You know, they're not the people who are going to do that. They're not like they're too people pleasing to do it. I don't have people pleasing tendencies. I doubt Amanda has people pleasing tendencies, right? So there's autists that are not people pleasing, but then mean autists that are people pleasing are very confusing. There is a mean autist group on the internet, certain bubble, and they are people please, like they want to be people pleasers, but in an autistic way where they're like ableist, but like in a weird way where they're like, why are you being so weird? And I'm like, you're being weird. And like everyone's like, you're being weird. And I'm like, what? And so it's like confusing. I feel like I'm not a mean autist, but I feel like I'm not a sweet autist either. I feel like I'm in the middle. I'll be mean if you push me, but I'd prefer to be nice. Don't make me be mean to you. But also, I'm never going to be as mean as a mean autist because they're like weird. But you know what? Peace and love. I think it's probably internalized ableism for those people because they want you to be like, they don't understand the difference between like, anyways, it's a whole tangent. Nope, it's a whole tangent. I'll go into it. Let's not do it. We'll go back to Amanda. But you know what I'm saying? New category, medium autist. Like not nice, not sweet, but not mean. It's just, you know, it's not people-pleasing autists. Ooh, that's what we'll call them. The non-people-pleasing autists who aren't mean. Ooh, okay. Yeah, something like that. Kay says there are people pleasers until they figure out who's the group they're allowed to hate. There are cold autistics too. True. Warm, cold. There's a diversity. It's a diversity. It's not a monolith. There's uniqueness everywhere, guys.
If I speak on it, it becomes she's complaining. It's like, well, I'm expressing my experience. Right. And if you haven't noticed, remember I told you, I'm just giving you this happened, then this happened, then this happened. I'm not speaking to what they thought. I'm not speaking to how they made me feel. I'm just telling you these are the series of events. And you can judge for yourself. Right. But ultimately, this idea that like I am somehow not allowed to have struggle, like I'm not allowed to have a bad experience without there being this doubt painted on me.
Quick math. The less your business spends on operations, multiple systems,
and by the way, I'm not saying anything with these like labels or categories. Like, I'm not saying mean autists are horrible people. I'm just saying they're mean. And I don't want to interact with them. I think they're not the greatest, but like they all seem happy together in their own bubble. Not really. I think they're all miserable. But who cares? The point is that like these labels are not meant to push people away or say like you're not like important. Right? You're just as valuable as anyone else, which is like neutral. So you know what I mean? Like I have no problem labeling people as long as you understand my labeling is categorization and has nothing to do with judgment. See, I'm not judging you. I'm just saying you're mean. You can decide if you want to keep being mean or not. But also it doesn't matter if you do. Unless you're playing because you're playing a different game. Like you're playing a different game. You know? Okay.
.com/Shay.
I remember my really good friend, my Ace Boone Coon, she used to hear me tell stories. And she would be like, and she revealed this later. She was like, you know, I would say to myself, nah, she must be leaving something out. There's no way this could have happened this way. Right. She must be leaving something out. Until I got kicked out that Emmys party.
What'd you do to get kicked out the Emmys party? Damn, we can't take you nowhere. What'd you do?
I go to a lot of places because I'm lovable and people like me and I'm delightful.
He does this thing where I think it's a joke. I think it's a joke to him. He's like, man, I can't take you anywhere. He's doing that social weirdness thing, but I don't prefer it in social conversation, but it's fine. I know what he's doing. And then she's doing the thing where she's like, I am lovable. It's like both feels defensive and weird to me, but that's fine. No big deal. I'm not moralizing it. Okay, this is what I'm interested in because I forgot who she was and then I remembered who she was because I remembered the Oscar party story. And I'm like, oh yeah, she's that girl. And then Ab and Preach made videos calling her a narcissist and stuff. And I think that's interesting because they really just meant she's entitled, which again, I don't know if she's entitled or if she feels like this is her sense of justice. And I do think those things are different. Like, those things are different. Being entitled is not the same thing as a sense of justice, but also having a strong sense of justice can look like entitlement. So, okay, let's go.
I am delightful.
What did you do?
I arrived.
Okay, you arrived. Okay, you're inside.
No. So here's how it went. So because Hollywood is just so inundated with whiteness, there was this conglomeration of folks that came together to say, you know what, we're going to have a Black Emmys party. Because, you know, have you been to the Emmys parties?
I've never been to an Emmys party.
So, like, they're just, you know, they're just very blah. Like, it's just a bunch of people sitting around like, am I right?
Yeah.
Am I right? Oh, my God. Kirsten. Like, that's the vibe.
Yeah.
But, you know, when we party, we want to have a little bit more
Yeah.
fun to it. You know, call D nice. So, what up, Derek? So, in 2018 was the first one where they had a Black Emmys party.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, it's like everybody who done been to all them other parties.
Come in this one.
Yes. And I went to that party with Jill Scott. And one of the people that planned that party was Issa Rae's publicist, Vanessa Anderson. So she was one of the planners of the party. But there's a bunch of people involved in planning this party.
Correct.
So I show up with Jill, and Jill's manager was like, hey, you know, can we? And I remember hearing Vanessa go like, oh, come on, Amanda. Mind you, I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing wrong right here.
Right.
Like, I'm just standing with Jill Scott.
Right.
But nonetheless, we came to the party. We had a great time. So, and I said to Issa, like, I don't know what's going on with your publicist, but like, she got something wrong. She got a problem with me. And she was like, that's between y'all.
Okay.
And I said, well, it's not really between y'all because I don't have a problem with her.
Right.
But she seems to have a problem with me. And she was like, that's none of my business.
Okay.
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 So now next year is 2019. And it was interesting because in 2018, it was packed like a dick in front of that place. In 2019, there was like nobody there.
Cognitive, no Jewish references in the chat. I fucking hate them. Okay. You're on timeout. When she says the Oscar party is white, she's not masking it as a dog whistle for Jewish. I'm so sick of anti-Semitism. I'm so bored of it. Don't talk about it in my chat. No joking about anti-Semitism either. Yeah, I'm putting down my bubble foot, okay? When she says the Oscars are white, she means white. Okay? She doesn't mean Jewish.
But I was at the HBO party, and every Black person I saw, I would tell them, make sure you go to the Black Emmys party. Because I am about creating community, and I want us to be together.
Right.
So I pull up with my homegirl, Kathia, and Kendrick Sampson, who's on Insecure. Mm-hmm. You know the show where I don't have any friends?
Yeah.
So I pull up with Kendrick Sampson. So we get to the door, and I learned later that she just is white passing, but this is a Mexican girl, but like she looked like a white girl. Mm-hmm. Okay. So she at the door for the
Emmys.
For what kind of party?
Emmys Black Party.
There you go. So she tells us, you can go in, you can go in, you can't go in. Now I think she's talking to my friend because my friend is a realtor.
Right.
And she says, no, you can't go in.
Oh.
And I said, well, why can't I go in? She says, you're just on the list to not be able to go in.
Oh.
Now, I had also been invited to this party directly by Jesse Williams.
Right.
So Jesse Williams had texted me and said, please come to the Black Emmys party.
Right.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
So I'm like, all right, I'm gonna come to the Black Emmys party. Yeah, of course. Like, that's what I am about. So I come to the party, and I'm like, okay,
what is she doing?
Why am I not being let in? Kendrick says, I'm going to go look. I'm going to go look around and see why you're not being let in.
High school with money. High school with status. High school with status. Is she talking about Kendrick Lamar? Who's she talking about? Kendrick. And then Jesse Williams, the actor? Like, what are we talking about? That's what I'm saying. This illusion you all have, not you, my audience, but the internet has, like, oh, once you're celebrity, like, no one turns... No. There are cliques in celebrityism. There are absolutely, like, you know what I mean? Like, you can't sit with us attitudes because, like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Like, if you have status, it doesn't matter if somebody invites you, you know? This is so interesting. Oh, Kendrick Sampson. Okay, someone different. Okay. I only know one Kendrick. My bad. Kenny says if she is autistic, I feel like she defends herself. People come at her after she defends herself. Then she feels overwhelmed because of her autism. Then she spirals into an autistic meltdown. Maybe. Oh, Kendra. Oh, Kendra. Oh, a girl. Kendra was her friend, the real estate agent. Okay, my bad. Kendra. I kept hearing Kendrick. Okay, Kendra was her friend. Okay, got it. So anyways, okay, let's keep going.
Well, baby, I'm not standing outside no party.
Right.
So I head out. But then I'm stopped by this brother, Joey Harris, who works with Janet Jackson. Joey's like one of these people who's just always.
Okay, but now I'm hearing that Kendrick was an Insecure for HBO, which is now on Netflix, PS. Okay, either way, she was with somebody.
His disposition is just always like glowing. It's kind of like Jordan.
Right.
So he's like, where you going? I'm like, oh, they said they won't let me in the party. He's like, absolutely not. Come on back. We don't get you in this party. Okay. So we come back. And so this is an example of someone trying to protect and look out, right? So he brings me back and he's like, why are you not letting her in the party? By the way, at this time, I'm hosting Bring the Funny on NBC.
Right.
There is a billboard the size of a hotel 2 blocks away with me and my co-stars on the show, Chrissy Teigen, Jeff Foxworthy, and Kenan Thompson. And can I just put a pin in this really quick to give them their props? I had a real hard time on Insecure, and I'll get to that, but being on this show was so affirming because everyone there was so just happy to be happy. And I hadn't experienced that on that set. Like from the showrunner to the writers to my stage manager, Roger, to my co-stars, like I just got to be myself.
Right.
And it really let me know it's not you, it's the environment. And I don't get to talk enough about like the positive shit because people are always so attracted to the negative.
Yeah.
But I remember day one, Chrissy Teigen, we had to do rehearsals for the first day and they had me in these stilettos, Shannon. Oh my God. Like I would have had to go in the whirlpool. Yes, the feet were crying. And I had an injury from these fucking stilettos. And the next day, Chrissy Teigen brought a foot massage from Sharper Image and left it in my dressing room for the duration of the shoot. Like that's the kind of people, you know, just generous for no reason. Right. And we just had a blast. We had such a good time. And I remember Jeff Foxworthy one time, they wanted us to do this ad where we had to pass around a drink. And I don't drink, so it's like, I don't mind drinks being around, but like me pretending like I drink ain't my jive.
Right.
So I was like, I just don't feel comfortable doing this. Now it becomes a thing. This is how I get labeled difficult.
I like that she said it's not me, it's the environment. A lot of people said that Amanda Seales always has problems with people. And if everyone has a problem with you, it's you. But not everybody has a problem with her. It's just branded that way. Same, like I want to say this to my audience as well. I am not under the illusion that like most of my audience is upset or that I get this feedback from most of my audience. I get feedback from like 5% of people. Most people who like me, I have good networking skills. I make good friends in the industry. I have good friends in my real life. I'm good with people. As long as you talk it through with me, like we're pretty good. I'm also good to like let it leave. Like who cares? Put it on the table, move on. I don't hold grudges. I don't give a fuck. But because you pay attention to the negative, it makes people think the negative is happening all the time. That's why I asked the question, how many people are actually upset with Amanda? Because if it's Hollywood people and it's people in the wrong environment, who fucking cares? It's like being a homosexual and giving a fuck that the religious think you're going to hell. Who cares what the religious think about gay people? Like, why would you even care? And the religious people are billions of people, but what do I care what billions of people think about homosexuality if they're religious? So I feel like with Amanda, like she already has network, she already has people, she already has community. You know what I mean? She doesn't need to worry what people who are keeping her out of a party think about her. When that's so silly, her other co-stars are there. You know, it just doesn't make sense to care. You know what I mean? So that's why you got to know who you are and your values and like understand. So I'm not even sure people have a problem with her so much as we highlight it. So we think it's a lot more people than it probably is. Versus men will be out here having problem after problem after problem after problem after problem with people. And no one labels the men. They label the people the men are around. It's funny that women get labeled as the problem. But like in certain bubbles, the men aren't the problem. It's the people who are around them. It depends on the context. So is Amanda the problem? She could be. Or is it the people she's around? I think she just gave the answer though. It's the environment. And I think that's really important to pay attention to for your own life. Because it could be you. Could be the environment. Could be a little bit of both.
Because we didn't get any prep for this, but you need to go along with whatever they give you. Didn't you know that? Whatever they give you,
No.
you're supposed to do.
No.
Well, when you're a woman, it's even more, quit stirring up trouble. So Jeff Foxworthy saw shit going left, and he stepped in, and he said, yeah, I don't feel comfortable with it either.
Wow.
He used his fame, his white manness, he used his disposition to just take the heat off of me. He said, I got you. To this day, I really want to do a show with Jeff Foxworthy. We would just like fish and talk shit. Like that's a goal I want to do. So let me know if you want to produce
You ever been
it.
fishing?
I've been present while someone is fishing, but I have not been given a rod.
So you hadn't had a rod or a pole in your
No.
hand. So
But I have dated men from the South. I have been present and had crappie cooked for me. Yes.
Oh, okay. So
Yes.
I think you'd be more of a shore fisherman, on the land.
Can't be in the boat. I'm generally.
Yeah, but I'm saying we go
Oh,
baby
it's a
step. Yeah, we go baby step. Yeah,
It's harder in the boat than on the land.
yeah, probably so.
Really?
Because you're not as now. It
I
all
just
depends
thought because
what
I
type.
thought there were more fish in the center.
They're
of
more
the
fish.
lake.
Yeah, but when they go way out there, they're normally fishing for a particular type of fish. Like when you're on the shore, you fish for anything to bite: catfish, crappie, perch, bass. But normally when you go out, you fish for maybe you're trying to catch tuna, you caught branzino, something like that. Tuna.
Snapper.
Yes.
Okay, I'm into
So
it.
you know about fish, you just never actually had a rod in your hand and brought it in.
So I am. I hyperfixate, so I know a lot about a lot of things because I become.
Immersed.
Yes. So like I'm a scuba diver, so I know a lot about fish. And then at one point it was like, I'm gonna learn everything I know about dogs. And now I'm gonna learn everything I need to know.
Did she just say casually that I'm a scuba diver? Yo, that shit is hard, bro. This woman has had 20 fucking million lives. I love that. She's a bubble hopper. She is autistic with a hyper focus. She is a bubble hopper. Did she just say I'm a scuba diver? That shit freaks me out. I went to a scuba diving school, not to go, but to, see it. And my claustrophobia could never, but oh my gosh, love it. Love her.
About Game of Thrones. I'm gonna learn everything I need to know about, NCAA football. But I do know a lot about fish.
So you say
Because I'm in the middle of a story, and sometimes I veer off, but I always come back.
Because I want to make sure we get to your insecure role.
Oh, is she odd ADHD? Is this some ADHD-ness? They do stop stories and continue stories, which I grew up with my whole life. My whole family's like that, but.
So I just wanted to shout that out because Bring the Funny was a beautiful experience and it was super, super duper dope. So when we're here and Joey Harris is trying to get me in this party, the white girl says again, the white passing girl says again, yeah, no, she can't come to the party. So Joey's like, let me go inside and figure out what's going on. Again, I'm not about to stand out here.
Right.
So I start to walk away again, and now Elijah Kelly comes out. He's like, hey, where you going? I said, they not trying to let me in this party that I was invited to.
Right.
By Jesse Williams.
Did you attempt to call Jesse?
Did I attempt to call Jesse? I texted him.
Okay.
But he's in a party.
Right.
So I texted him. So then Elijah is like, well, I'm one of the planners of the party. So they can't stop they can't stop me from bringing you in.
Right.
So he starts to bring me in and homegirl grabs my arm. But I remember when I told you I've been a New Yorker since I was 12?
Uh-oh.
I had to shake that off.
Yeah. Lose me.
Yeah. Crazy. So we go in the party and I go and sit down. No, sorry. I go in the party, I go by the bar. My homegirl goes to the bathroom. I'm standing by the bar and a security guard approaches me.
Uh-oh.
A security guard your size approaches me and says, hey, I'm gonna have to ask you to leave. And I said, well, why do I need to leave? And he said, because you're being asked to leave. I said, well, who's asking me to leave? He said, well, let me go find out.
Well, why did he ask? Well, I mean, you came and say something, they're asking you to leave, and you don't know who's asking me to leave. You got to go find out.
He was given an order.
Yeah.
So Now he comes back and he says, Vanessa Anderson is asking you to leave. I said, well, you need to find Vanessa and have her come tell me herself.
Is that Issa Rae's publicist?
Yes. I said, well, you need to have Vanessa come and find me and tell me herself.
What? What? Yo, T emoji in the chat. So Issa Rae's publicist was trying to keep her from the party? That's wild. And Issa said that's between you and her? That's uncomfortable. Now, Issa and Amanda, I said this earlier, if you go on Black TikTok, love it. They paint Issa as the Martin Luther King to Amanda's Malcolm X, which I think is interesting contrast. As you guys know, they differed in their goal for Black liberation. And I think that that is a branding difference as well as a belief difference, of course. And I love Malcolm X. You guys know I love Malcolm. Not that I don't love Martin Luther, but I love Malcolm, you know. So Issa Rae is an old school YouTuber, rose to fame, millennial, great representation. FT Signifier has a video on her show, Insecure. I recommend it. From a couple years back, and she got her own show. She's successful. Like, Issa's been on YouTube since fucking day one. And so she's kind of blown up and taken a much more networking route than I would say Amanda has. But of course, they ended up in the same circles on the same show. So there's something to be said about that. But see how they're two people who want to like Black liberation and Black focused things, but they're doing two different approaches. I don't think one is better than the other. I think they're different games. I prefer an Amanda approach to an Issa approach, but both are valid. Both are really talented, beautiful women. Both are networking in their own unique way. Both are heading towards like their idea of like uplifting Black voices in different ways. So it's kind of interesting. And I think this is what's so interesting to me is why friendship is so difficult in these sort of industries and why I think your solo goals should kind of be solo, because you can't have an Amanda and an Issa work together longevity wise, because they do things too different, even if their goal is the same, which is why I say the world can't have peace, because we don't even all agree on what that looks like or where that's heading. So I think we should be bubbles in the same way we're still bubbles now. And I think we should thrive in our bubbles. And I think they're both fine, but I just think it's different. Like Issa plays more in the system. And I think from my understanding, Amanda wants to kind of disrupt the system. So you could argue that like Issa's more of a liberal and Amanda's more of a progressive, something like that, just to understand the differences between the two. But they want the same thing. They just want to take different paths to get there. And maybe the outcome also looks different, to be fair, as well. But I think both probably, from my understanding, have good intentions.
So he then leaves again and comes back with 3 other men. And one of the men now is a brother, and he's walking towards me cursing. So he's literally walking towards me saying, you need to get the fuck out of here. You need to leave. And I'm like, mind you, I'm dressed down, honey, okay? And he's like, you need to leave. Now, Kathia was in the bathroom. She's now just come up. And I'm looking around and I can see people seeing the ruckus, right? So I'm like, why do I have to leave? Because we said so. So there's like violent energy and language coming towards me, right? I ain't no sucker. Okay? Mm-hmm. But I'm also not stupid. I can't fight for men. Right. So, like, I mean.
Right.
So, the first one who was kind, he had come up right here, but then the other 3 were right here. So I have to realize I've lost this fight.
Mm-hmm.
All of this, not because she broke a rule, not because she's a horrible person, but because somebody didn't like her. All of this because somebody didn't like her. That's all this is. I don't like you. You can't come to the party. We're going to celebrate Black people. We're going to celebrate Blackness. Or we're going to celebrate something different, but not you. Because I don't like you. This is Mean Girls. This is literally high school with money and status. This is why I don't need your friendships. Because this shit is real petty. And this is the shit that goes down when you're working with people, and I don't need it. I don't need it. I don't even know. Nobody needs this, girl. Nobody needs this bullshit.
So I pivot to leave, but I pivot really fast because I'm going to still say my mother piece. So when I pivot and I say, I pivot to go, you, I guess they thought I was about to do something. So the white guy steps in between me and the brother and chest bumps me and throws me back.
Oh my God.
So Now this is an assault. Because I hadn't raised my hand to do anything to anybody. So luckily I'm nimble in a heel. So but now it's like, now I've been assaulted. So
yeah. And like same, like KO says, I'm not staying at a party where I'm not wanted. See, I'm too old. It's interesting because she's older than me, but I'm too old on my journey to work this hard to go to a party where people don't want me. You know what I mean? Like, not interested. Ingrid says not if you're working with the right people. There's no such thing in a crowd this big with this much hierarchy. I've never seen it happen. Somebody gets ostracized, whether we admit it out loud or not. You might not be the one to get ostracized, but people be doing this. I've never worked in a crowd of people where somebody didn't get bullied out. And these were adults. And I hear it at church parties. I hear it from people in my groups. It might not be you this time around, but it's somebody, And I just don't think it should be happening to anybody for the wrong reasons. Like people, if it's a different vibe, like make it happen in a humane way. But this bullying shit is so weird to me, So, Kay said, well, people at the party wanted her, just one person didn't. True. That's true too. You got to win and pick your battles. I think she made the decision she thought was best for the moment. And that's valid,
Your natural response. So I'm about to go Super Saiyan on these motherfuckers. It's Goku over here. I'm like, Yeah. And I hear one ear, I hear the security guard saying, please, Amanda, don't do it. And it feels like, please, Miss Celia, don't do it. Don't be like me, Miss Celia. Don't be like Miss Sophia. And then in the other ear, I have my homegirl who's from the...
True. Kay says she did want to leave in the earlier, but people wanted her to stay. That's true.
Bronx, like, what the is going on? This is some bullshit. And all I'm hearing is beep. But I look around and I see nobody coming to my aid. All these agents and people that I see around. Now, none of them are Insecure. None of them are the actors from Insecure. But there's people whose faces I still remember. And they will not get a hug in a party either. I just refused somebody a hug the other day for this. And I realized, like, you got to go.
Oh, I paid attention. I do pay attention. I pay attention to how people talk about me. And especially if I correct myself or set the record straight and they contribute to misinformation about me and then don't correct themselves or correct the thing. I pay attention too, but here's the thing. I'm going to shake your hand, bro. I don't take it personal, but in terms of business, like, yeah, I'm paying attention. Not in terms of personal stuff, but in terms of business, right? Because, like, you always think in, like, an industry kind of like, who do you want to give shout outs to? Who do you want to kind of like cross promote? And obviously it should be people that in terms of business know what the game is. And I don't think everyone knows what the game is. And so you got to be careful because that's why I don't like people representing you. Because it's like, you don't know me enough to represent me, But yeah, I don't want to hold grudges and I don't want to be cruel, but I do pay attention just for my own sake, my own peace of mind, But I'll shake your hand, bro. I'm not a fucking bitch, okay? But also you ain't getting a hug though. Hugs are personal. I just feel like hugs are for old ladies, strangers, and people who I'm close to.
So we walk outside and the security guard says to me, I'm so sorry. Like, I'm just doing my job. And I said, I feel you, but you have to ask yourself, is it worth doing a job that makes you go against your moral compass?
Oh, does he have that moral compass though?
And he was like, dang. So I hope he left that job because he could tell that he was mixed up in some bullshit. So we're in a back alley, like waiting for a car, and I'm crying because this feels like, I've been humiliated and I didn't do nothing. And that was the night that me and my homegirl became super, like that became my sister because she was like, when you would tell me that shit would happen to you, I would think she must be keeping something out.
Right.
But I literally just watched you do nothing. You literally just came somewhere you were invited.
Right.
And even though you tried to leave, multiple people said, no, you belong here. Multiple people. Another person on this team said, you belong here, so I'm bringing you in here. And then when I tell the story on my Instagram and on my podcast, it ends up getting turned into this whole other thing of you don't belong here. Amanda Seales doesn't belong here. And that's the thing, that's a narrative that has come about. Like,
that's what's been perpetuated.
Yes, I don't.
Dude, didn't I tell you guys that story? I tell my sister all of these stories. I was like, I swear to God, Men will approach me out of nowhere and grab me. And she's like, no way, bro. You must do something. You must make eye contact or something must happen. I was like, I'm telling you. And eye contact is not like, she's not using it as an excuse, but she's saying there must be something, right? And I'm telling her, I was like, something happens and I don't know what it is, but they just feel entitled to me and I don't know what the fuck is happening. And probably is a little bit of the, little neurodivergent, like, what the fuck? And then it happened. We were at a club together, celebrating our friend's mom's birthday. It was like an 80s club. And we went to go support her. And she was, turning whatever old she was. And we dressed up in 80s garb. And we went to this like dance hall club for like old people. It was cute, okay? And this guy came out of nowhere, stomp, 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 grabbed me by the hair, pulled my head. And he was complimenting me. I was like, let me go. And my sister froze and she just watched me and she's like, holy fuck. And I was like, it comes out of nowhere. Like, you don't even know what's going to happen. And then all of a sudden I was like, oh fuck. I could feel him coming because the whole floor was shaking. And I looked over and I see this huge man running towards me, grabs me by the hair, pulls me. It's my hair too. My hair literally, like, people touch it. People want to like, oh, look this. And they just grab it. And I'm like, ma'am. And I looked at him. I was like, you let me go. You let me go. And he was like, I just want to tell you, you look beautiful. I was like, let go of my hair. And my sister just like, it's like people think, again, it's not, look, whatever's happening, I don't know what's going on in people's heads. You only got to know it could be a possibility and it's going to happen. See, a bear wouldn't grab my hair like that. I'm just saying,
don't belong in these places. And what ended up happening 2 days later is that I got a call from Issa. And she called me and said, hey, I heard what happened this weekend. I just want you to know I have nothing to do with it. Would you be willing to talk to Vanessa?
Wait, I gotta rewind that because it's about Issa and I missed it.
Places. And what ended up happening 2 days later is that I got a call from Issa.
Okay.
And she called me and said, hey, I heard what happened this weekend. I just want you to know I have nothing to do with it. Would you be willing to talk to Vanessa?
No, I tried to talk to Vanessa at the party. She 2 days too late.
Damn.
So I've never talked about this publicly because it has always been incredibly important to me to protect Issa. Because I know that Issa is doing something within this business that so few people get to do. And it's not something I desire to do. Like, I'm not interested in getting a $100 million production deal. Like, that's not a life that I want for myself. But I know that her role is very important.
I believe that. There's no way they're doing it the same way. I believe that. They're totally different categories of people. Love Issa, but they're different categories of people.
And so I've always protected Issa. However, there's just been enough instances at this point where I should have been protected by Issa and I wasn't. And one of my biggest problems that we have discussed several times in this interview is that I think people are going to show up for me the way I show up for them. And now it's at a point where my protecting of Issa has become turned on to me and something that people are using against me. There's a whole narrative that is completely false that people keep spinning. They keep saying, that I'm this mean girl on this set, that I harmed these people on this set. I just want to point out something very basic. How can I be a mean girl on a set that ain't my set? How?
You could do it.
It's your show. You are my boss. I don't even have the capacity to be the mean girl here.
Right.
Because you can fire me.
Oh.
So there's no way for me to be a mean girl in this situation. And I know some people that may buck up against like the...
Is that good logic? I don't know if I believe that logic because I think you could still be the mean girl. But I get where she's coming from, I think. She's saying, like, I don't even have the power. I'm obviously second fiddle. I'm obviously like, you're my boss. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think I could see that perspective. I would say more like, yeah, I'm telling you, people don't like this personality in people. They don't like it in women. Sorry, they like it in men. They don't like it in women. Because when men, they see it as being a leader, but in women, they see it as being naggy. And also she's black. So on top of that, she's like the nagging black lady who's like a mean, like angry black lady. I've been with black friends who like people pull out like, why are you so angry when they're being so calm as fuck? And I'm like, whoa, racism be wild, bro. Racism be wild. Like she's literally being chill as fuck, bro. And you're out here calling her like angry. Like, girl, you never seen angry. But then I get called angry all the time. And I'm just like, I'm not angry, bro. Like even now, this isn't anger. Sometimes I feel like you guys don't know what anger is. Do you think me making this face is an angry face? Are you the autist? Actually, I think it is autism. This is not anger. Like me doing this face is not angry. Like I am not angry right now. And I don't know how to explain to people like that's not the feeling I'm feeling. Like I don't know if you guys don't have a relationship with anger or what you think it is. This is like ending a sentence with a period sass. This is strong gay sassery that says nah. I don't take no bullshit, which has nothing to do with anger. This is me saying nah. No, ma'am. So the fact that people think this is anger, like, man, you've never been angry a day in your life, girl. You've never been angry a day in your life.
The confirmation bias that they've created, but it simply is the truth. You know, when I got to that show, I had a show on Issa's website on YouTube. I had my show Get Your Life. And when it came out on her on her YouTube, unfortunately, the press picked it up as Issa Rae's new show.
Right.
But she didn't do anything except put it on her site. Like
Right.
I put all my money into it, I wrote it, I starred in it, etc. And so I said, hey, would you mind, tweeting to correct this? And she just wouldn't. She wouldn't promote any of the shows, and
Bryson, exactly. Meanwhile, Myron be breaking TVs and he's stoic. That's what I'm saying. Men will literally freak out, throw literal tantrums. They will throw literal tantrums. It's like, hello? Ingrid says anger is different in different bubbles. No, the perception of anger is different in different bubbles. Like I am telling you an internal compass that is happening. You cannot tell me I'm angry when I am not angry. I am not angry right now. And to put it on me that like, oh, she's so angry, that is not my internal compass. That is not what's happening. So your perception of anger could be different in different bubbles, but the internal compass of a person is not up to your perception. It is either happening or it is not happening. It is not like that. That's the problem I'm having is like, just because you're having a perception doesn't mean it's happening. But I appreciate the feedback. This is about you, right? Like this is about the perception. So like anger is different in different bubbles by perception, but not by the feeling. Like I'm not feeling anger. I am being clear and concise and loud. Loud is not anger. Have you ever seen a quiet, angry person? They are scary. Quiet, angry person is different. That is a different feeling. Ali Khan says, hey, just wanted to let you know Lyrics is covering your video on him on live stream. He's wondering if you could join a call and discuss after your reviews. Tell him I want to talk to him, but today's a long live stream for me and I'll run out of spoons. Tell him I'll DM him later. You know what I mean? Ingrid says, bitch, that's what I meant. I know, I'm not arguing with you, Ingrid. I'm just like using your comment to have the conversation with other people because it's a good point, right? I agree with you. It's a good point. I just want to have the conversation in a more detailed way. Cass says, do people actually think Myron is stoic? I think they think men who get angry are just expressing like a point. You know what I mean? But it's like, okay. Like the way I see men throw tantrums on this website and nobody ever calls them emotional, girl.
I just felt like that was unfortunate, but it didn't change my view of her character. Like it just let me know like, okay, this is how she do business. But in that time, her publicist was interacting with me and was from just day one, just so acerbic, like just vitrolic for no reason, to the point where Issa's business manager had to say to the publicist, like, can you please try and be kinder to Amanda? She's like a talent on our channel.
You have no reason why she would treat you, behave.
Who she know? Who she know? That's the question.
So, Issa says, would you talk to Vanessa?
Oh.
No.
I said, sure.
Well, hold up. We should probably talk to Vanessa. See, I don't know if he's trying to meet her where she's at right now and be like, I got you. But like, they should kind of talk. But also with a mediator. Talk to Vanessa with a mediator.
Sure. You know why?
Why?
Who's my boss? Who's my boss in this situation?
Well, Issa's the boss.
And where do I have to go back to work?
Insecure.
So what's the game you talked about?
You had to play the game. But hold on. But there was a situation earlier, Amanda, where she said, that ain't my business. Y'all need to handle that. Now she wants you to talk to her.
You're good at math. You good at math, Sharp. Shannon Sharp.
I'm just saying because you like.
You can't spell Sharpton without Sharp now.
So, okay, you have.
So I take the call.
Ooh.
You should have said, I want to meet face
it
to
recorded?
face. I want to
Yeah.
look a woman. I like to look a person
My
in the
feelings
eye.
were hurt.
I need the facial expressions, right?
My feelings were hurt. I just got assaulted in a party for Black people in Hollywood.
That must have been really embarrassing. Like, not embarrassing, like internally she must have felt like I would have felt pretty rejected. That would have been really sad. Genuinely, I don't know anyone who would have had that happen that wouldn't have felt really sad. That's a pretty sad thing to happen. I don't know how anyone could have felt good after that happening, after people inviting you, feeling like you belonged there, having your cast and crew there. That must have felt really awful. I don't want to do that to anybody, bro. That's what I'm saying. Like, how could you do that to people? It's not a good feeling, bro. At least talk to them. Let them know. Even if it's for branding or some bullshit, let them know. But like, God, that's fucked, bro.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been in Hollywood longer than majority of the people in this fucking party.
Right.
My feelings are hurt.
Okay, you take the call. Hello?
Hi, Amanda. This is Vanessa. I just want you to know that, so none of this has anything to do with Issa. That's the first thing she says. None of this has anything to do with Issa. So I just want you to know that, but I do want you to understand that it was me who kicked you out the party. Okay. So, I just want you to know that the reason I kicked you out the party is because I don't like you. Okay. Well, that's all I need to know. There's nothing else for us to talk about. And I hang up. She calls me back immediately. Why'd you hang up? I said, because there's nothing else for us to talk about. She says, don't you want to know why I don't like you?
No.
No, not actually. Actually, I don't.
No, I
No.
don't, because it's none of my business. I've never
No, I don't need to know why you don't like me, bro. That's what I'm saying. No, I don't have to know that. Did I kill your kid? No. Did I sleep with your husband? No. Okay, well then whatever it is, it's bullshit or your own personal opinion. Unless I stabbed your mom in her sleep, why wouldn't you like me? You can just not like me and we can be chill. But no, I don't want to know why you don't like me. Who cares if you don't like me, bro? That's what I'm saying. Like, unless someone does you wrong, who cares if someone likes you or doesn't like you?
ever done anything to you. And for you to put me in harm's way off of literally nothing means that I don't need to talk to you about why you don't like me. You need to talk to your therapist about why you don't like me.
Amen, sister.
And I hung up the phone.
Amen.
She called back.
Damn.
No, she called around.
Oh!
She started a smear campaign.
She should have recorded that call.
So this whole time, your boss, and I don't do the gossip thing. So have you ever had a conversation with Issa about this situation, about her publicist?
You're saying since this situation?
At any point?
That's the mean girl tactic. Don't you want to know why I don't like you? Why? Because they think they're going to want to change to be with them. No. I don't care if you don't like me. You don't have to like me, bro. My mama taught me we don't all have to be friends. Cool. Have a good life, bro. Peace the fuck out. If you're willing to kick me out of a party before talking to me about it, like, I don't care why you don't like me. You know?
Well, I had that one time where I said to you.
Yeah, and she said, well, that y'all need to work that out. That ain't got nothing to do with me.
So now after this conversation with the public.
I'm kind of annoyed at Issa for not firing her publicist. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to lie. I'm kind of looking at Issa a little bit with an eyebrow raised. Like, why aren't you firing this unprofessional publicist?
And I get off the phone. I start getting word that she is going around to the different publications and different people because it starts coming back to me.
Of course.
And she's going around saying that I was in danger of getting fired from Insecure, which honestly, I don't even know if that was true or not, but that had never been brought to my attention. She starts going around saying that I got in a fight at the party. She starts going around saying that I peed on the floor.
What? What?
At the party.
What are you, a puppy?
I mean, I got to move it to the side. Like, what are we talking about?
So let me ask you this.
So, well,
Now,
I feel like I'm going to answer your question.
Okay.
So, Issa then calls me again and says, hey, I just want to know if this is going to be a problem on set. Because now this is going on for 2 weeks. And this going viral. Earlier in the conversation, you were like, "Why do you care if people who don't know you like are saying mean things about you?" And it's like, I wish I had that, and I'm at a point in my life where I'm there.
Oh. Wait, Cognitive says because Issa was the one who didn't want her there, but she didn't want the public to know, so she got the publicist to handle it. Do you think the publicist is covering for Issa? That's an interesting theory. Wait, do you think Issa doesn't like her, and so the publicist, which would be would she be good at her job, would be covering for it? Oh, do you think that's true? That would be so. I would definitely look at Issa as so different if that was true, bro.
No.
But it's really up when the pylon happens and it has nothing to do with reality. Like, I don't even mind a pylon if it's something I really did.
Right.
Ooh, that's so autistic of her. Same. That is so autistic of her. Same. I don't mind if it's something I really did, but don't put words in my fucking mouth. No, if it's something I did, I'll own it, bro. But not for something I didn't do. Like, oh my God. No. You guys think so? You think this is an Issa cover up? Oh, I look at her way different. That is some snake shit, RK. What? Because I remember Abbott and Preach made videos. We all, like, I don't think I made a video about it, but I remember watching videos about it and not being like, I don't know what's going on with this lady. Oh my God. But this is a very autistic thing or neurodivergent thing. I feel exactly the same way. I don't mind if you guys make content about me, as long as it's about something I said or did, for real, not something you're putting in my mouth. I know what I say. I know what I mean when I say things. And until you can say it back to me, and then you can have an opinion about it. But I don't like when people are like, that's what Brittany meant. She just doesn't want to say it. Bitch, I will say it. If that's what I meant, I would have said it. But that's not what I meant. So I didn't say it. I hate that shit. Oh, interesting. I guess, okay, Kay says it's def possible Issa doesn't want the drama on her name. She's unproblematic in public opinion. Ooh, okay. I heard, that's what I'm saying. Issa has the, like, good reputation kind of brand. Interesting. Cass says that is autistic. I get mad at untruthful slander more than anything else. Literally, talk shit about shit I did. But if you can't regurgitate your opinion back to me, or my opinion back to me, in a way that makes me go, that's what I did. Like, I don't trust your perception. People have bias and prejudice. We don't understand each other as clearly as we think, which is why when people correct me, I just go and correct my videos. Like Finster corrected me and I just corrected my video. Because Finster was like, oh, I see how Brittany thought that. Here's a correction. I'm like, oh, okay. And then I corrected myself. It's like, just correct yourself, bro. But you got to really understand it too. See how Shay didn't quite understand her in the beginning? I think it's hard for people to correct themselves if they don't understand.
Right.
This situation, I'm like, how am I the villain in this situation? Well, you shouldn't have gone to her party because it was her party. Well, it's not just her party. There's several people at the party. It's not like I crashed her baby shower.
Right.
But also I'm looking at Issa because it's like, this is your responsibility. We are both your employees. And this is a part of leadership. This is the important part of leadership. And that's what makes leadership so annoying is you got to manage people.
Yes, you do.
And personalities. And
Yes.
it's
a very difficult task.
But it is par for the course.
Yes, but that's why you got the 100 million or whatever you got is to manage your employees.
So I said, listen, I am not saying that it's going to be a problem on set, but I do think it is a problem that you don't feel that you need to step in. And she was like, well, then we just have a difference in opinion. Like, this is between y'all.
I agree with Amanda. This is why it's like, I don't like you, so I'm going to do bad business. Like, it doesn't make sense. Like, from a business perspective, you want the cast to work together. You want everyone to show up to this party. Like, the idea that she wouldn't be at this party is so weird. Like, it is so socially, it makes no fucking sense. They're making a statement. They're embarrassing her in front of celebrities, other agents. Like, it makes no fucking sense. Unless she, ran over their puppy, why the fuck wouldn't she be at the party? You saying I simply don't like you makes no sense. And unless she, does this publicist ever come out and actually give a reason? Does Amanda have a reputation we don't know about? Because, right now, I've never heard any stories. Amber Heard, there's a lot of stories. I don't know any stories about Amanda. This is crazy.
Y'all. This is between y'all.
Well, if it was between us, why'd you intervene and say I needed that she wanted to call her, I needed to talk to her? If you felt it was just between us, because you interjected yourself into that.
Ooh.
If it's between two people, I shouldn't have interference from someone else to say we need to get together. The two people, either she reaches out to me or I reach out to her. I don't need you to intervene. But you felt the need to intervene in that, but now you don't feel the intervention to go any further. Oh, sorry.
So I'm also promoting my book.
Right.
So this hits me because now the press is canceling. So this is now affecting me professionally.
Damn.
And I didn't do shit.
Right.
And I don't like you, in my opinion, is not a sufficient reason
Obviously.
to sick 4 security guards on me and remove me from a
Obviously.
black space.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. That's why it's so crazy. Like, this isn't your personal party. This was supposed to be a big movement. It was supposed to be a statement about black people in Hollywood. It was supposed to be an activism moment. And you threw out a black woman? Like, what was the point of that?
Which also begs the
And
question,
then that went viral.
what the is a black space? Because we like to claim that they're safe spaces and, you know, that they're for us.
There's no different bubbles. Not all neurodivergent spaces are safe for all neurodivergent people. Not all women's spaces are safe for all women. Different bubbles. The point that sucks, I think, is that she should have been invited to this bubble ultimately because she was already a part of it in some ways. Like, this is crazy.
But at this point, black spaces are literally, it's just black faces.
Right.
And that even is, you know, something to do with this pressure that I've been going through. But to stay on course. So now we have to go back to shooting.
Uncomfortable. I'm uncomfortable. And I ain't even on set.
And nobody's saying nothing to me.
Ooh.
Everybody knows, because
Yeah,
at this time, it's just with
obviously.
women shooting. Everybody knows what's going on. They don't say nothing to me.
Ugh.
And that's just fucking mean. It's mean. They don't say nothing to me. And let me tell you, from the beginning, I've been trying with these ladies because I want to make community everywhere I go. I done invited them to my house. They didn't come. I brought them gifts. They said thanks. I tried to plan a retreat. They said we don't want to go. You know, I created our group chat for the show. I created game nights for the show.
Nobody participated.
I mean, eventually, but like,
Reluctantly.
but I'm trying to do this, you know, because I think that this is, it's like when I walked in and I was like, I feel like it's my role to make you feel comfortable. Like, I feel like that's my way of getting around this thing, this stigma that people like to put on me that ain't got shit to do with how I really exist.
Okay.
And in this situation now, I'm publicly now being like excoriated. You got this earthworm Jim looking nigga, Sarunas, out here talking about, well, no one likes you, so that's why you weren't invited. What's hilarious about that is that we were only in 2 scenes together. So this is not somebody that really knows me. But you know what the other thing is, Shannon Sharpton?
What happened?
This is a brother who ended up having a child with someone on the show. And when he had the child, there was rumors that were going around that he was not claiming the child. And so these people had started talking about it. But the people that are talking about ain't my people. I'm not involved in it, but I hear it because we on set.
Right.
And then he come around and it's, hey, I don't like that. I don't like that.
I don't like shit like that either, girl. Let me tell you. I don't like shit like that neither.
It's not honest.
It's not honest.
So even though that's not my boy, I pull him to the side. I say, Pete, people out here are talking about you behind your back about this situation.
The streets talking.
And I said, listen, this is a small business. So at the end of the day, if you are this child's father, I think you should exclaim it to the rooftops. If you are not, if you are and you don't want to claim this child, I would like for you to just consider rethinking that. Because as somebody with a father that did not show up for me, I really feel like she would really benefit from having a father in her life. And he was like, well, why ain't nobody coming to me? I said, I'm literally coming to you right now. And you ain't even my peoples.
Right.
But I don't think it's fair that you're being talked about behind your back by people that you think are your peoples. He said, well, thank you for that. That's the same nigga that fixed his mouth to jump on the bandwagon of We Hate Amanda.
Ooh.
Because it was a bandwagon.
Ooh.
And he wanted to be seen. He
Ooh.
thought maybe
The
he was
goes
gonna
unpunished.
he thought he was gonna get an extra right. He thought he was gonna get an extra scene or something. So now we're on set, and I finally say to Issa, so are we just not gonna talk about this? Because it's now going on for 3 weeks, and my mental health is suffering.
Jesus.
Okay? And it was a tough time. And she's like, well, you know, like, what do you want to talk about? And I said, listen, like, this was a terrible experience.
Ma'am.
This was
What
terrible.
do you mean? What do you want to talk about, girl? This went viral. This was everywhere. People called Amanda a narcissist. Abba Preacher, a friend of the show, their title is still that she's a narcissist. They should probably take that down. But this is devastating. This is sad. And what's worse is this went viral and people were still hating on Amanda in a way that didn't make any sense. Like, this is so vulnerable, and this is I'm telling you, this is neurodivergency. And this personality type mixed in. Holy fuck, bro.
Terrible. And I like literally cried like face to face with her, like, this is terrible. And she's like,
I was slightly anxious that we would watch this and I would also think she was a narcissist, to be honest with you. I was like, oh crap, what if she's like another narc? And she's not this neurodivergent queen that I thought she was. But nah. We're almost done with this interview. And I feel like this is autism. Like, this is just neurodivergency. She seems like a good person. She's got a high sense of justice. I'm not seeing narcissism yet. And you know how much I love using the N-word, the narcissism word. But, like, you know what I mean? You know? So, like, I'm going to get clipped. But you know what I mean? I love not diagnosing people with narcissism. But I'm just not seeing that. I've read books on narcissism. I know, like, the basic signs as a layman, not as a therapist, of course. But I'm not getting that. I'm just not getting that. So, Team Amanda so far, bro.
this is the first time
And I appreciate Shay meeting her where she's at this point in the interview. He's definitely hooked. He's definitely listening better.
she finally says, like, well, I'm sorry that happened to you. It took 3 conversations. And I said, well, you know, I'd like to talk to you further because I need you to speak to Vanessa. She is trying to ruin my career. She's like, I don't think so. I'm like, she's trying to ruin my, so I bring her into the room, I bring her into my trailer, and I had to do another 48 Laws of Power. I sat her on a higher plane than myself so that she can feel as the queen. And in this setting, she is the queen.
Right.
And I say, you know, I don't need nothing from you. So I don't have a reason to lie to you. But the people that work for you, like in close quarters, whose names are really attached to you, they will lie to you. And I had to convince her that, like, this is really happening. Like, I'm not making this up. And even if turns out to be not happening, I still need you to speak to her to deduce what is or isn't.
Right.
So then she finally went and spoke to her. But the damage is done, right? Because now you see how every few years this becomes a thing. And it was started from a lie.
Right.
It was started from a lie. And, you know, it's not about convincing people because I don't need to convince nobody of nothing. But I just don't ever feel comfortable with people forming opinions not based on truth. Shannon, I gotta.
That's your autism. That's your autism. Same. Like, please criticize me or give me constructive criticism or whatever with the facts. Brittany's pro-choice, and I think that's horrible because I think that's killing babies. Valid. Brittany's gay, and I'd prefer my kids be straight. Fine. Brittany's on OnlyFans. I don't like that. Fine. But don't put words in my mouth I didn't say. Don't fucking hate on me for something I didn't do. That shit drives me nuts. But honestly, I have to let go of that attachment, which I practice, obviously. We have a meditation event on the Discord tomorrow for 2 hours. It's not, guided or anything, but it's just a time of space. If you need 2 hours to make an excuse to do nothing, join us on the Discord tomorrow. It is not my job, okay, to expect people to properly perceive me. It is my job to accept that the world will never properly perceive you in the same way that I can't properly perceive everybody either. We are just human and we are flawed. I also am not always going to perceive people correctly. That's life. So that's why I try to move through life thinking people are good, because I know I'm good, and I have to assume most people are like me, and most people are too good. Like, most people are good. You know what I mean? Because most people do seem to be like me, which is like good. They're just kind of messy, which I tend I try not to be as messy, but you know what I mean? Like, we're still gonna misperceive people, you know?
In trouble for saying nigga on Insecure. I got in trouble for telling a brother he was a revolutionary nigga.
What? Why?
In trouble.
Why?
Like literally got pulled aside and was told, we need to talk about the incident that you had.
I guess when you're in corporate, you got to keep it corporate, man.
We say nigga on the show. We say nigga all day on this motherfucking show. And it was a black woman who pulled me to the side. And this brother is tatted from the neck down, eating edibles on set from Detroit. I mean, that's nigga. But I had said to him, because there was like a Malcolm X quote in my trailer, and he sets my trailer, my clothes in my trailer. Right. So I came to him, I was like, hey, did you leave that Malcolm X quote in my trailer? And he was like, nah. I was like, damn, you the only revolutionary nigga around here. He was like, I'm not a nigga. And I said, okay, I get it.
Okay, so the black guy was offended that she said that, or somebody, was he black? Wait, who was it? I'm confused. So he was offended that she said the word. Oh.
Who said that? And I kept it moving.
Yeah.
This was the incident.
What if somebody did take that offensively? I mean, I guess I just wouldn't talk to that person in that way. Like, if they're going to be offended about it, I guess I just wouldn't use that word around them, but then I'd wonder why they took it offensively. But then they're allowed to take it offensively? Is that what she's saying? She's saying, like, he took it offensively, and then she had to get lectured for it? And she's saying, I don't know why he's taking it offensively. Is that the incident? I mean, because that's valid, right? If he doesn't like the word for some reason used at him in that way, even though it's complimentary from her perspective, maybe for him it like brings up a bad feeling.
So she's like, we need to talk about the incident. And I said, well,
What incident?
What incident? Well, when you just referred to him as a nigga. And so actually, I referred to him as a revolutionary nigga. It was a compliment.
Right.
Yeah, but when he said he's not a nigga, you didn't take it back.
Yeah, I'm going to be real. He kind of did set a boundary. I'm kind of on his side. Like, she didn't mean it offensively, but he took offense to it. And so in that moment on a work set, because that word might be triggering to him for some reason. Like, she might see it as like an empowerment thing, but maybe he didn't.
I said, like, you mean like take backsies? I mean, where we at? And she was like, well, I said, but we literally say nigga on this show.
Yeah, but calling someone, I'm kind of like, if someone asks me like specifically, like, can you not call me that word? I'm usually pretty good about not referencing them as that particular word. Just because it's like, not that word, but, you know, a word that makes them feel a way, you know?
Like literally. She's like, well, you're going to need to apologize to him. But this is the action of like, you need to bow down. People are always trying to get me to like apologize for some shit I didn't do wrong, right, because they feel like I'm too haughty.
But she did do something wrong. I think I would say she did do something wrong by not acknowledging his feelings. You know what I mean? So taking note and moving on. So Kay says, sounds like she called him the N-word. He was offended. Amanda took note and moved on, but it escalated. Well, the escalation is like, he did want acknowledgement that she understands, like, it's a problem. And she's saying it shouldn't be a problem. It's like she's saying he should accept the language she uses directed at him. And I do think that's inappropriate personally. I do think she should have apologized. She should have said, hey, I didn't realize in that moment, if he said, hey, I'm not an N-word, I would have been like, I am so sorry. I am so sorry. I meant it as a compliment, but I can see that doesn't work. I just meant you're a revolutionary and I appreciate your work. Something like that. Even if he didn't need to take it offensively. It doesn't matter, right? Fishy says she took the boundary personally. Yeah, she took the boundary personal, which is not what you should do. He put down a boundary. Well, the thing is he's asking for an apology. I think that's probably wrong. I think it's more like, hey, do you recognize what you did? Yeah. Ania says if she had apologized initially, he would have been okay. Yeah, I think if she I think if she apologized initially, it would have been fine. Like, the moment she realized he was offended, I would have been like, oh, fuck, my bad. But if he wanted an apology later on, it might feel like dishonest to her because she doesn't feel like she did anything wrong. which is part of neurodivergency as well. So she might not feel like she did anything wrong. So an apology would feel like a lie. So what she should ask herself is, do you feel bad that his feelings were hurt? Because in that instance, I think I'd feel bad that I hurt his feelings. But it's also like understandable, because what if you're somebody who tells someone like, I'll pray for you, and they get offended at that? Like, don't pray for me, I'm an atheist. It's like, okay. And if somebody's like, apologize to me, it would feel bad. But like, maybe I'd apologize and say, I'm sorry, I meant it as a compliment, but I can see that you're not religious. But maybe in the future, I'd also keep my distance away from that person. You know? Alex says he's not asking for an apology, though. She's being told third party. That's true. She is being told, well, it's a work environment. So they probably do that for work environment stuff. Yeah. Yeah. It's a little strange. It's definitely it's definitely a miscommunication moment. It's a miscommunication moment. And the question is either of them going to de-escalate? Right? Yeah, May says, yeah, I would have thought it was weird for a black man on a black show to make such a big deal being called the N-word by a black woman. Yeah, maybe he was just triggered in the moment. Maybe he just wasn't thinking about it. Maybe he doesn't maybe some black people don't use that word. What if he's one of those black people that's like, I don't use the N-word, you know? Yeah.
They feel I'm too sure of myself. They feel like I need to be cut down to size all the time. And the unfortunate part of that is that it's not a reflection of me, it's a reflection of them.
Right.
Because what is it about me that makes you feel small and you want me to get down to your level? Why do you feel small? What's going on with you? Who made you feel that way? That's not fair to you. Come on, rise up. It's in you.
Discord says, I think she just doesn't understand why it was wrong, and that's why she's reacting like this. Maybe it just wasn't communicated to her well. Maybe, why he was. Yeah, I think it's just a miscommunication. I don't think she's a bad person, but she feels like it's dishonest to apologize for something she's not hearing it from him. I wonder if he went to her and said, hey, this is how I was feeling. It hurt my feelings. I just want to let you know that, instead of demanding an apology, and then she could decide to apologize or not, you know? So.
You know what I'm saying? Like, that's really what that is. So she brings him into my trailer.
Oh.
You fake apologize.
Uh-oh.
Cause she there, and I was like, oh, you good? She's like, no, I need to stay in case something happens. What's gonna happen? I look at him, what you think is gonna happen? He's like, I don't know. I was like, oh my God. I said, you know what? I apologize for calling you nigga. I did not intend to offend you. Of course, in my head, what I said was, I should have called you a bitch, but I didn't say it.
She's not being very empathy based, like thinking, but then maybe he was being a dick. Who knows? But yeah, okay, so she apologized.
I didn't say that. But it felt like it.
Right.
It felt like it. So now we got to shoot the car scene where we're driving in Malibu.
Right.
So we in the car, and I'm telling them about what happened, and I start crying because I'm a sensitive soul, and because this felt like another instance where I was being like bullied. And Issa laughed in my mother face as I was crying and said, well, you know, you do have a tone. At the end of season 1, I pulled Issa aside after this. I said, can we go to dinner? I want to take you to dinner. I took her to dinner. I said, I feel like you think I have something against you. And I don't know why you feel that way. Because we had been cool from even before this.
Right.
She was like, well, no, I said, I feel like you have something against me. And she said, well, I feel like you have something against me. And I was like, based on what?
What?
Because again, Shannon, I'm on your show.
Right.
I can't do not like I'm
This is her autism showing. I don't see what being on Issa's show means in terms of not wanting to do something. This is her autism right here. Like I could think of 20 ways to ruin Issa's life if I was just a co-star of hers, if I was being vindictive. So I feel like why are you like, this isn't good logic. My logic would be something like, I'm so happy to be here. I'm proud to be on Issa's show. I just want to make this thing happen. I'm just happy to show up and have a job. But she's not saying that. She's saying, how could I fuck with you? I'm just an employee. But like, what? I could think of like 20 ways to fuck with somebody if you're just an employee. So I guess I'm not really sure like what that thought process. I would love to get into her head and ask her like, can you expand on that?
I'm only to get scenes added if you add them.
I'm in pocket.
And by the way, another trait of autism and neurodivergency is like a demand avoidance. So like sometimes when people make a demand of you and you don't see the thought process behind it, it feels like torture to like comply with the demand because it feels like it doesn't make sense. So that's why I prefer not to force people to apologize, but to apologize when it makes sense. If you feel like it makes sense, apologize. If you feel like it doesn't make sense, don't apologize. You know?
It, baby. I can't do nothing. So I said, well, why? She said, well, I guess I was looking at you like your character.
What?
Am I that good of an actress?
Damn. Maybe.
She wrote the character, bro. What? And so I said, you know what? So let's clean the slate, because that's not. I have nothing against you. I really don't. And if that came off, that was not my intention. But by the end of the show, there were just certain scenarios where I had to really always be the bigger person and be the balm to the situation. And then in season 5, she just came out of her face at me one time too many, and I just chose to stop being the balm because the show was wrapping. It was the end of the season. It was the end of the series. And I'm just not going to keep doing this.
So what did you do?
Nothing. I just stopped communicating.
Oh. I mean, I had a little rail, and he says that Issa is like most of her set is with women, camera people, et cetera, and that she's very empowering to women.
Oh, I disagree. She wasn't empowering to me. She didn't feel like she didn't feel like I deserved to be protected. I'm only giving a portion of the situation.
Issa's she's playing a completely different game. She's playing what I assume is a neurotypical game. She's playing a very different game than Amanda. She can't protect Amanda and keep the brand going the way it is. Because the brand doesn't work with Amanda's. That's the point. It's like Amanda isn't Issa. And Amanda needs to understand, like, it's not even about her. It's not even personal. And I hate to say this, because this is something I say a lot. It's not even personal. They're just thinking about their brand. And that can hurt your feelings. I think that makes sense for it to hurt your feelings. But I promise you that Issa is just thinking, why are you making my life hard? I'm trying to like do this thing. And she's thinking, who should I take to the top with me? And she can't take an Amanda with her. Malcolm X and Martin Luther, like, we're not the same. That's why I think people compare them in terms of personalities. Like, their personalities are different. They have different methods, And ultimately, I think that makes a lot of sense. It's not really about Amanda. I think it's more like Issa protecting her brand, which, to be fair, she probably doesn't understand Amanda very well. She probably is confused of why Amanda is sticking out like a sore thumb in that way. Why aren't you getting along? Why aren't you networking better? Why aren't you playing the game better? Because even Shay was kind of insinuating, like, why didn't you play the game? Amanda's playing a game. She's just playing a different one. But she's playing it with the same people. We're all together in social situations, but we're all playing different games. And everyone keeps thinking we're all playing the same game. So Amanda has to decide, like, if you keep hanging out with the same group of people, are you going to be able to play the game you really want to play? Or do you need a new set of people, And maybe you just need less people.
Yeah. So, but that was my experience. Okay. And nonetheless, I have still always protected her because I felt like it was my responsibility to do so, but it is not.
Can I ask you this? When you received the backlash for the sorority, the AKA, do they understand that this is
I don't know. I never understood that.
Do you feel now that everybody just nitpicks? They just find like, okay, Amanda got on red today. Why she wearing red?
What you think?
I mean,
don't it sound like that?
Is that how you feel?
Absolutely. They are always looking for something. Even these hack writers who were probably paid by APAC, they wrote articles based on tweets. They wrote articles based on not only my tweets, but on other people's tweets. Like, this random person said Amanda needs to change her energy. Black Enterprise wrote an entire article that said Amanda Seales complains that she's not invited into Black spaces. Mind you, these are all spaces that I have worked in. And the follow-up line was, but the internet, so they anthropomorphized the entire internet. The internet says Amanda needs to change her energy. I do not need to change my energy. I don't. And all of those spaces, aside from Black Girls Rock, have contacted me. I don't need to change my energy. What needs to change is how we look at energy and how we understand energies.
That's true. But again, I don't know why you all keep trying to make it work in a fucking misogynistic, sexist, fucking shit place. Like, that's my thing. Like, you can play this game, but I'm gonna go meditate in the woods, bro. I'm gonna go meditate in my beach house. I'm gonna go meditate and fucking masturbate. Because frankly, these spaces, they're not in it for the same reason. And I don't think these industries flourish on like the actual success of people. So like I love this for them, but also you do you, you know? I guess we all do this in our own way. Like I feel similarly in some ways, but I also know like it doesn't matter. And I always get invited. Girl, I'm the person who's always at the party. Like, why am I here? Like, why did I get invited to this? I don't know why people invite me places. But also, I think it's because like, I don't know. Like you just you know what I'm saying? So I feel like I wonder if she's going to get tired eventually or if she's going to want to do something else. I mean, I feel like she's a vibe, but at the same time, like I feel like these spaces are playing different games. I feel like they're playing different games. The amount of shutting your mouth you have to do to play this game is way too much for a neurodivergent. It's way too much for a person with values or morals. Like, I just don't even know how she's going to do it. You know what I mean? Like, trying to change the system, you can't change humans' nature. And humans' nature is to avoid responsibility and indiscipline. I'm finishing up Marcus Aurelius. I'm almost done here. And he basically says man has to be one with his nature. He's not saying one with the lack of discipline inside of you, because that's also your nature. He's saying one with nature, meaning the disciplined form of you. One in cohesive, like one in your joy. When he says one in nature, he's saying one in your joy. One in the thing that puts you on the right path, right? And Marcus Aurelius had slaves and slave boys. So let's just remember that, like, even in history, some of the most wise people were also, like, doing really horrible shit to other people. So I'm not looking for perfection from the universe. I'm looking for my place in it, which I think I found. But that's the thing. It's like, I'm not looking for perfection. I'm looking for my place. And I feel like she's found her place, but I also think that her place is to be disruptive, which means the narrative will be Amanda needs to change her attitude because she's disruptive. Keep in mind, Issa Rae plays the game of melding into whiteness as to come from the inside out, and Amanda wants to come in, kicking the door down. You know what I mean? Like, Issa wants to go in and infiltrate and change, but she's going to become the same corrupt system she's trying to run away from, because you genuinely learn when you get to the top that you have to fuck over good people along the way to make it work. And what did she do? She humiliated Amanda, right? To get where she needed to go, which was to separate her brand from hers. So how good of a person could Issa be if Issa's willing to play the same games these white men are playing? That's our philosophy question for today. You know?
That aren't necessarily our own.
Right.
So even as we sat here and we have talked, I have had to understand your energy. And you have asked me to do that. Mm-hmm. And even though it may not be my own, we live in this space together. We live on this earth together. So we have...
No, this is a dream.
Have to gain certain abilities to do that. And that...
Oh, I do agree with this. We should read energy better. We should talk to people better. I'm not looking for perfection, though. And I think she's right on this. I think we have to, like, coexist together. We do. But this idea that it's going to be perfect is silly. Kenny says this is not a jab towards Brittany. I'm talking about Amanda. I'm sure sometimes she can be over aggressive. Can't it be both? Both that sometimes men are sexist, but also that she can be over aggressive. Of course. Her personality is aggressive already, which relatable. But I would say that she also is miscategorizing the game that everyone is playing. Because again, like, it's not personal. I know it feels personal. Hold on. MD said, it is personal that if you're being deliberately mischaracterized and it will affect your career prospects, but it's not personal to the consciousness. I know when people make videos about me, they're not talking about Brittany, the consciousness. I know when Issa's thinking get rid of Amanda, they're not thinking about Amanda, the human. Because if they would, they should. Because if they would realize like they are incredibly evil people. Evil in the philosophy sense. Doing what you did to Amanda is evil, right? It is evil. And you're willing to do it to get along with white men. It's evil, bro. In evil in a philosophy sense. There's no way this is coinciding with your joy. Your real joy. You're one with nature, right? Which is why humans, I think, die unwise. Because even though we have moments of wisdom, where is the wisdom in kicking Amanda out, except if you're playing the game with the white man in Hollywood? You know what I'm saying? So yes, she's over aggressive, but I think that's because I think like me sometimes, not to relate it to myself, but I'm learning here, is that I am not playing the same game everyone's playing. So when people lecture me, I'm like, why are you yelling at me, bro? The reason my opinions are different from you is because I'm not even coming from your perspective. I'm literally talking about something different. You know what I mean? I'm talking about something different. But they think we're playing the same game. But like Amanda obviously isn't playing that game. So again, I don't even know if Amanda knows that deep in her bones. I know that, and I still get frustrated. I don't know if Amanda really knows, like, hey, they're not playing the game you're playing. It's not personal. They don't give a fuck about you because they don't give a fuck about anyone. They will throw their mother under the bus if they can reach their goals. Why do you want to rise to the fame in the same status that these corrupt, horrible people have risen to? Why do you desire to replace these white men? And you think you're not going to have to be as dirty and disgusting as they were because you're already doing it. You did it to Amanda. And what ideal bubble in which you treat people with dignity do you kick this woman out of this party? Give me an example of where this was dignified to kick Amanda out of this party. It's not even personal. They don't give a fuck if it was Amanda or somebody else. You can't sit with us. Mean girl tactics. All for business.
Requires a lesser ego, that requires curiosity, which I consider to be indicative of love. It requires humanity. Like, we live in a world that is continuously creating borders to keep people out because we feel like they don't deserve to be here because they're different or because they love a different kind of person or they believe in something different, etc. And I am not that kind of person. I've never been that kind of person. And it is so...
Princess says, I think sometimes she thinks her beliefs and morals are so right she can't be wrong. When someone goes against them, she doubles down and it gets her in trouble. This is the same criticism I hear about me, but then when I ask for details about the criticism, it's always about people's feelings. Well, what do you think that is? Well, people got their feelings hurt. I don't give a fuck about your feelings. I'm not your mom, and I'm not your therapist, and you're not my best friend. And even if you were my best friend, your feelings are not my problem if it's coming from trauma. That's your therapist's problems. So again, when people say that, I don't see that feedback. What has she been challenged on today? Where, like, again, what have I even been challenged on that isn't about people's opinions, which you can disagree with? Of course, when you have morals, you're going to double down on them because they're right to you. I wouldn't go to a Catholic and expect them to be LGBT friendly if they're Catholic. It's like going to a Muslim and saying, if you listen to me though, you'll start to eat pork. Like, why would a Muslim eat pork because you made a good argument about eating pork? Why wouldn't they double down on their morals and values? Of course they think they're right. They believe in God. So it makes no sense. Like, if you go to a Muslim and say, I'd really like to eat pork with you so we can share the same food, that's nice. That's about your feelings. This is about their God. When you come to Brittany and say, when you do sex work, I think it really impacts the world negatively, I say, cool. Do you have data for that? Do you think that if maybe people had a better relationship with sex work, you wouldn't have to like blame me for the ruin of the world? When in fact, it's the way you consume it? Like, girl, you want me to? No. So again, I don't know that people aren't used to being good with their morals. Like, I don't know if you've ever actually had morals that you actually had to be like, hey, these are my morals and we can agree to disagree. Like, I wouldn't have my morals if I didn't think they were right. And of course, I'm willing to grow and change, but not just because somebody wants me to. Where's the evidence? Where's the data? You know? Renbay says, damn, Brittany, lately you've been in the black bubble a lot. I love the black bubble, bro. Black TikTok, black Twitter, black Instagram. But I also grew up my whole life, like, you know, jumping into every bubble. But especially, I think the black bubble, right? Like, their culture, baby. Culture comes from black bubble. So you know what I'm going to say. But, you know, I think people have to remember, people double down on their morals for a reason. Right? Like, agree to disagree. Like, you can have your own morals, bro. I'm not here to make religious people not religious. Just don't make me, you know, don't try to stop me from being gay, you know?
It is so liberating for me to understand that the reasons that people have been telling me. So you're talking about the nitpicking. It's not just nitpicking. They assign something to what they're nitpicking. Mm-hmm. Amanda has a tone because she's mean. Amanda said this because she thinks she's better than other black people. Amanda said what she said because she's nasty. None of these things are true. But it feels terrible for people to assign things to you that are not true. And you start to think to yourself, if this is what it's like for me to be myself, then maybe I shouldn't be here.
Maybe you should just be mask more girl. But yes, yeah, for sure. This is moral combat. That's funny. Good job, Bon. No, this is the conundrum, right? I think, hold on, who said it? Maya said, I don't think most people have real principles. So they think other people should be able to fudge or adapt those principles. Or they think, oh, this is common sense. Everyone believes this. No, the world doesn't revolve around you and your ego. I know this. So when I double down on my morals, I'm saying Britney's morals, you don't have to agree with them. But please do not come into my life and say, I would like you to be less LGBT friendly. No, go away. Go away. Leave me alone. The idea that people have the audacity to be like, if you really thought about this, Britney, you would be more anti-LGBT. It's like, girl, go away. Same with my neurodivergency. If you really thought about it, Britney, like, don't you think this? No. I don't need you when I have people in my life who actually know me to have the conversation with me and can, again, reflect me back to me. I'm not going to take, Mom, what should I do with my gay girlfriend? My mom is a homophobe. I love her. But why would I seek out gay advice from a mother who thinks LGBT people are like they should stop being gay? I don't think the world hears itself when it makes requests of people because I don't think they have values. And this is what's worse. It's coming from people who cheat, who are willing to go crazy for temporary amounts of time to engage in behavior they know is bad. It's coming from people that are chronically rewriting history. Like, do not lecture me, okay? Do not lecture me about morals when you are literally willing to switch them the moment you get bored with something. Changing your morals because you genuinely have changed is great. Changing your morals because it's too hard right now and you want to engage in bad behavior is bullshit. Some of us are more disciplined than you, and I think you don't believe people can be disciplined because you've never had it yourself. That's my opinion.
And as somebody who has had a full-on nervous breakdown and been suicidal, it is not to be taken lightly when people attack character without legitimate reasons why, credibility, etc.
Wait a second. KO said, a lot of the people in the black community are mad she treated Tamir Rice, the mother of the 12-year-old Tamir Rice. You know Tamir Rice? How did she treat him? Her. Because I love Tamir Rice. My heart wept for this boy. Wait, what was this Samir? What did she do to her? Oh no. Princess says, are your earrings what I think they are? Yes, the girl. Yes, girl. Yes, they are, girl. Inspired by Mia. Look her up on my Instagram. She has great earrings. What did she do to Tamir Rice's mom?
And I was told that one of these publications, it was told to them, this is the type of thing that can drive someone to take their own life. And they said, don't go there.
But it's true.
This is not a game.
The pressure is insane.
This whole last month has been such a journey of self by fire, right? Like I was forced to have this journey of self.
Ew, Renbei says, didn't she defend Sean King? Ugh. Ew. We are not Sean King fans in this audience. Well, I'm not. I don't care what you guys think. Ooh, not Sean King fans. Oh, interesting. I don't like Sean King. If she likes Sean King, that's a negative point in her direction.
By fire, simply because I wanted to be embraced in spaces that I embrace. Like there's no scandal. Mm-hmm. I was supposed to go to Howard to do an event and I was told that Howard rescinded my invitation because of these stories.
Oh. Soft.
These stories that have no validity to them and that I have not, been a catalyst to, but they are now, they're proving to be deleterious to like my advancement. Oh, Amanda Seales, she was attacking Samaria Rice. What? Oh. I asked a valid question that ended up being proven, by the way.
What was it?
I asked a valid question.
What was it?
Don't we think that there's something worth questioning and why this this woman whose son was 100% unjustly killed by the police. Don't we think there's something to be said for like, why are all these media outlets like giving her a platform to accuse all of these people that are the leaders of movements for fraud? And, you know,
MD says she doesn't actually like Sean King. Okay, noted. What was proven though? I mean, I've never heard anything about Tamir Rice's mom. I mean, I've heard some things about her, obviously. I'm trying to think of what the latest thing I heard was. I heard she hated Sean King, which I think is reasonable. Sean King feels very fraudy to me. You know, I'm not saying nothing about his background or anything, but just like I've been following like Sean King forever. Like, when did Michael Brown die? Oh my God, how long ago was that? Has it been a decade? How long ago was that? I'm losing track of time. But I've been following Sean King a long time. And so I didn't. Interesting. I need more details.
my problem is also that I think that people understand what I'm saying when I say something. And like when I wrote my first book, my uncle, who's a judge in Grenada, he was like, make sure you edit that book like a deposition because it's on paper and people cannot read your mind.
True.
So say it how you want it to be understood.
Yep.
Which is difficult in 140 characters.
It is.
But what I was saying with that statement was, why are all of these black media outlets giving a platform without any level of journalism behind it? That is dangerous.
Right.
And they're putting these people, mind you, I don't even f- Sean King, but again, what am I
Okay.
about? Justice.
Right.
This is Ma'at, the goddess of truth and justice.
Okay, so
this
she-
is unjustified. He was asked by her brother to raise money. When he got the money and found out that she didn't know, she was given the money. These types of turning this space into a gossip space is dangerous, Shannon. We're trying to make movements and change.
But you do realize that's how social media works. I
Yeah,
don't
no,
have.
I know- no,
I
you're
don't
not
have
wrong.
to be
You're not
qualified.
wrong.
I could be a doctor. I could be a.
I'm not talking about I'm not talking about social media. This
Yeah.
is Black Voices
Oh, yeah.
and Brio and The Root, etc.
Right.
They were just running with this story because that's how journalism works now. It's just clicks. So in their minds, it seems like, well, if we put this story out, we're going to get the clicks. And then there are going to be follow-ups and we'll get clicks for that.
Right.
And then there's going to be follow-ups. So let's not tell the whole story now.
Right.
Let's string this along
Right.
like a f***ing soap opera.
Yeah.
It's people's lives. So I was justified in that. People mad at me because I said, you know, if you got Nikes and Jordans, if you got money for Nikes and Jordans, you got a passport, you're losing. Man,
Okay, so I mean, I feel like okay, I can see why people are upset. I can also see where she's coming from. I feel like this is the part of her that's playing into the system more than she probably realizes at the same time though. So I am concerned with journalistic integrity, but also I think I've also let go of that because like and also even the founding fathers be talking shit about each other back in the day. So, you know, but I'm assuming everyone in power is kind of a piece of shit. That's my assumption. Like, why do you want power? Well, I want to change the world. Okay. Sure. I mean, even Martin Luther was allegedly cheating on his wife and lied about his dissertation. The point is that I think power attracts questionable people. And I feel like that's always been true. So I can see why people are upset. I don't have any strong opinions on this, I think. Yeah, she sounds a little bit too like, I get it, but like, okay, I can see everyone's point, I guess. I can see why people are upset.
and it seals the. So I was justified in that. People mad at me because I said, you know, if you got Nikes and Jordans, if you got money for Nikes and Jordans, you got a passport, you're losing. Amanda Seals,
What
the
does she
member of
mean
the
by
petty
that?
bourgeoisie.
What does she mean by that? If you have, I didn't understand her. If you have money for sneakers and a passport, what?
me because I said, you know, if you got Nikes and Jordans, if you got money for Nikes and Jordans, you got a passport, you're losing.
If you got money for Nikes and Jordans, you got a passport, you're losing? What does she mean by it? Somebody explain to me what that means. I don't know what that means.
Amanda Seals is a member of the petty bourgeoisie. She is making fun of the disenfranchised passport black folks. What are you f***ing talking about? Do you understand these people don't want us here? They don't want us here. we need to be able to get out of here.
Right.
When you go all over this world, white people are everywhere. Did you know that? They everywhere, having a great time. And we be thinking that we are only allowed to be here.
She's telling people to get a passport. Okay, so they can travel and see the world.
This world is for us. We are the bottom line. We are the creators. So why would we not make sure that we have access to everything?
Oh, wait, I agree with that. Girl, get a passport. But you know what? I have family members that go, I never want to leave the States. I'm like, what? That's crazy. Like, people, guys, but you have to understand, right? Like, lots of people don't leave home. Being a traveler is quite a different personality. Even I have anxiety. I live in Croatia now, and even I have anxiety. You know what I mean? Kay says if you have money for shoes but don't have money for a passport, you're losing. Yeah, I don't think you're losing. I'm going to be real. I disagree with her opinion on this. I would say I have family members that are like millionaires, or friends of the family who are like millionaires. They've never had a passport. They have no desire to leave the US. Zero desire. Like, they're like, why? And I'm like, yeah, honestly, they're like in their 70s, never regretted it. Like, traveling is great, but I just don't think it's necessary. I wouldn't be surprised if my parents never came and saw me in Europe. They're just not big on traveling. Like, some people, my brother, he never plans to get a passport. Some people just don't. My other brother, though, he's been to like 15, 16 countries, I think. Maybe more at this point. It's just interesting. Not everybody has it in them. So I actually disagree with that. I don't think having a passport's that important. It's kind of like Andrew Tate's always like, get a passport. Everybody have 10 passports. I don't know, bro. You're going to die anyways. So does it matter where you die? But, it's up to you.
Instead of limiting ourselves to consumerism, we can do both.
Yes.
We can do both. And one thing I've had to learn is just like, sometimes I just be talking.
Right.
Sure.
Now, by the way, the reason I sent that text is because I was sitting in the Paris Charles de Gaulle airport, and the nigga I was seeing, I had texted him and said, I got to Paris. I can't wait for you to get your passport and travel with me. And he had said, I don't need a passport. I travel in my mind.
Oh, okay. Then I could see why she tweeted that too. But also, they're not compatible. My partner and I, we prefer to stay home. But also, I understand that like so many people really do project their hope of Europe on me. And I don't mean this to be criticism, but like, people will be like, oh my God, why don't you leave? Why don't you go travel? Why don't you go see things? I'm like, with peace and love, okay? Like, we're not the same person. Even the family, friends that I met the other day, they're like, you have to travel around Europe. I'm like, literally, I could literally never do it and not care. I don't have it. I don't have FOMO. I do not experience FOMO. I do not care. If I want to do something, I do it. If I don't want to do it, I don't do it. That's how my brain works. So when people like, they're like, you have to see Europe, you have to do things. I'm like, I literally do not have regrets I will not have regrets about this. It doesn't matter to me. So like, if I see Europe, great. If I don't see Europe, great. I'm literally living the life I've always wanted. I'm literally living my best life every day. And you're basically asking me to do something I don't have a desire to do at the moment, thinking it will make my life better. How could you have the best life ever and then be fucking, why would I do that? When I want to, I will. But right now I don't want to. So it makes no sense for my brain. It's funny though, because my parents are similar. They're like, who fucking cares? Live your life. If you're happy, who cares? And I'm like, well, I think it's like people are like, if I was there, I would do this. I'm like, I know you would. But like, I'm not like that. I'm not motivated in the same way, right? Like, my brain doesn't work that way, you know? Maya says, I lived in Berlin for years and barely left, never regretted it. I just, like, you know what I mean? And yes, cam traveling is exhausting. Like, I went and socialized in the same city I'm in for 6 hours and it wiped me out. I had to nap. I had to take a nap. I couldn't even work the rest of the day. My brain fog was so insane. You want me to go travel and get on a plane and get on a... Ooh, girl, you crazy, girl. Maybe if I was in my 20s, but I just have like no desire. You know, I'm good. I've traveled so much in my 20s, just like by myself too. I'm like, my partner's traveled on his own. So honestly, we kind of like lived all this adventurous life and now we're together and our greatest adventure is like being married and being in love. And that takes up a lot of time, girls. You know, this birth control really being, properly utilized. We're busy.
That sounds like somebody said.
And that's what made me send that tweet. But again, no further context. But
Sure.
people do nitpick. And it sucks because you start to believe the lies that people tell you about yourself. And then you start to turn into the person that they are accusing you of being. They want you to be somebody who doesn't give a They want you to be somebody who doesn't care if you hurt people. And I will say that most people don't get the opportunity to do a blanket apology, but since I have it, I'll take it. I apologize to anybody that I have unwillingly
except the guy you said the N-word to. Then you felt forced, but that's fair. Whatever.
Caused any level of discomfort. That's never my goal. Never my.
If she really feels sorry, I'm sure she'll apologize, which I appreciate. I don't want fake apologies. Like, if you really feel sorry, thank you so much for the gesture. But if you don't really feel sorry, it's okay. We'll move on. No big deal. I don't hold grudges. Whatever.
Goal. Because you start to believe the lies that people tell you about yourself, and then you start to turn into the person that they are accusing you of being. They want you to be somebody who doesn't give a They want you to be somebody who doesn't care if you hurt people. And I will say that most people don't get the opportunity to do a blanket apology, but since I have it, I'll take it. I apologize to anybody that I have unwillingly caused any level of discomfort. That's never my goal. Never my goal. And anyone who's taking that apology and knowing that it's not for you, because it wasn't for you.
Amen.
Considering what's been the way you've been portrayed, and you said Issa said, "Well, your character, I believe that you were your character, considering she wrote the character." Do you ever get afraid of being typecast?
No, because I think everybody gets afraid of being typecast. I mean, especially like if you light skin, like there's in black spaces, oftentimes it's like, okay, you're going to play like the bougie light skin girl,
right.
You know? I think that there's something to be said for like, I get accused of being colorist based on stuff like that, you know, like, which I am 1000% not. By any means. I think in the past, there were things that were like misinterpreted that it's not even that they've typecast me like on camera. It's like I'm typecast in life.
Right.
Right. So like people like,
I mean, is not colorism for you in a way? Like there's like internalized colorism, right? Like there might be women, and I know I'm an Assyrian having this conversation, but there might be women who are darker skin who might look at her like that's why that insinuation that like your mom's white and like people is like I've heard that people tend to want to invalidate Amanda Seales' blackness. And I think that is like internalized like racism and colorism and all these things that people have to deal with in their own communities. In the Arab community, it's kind of similar where like you don't speak Arabic, like your parents never taught you. Like they almost look at you like you're less Arab, and it's like fuck. But then ultimately, yeah, what are you gonna do? Okay, like there's so many memes about us. There's so many memes about Arabs who can't speak Arabic or Sudith or any kind of language associated with the Middle East. And I rely on those people. I call them middle people that aren't black enough or white enough or aren't gay enough or aren't like Asian enough or aren't Middle Eastern enough, like people who aren't enough to their groups. So you kind of become like the middle group where you're like, I don't know where I belong. Like, oh, you're not autistic enough or you're not disabled enough or you're not, you know what I mean? And so it's kind of interesting. I think Amanda probably falls into that category where she's not black enough, but also not white enough, but also not, socialized enough and not this. It's exhausting. I think she needs to make her own bubble, honestly, because I don't even know how she's doing it, girl. I'm exhausted already for her. Ma'am.
I remember on a Breakfast Club interview, they asked me like, what are reasons people don't like you? This is always the conversation. What are reasons?
That's the other thing too. If you center always having Amanda on to talk about how people don't like her, that narrative's going to run. So even if it's 5% of the audience that don't like her, the 95% of people that do like her don't get to see her celebrated, and that's frustrating. So if I had her on, we would not talk about how people don't like her. We talk about all the ways I saw comments praising her. I relate to you as a woman with autism, as a black woman with autism. This was everything for me. You sang to my soul. Like, you are what I am. And like, that's the messaging that I think is more important too, is recognizing like Amanda isn't alone. There are so many people that relate to her lived experience, and those people are just as valid as everyone else who feels like they're suffering the most. Everyone's playing this game of who's suffering the most. Everybody suffers. You're not special.
Reasons people don't like you. So I went down the list of reasons that people have told me that they don't like me. Mm-hmm. And one of the reasons was I have been told several times, I don't like you because you're light skinned.
I believe her.
And I said that, and that offended people because they thought that I was somehow, in saying that it was something
as a negative.
Like it was something positive, Mm-hmm. And ultimately, there is no way in the There is no way in the effective dissemination of white supremacy that we would not have dark-skinned women who don't like you because you light skin and light-skinned women who don't like you because you dark skin. They have been very effective at that division.
Yeah.
So I was just stating a fact, but not stating I wasn't trying to legitimize it. It was just like, this is something that has been said to me.
Right.
That's the other neurodivergent issue is like, it's a fact and I'm not putting any of the weight behind it. I'm not making a dog whistle. I'm just stating a fact. But people put on this weight like this, even autistic people do it. Everybody does it. It doesn't matter. They put this weight behind it. And she's like, I'm just stating a fact. It sucks. Especially if you're a middle person. Kidology talks about this a lot. And sometimes Kidology is so on point, and then sometimes I think it's a little bit of her trauma speaking, where like sometimes Kidology will say something, I'm like, that's definitely a real lived experience. And then people will be like, that's not real. And then sometimes she says things and I'm like, that feels more like your trauma. So like, it feels like you have to know which one it is. Are you just saying a fact that is absolutely a lived experience? And also, are you saying it from a place of wanting to be validated because you can't find your bubble? I think a lot of middle people suffer the most of not finding their exact bubble because there's not a place for you. You're never enough, because you're looking for that validation from the outside source. And I think it should come from internal. I think your validation should come internally through your values and your understanding of yourself. And it shouldn't be about what other people think about you, but that's just my opinion.
And it took me also a little bit to understand that colorism only works one way.
Right.
I don't know if bullying is the right word for what happens to light-skinned Black folks who feel like they don't belong.
Right.
Because that's the thing. Like, I get told, like, oh, you light-skinned, you're not really Black. But, like, I'm light-skinned because my great-great-great-grandmother was raped by James Uhl in Virginia. Or in Maryland, I should say, who then subsequently had children every month after that for 12 months with other slaves that he owned. And he put his name on their birth certificates. And this means that I'm also possibly related to Robert E. Lee. I am light-skinned because my great-grandmother on my mother's side was raped by her boss when she was a maid in Grenada. So I just feel like we oversimplify in a way that feeds this white supremacist ideology.
Did you see how they came for Beyonce's hair? This week has been wild about Beyonce's hair. Conspiracy theories about her hair. All week. That's all I've seen on my TikTok. Is Beyonce's hair real? Look at her roots. Oh, she parted the back to show it, but like that's not. And I'm like, obsessed. Weird. It's weird.
And instead of looking to each other to say, how do we starve it with love and loving each other? So, I am not colorist. There are many times where I have had to consciously remove myself from spaces because these people don't know what the they're talking about. And they're like, well, you're Black, like this designer in Russia wanted me to be the face of her Africa campaign. I said, ma'am, the only way I can do that is if I am partnered in equal level with a dark-skinned person from the continent.
Right.
And they were like, ugh, you're just doing too much now. We don't even see race.
Wow.
Don't you just love that one? Okay, currently you're on Kevin Hart's LOL network.
No.
You done with that?
That ended like 2 years ago.
Kevin, people's taking shots at Kev. I know Kev a little bit. But I think he's great at what he does. I know he's an extremely hard worker. He puts a lot of time into his craft.
He's also great at cheating. Kevin Hart, great at cheating. So good at it. Honestly, a professional, if you ask me. This man love different pussy, let me tell you.
And he's built a platform that tries to elevate people. Oh, Lord.
I think that's his goal, but I don't know that his staff has the same fervor for that he does.
Okay.
And I don't know that he's I'm saying this literally, like I don't know if he's necessarily empowered them to do that. I literally don't know. I know that he voiced his intentions to me, but they were unable to be carried out.
Right.
And I have no hard feelings. Kev looked out for me in a situation that was, Live Nation tried to cancel my whole tour. And I had to call people I know that got the juice.
Right.
And
Vouch for you.
And Kev answered the call.
That's
nice.
unbelievable.
That's
And
nice.
it was a time where I didn't have other jobs. So if I didn't do them shows, there was no money
Right.
because my man made no money. And he wasn't trying to make no money. So I was the only one making the money.
Right.
And I remember sitting in my living rooms, like staring off into space, and he came in because I was quiet. And if Amanda's quiet,
Yeah.
we in the problem. And my man my ex, he came in and was like, you good? And I was like, no. Because if I don't do these shows, we will not have money
Right.
for the bills. And so I really appreciate Kev because he didn't have to do that, and he did.
Right. Bring the funny. You spoke highly of that. Chrissy Teigen, Jeff Foxworthy, Kenan Thompson.
I do have a radio show now, though.
Tell us about it. What do you get to talk? What do you like about the radio show now? Because you're very opinionated. You have a lot to say, and when you're on the radio, you get to take your time and go. Tell us about your radio show. People that are listening, Amanda, for the first time, what can they expect?
To listen, laugh, and learn. They gonna laugh and they gonna learn all day long. I love my radio show. Radio One Reach Media, they've just been such great partners. It really showed me what it's like to work in a place that sees you. That came correct from day one. I never have to convince them of anything. They respect my wisdom about things. They respect my awareness about things. So I don't have to, try to win over. And I always thought that my own show would be a TV show, but it's a radio show, and it ends up being so much better because I have so much freedom.
Love a radio show.
And I get to speak to people. We're right now we're syndicated in a number of cities, including DC. We're on Magic in DC. We're on 103 in Philly. We're in Houston on the Box.
Nice.
Right.
We're in major markets. And I just didn't realize that people really be listening to TV. To radio. People really be listening to radio, Shannon.
They do.
And so it's just been really great to see how many people, so we do a word of the day where I teach a vocabulary word. And this bus driver, I went to Selma for the commemoration of Bloody Sunday.
Yeah.
And this bus driver in Alabama, because we were on in Muscle Shoals, she was like, I just want you to know that I play your radio show in the bus for my kids.
Wow.
And she was like, our favorite segment is the vocab segment.
Right.
So I have my co-host Supreme, and I just make it my business. I take it very seriously that
Right.
a lot of people are only getting this news from me. So I just make it my business to be very fact-based and then opinion.
Right.
Because I think we've gotten in a world where we can't really tell when it's facts and when it's opinion.
Yeah.
And that's dangerous.
Very.
I actually think that's really interesting because I do think that's a lot of the miscommunication that happens, where I think for some reason people can't tell when someone is giving an opinion and when someone is saying a fact. And there's so much misinformation out in the world. And look, I never want to be seen as somebody who's like only sharing facts. Like, I'm mostly in a person who's giving an opinion, right? Like you're coming for Brittany's thoughts on a subject, and it's not about the facts. I try my hardest to like reference things or Google things, but ultimately, I think that's what's weird about the change in YouTube is I think people forgot like personalities are not factually driven. A lot of them are spreading misinformation because you think they're facts versus opinions. Like when I listen to people, I always double check what they're saying. Why wouldn't I? Like even if they're allegedly, didn't we learn anything? Well, I'm old, but what I learned growing up is that an expert is a person with an opinion and a degree. Or an expert is somebody who's worked in a field for a long time, but is still a person. If experts can disagree, if scientists can disagree, if people can disagree, then ultimately we have to look for, as many resources and see who's saying the most, right? So it is kind of something I've noticed where I don't think people understand, like you can't just go to YouTube for your source of information, guys, or specifically the personalities on YouTube. You can't just listen to Rush Limbaugh, who's dead now, but you can't just listen to the radio and be like, he knows all the facts. Like he's as biased as the rest of us. So it is sort of interesting. Going back to her criticism of journalistic integrity, I do think this is playing a huge, huge role in our media literacy,
Making progress with your money starts today. With the right checking account, this year can feel easier. Chime Online Checking Account has tons of benefits to direct deposit funds, depends on payer. Out-of-network ATM withdrawal fees may apply. You talked about your time on The Real, and you talked about the bad. Did you have any good times on the Real? Was there anything that you liked about your time there?
I like my team in my dressing room. Listen, your glam squad in those situations be your family because you there so early in the morning every day.
Right.
You know, let me just be clear though, like people like to say that I have issues with my co-hosts on The Real, and I have never voiced that.
Right.
And none of them have ever voiced that.
Right.
And my issue with The Real was about the executive leadership of The Real and the fact that we couldn't talk about, like they would say things like, I remember Tamara wanted to talk about wine and they were like, well, black people don't drink wine. So we're not going to talk about wine.
Wow.
Just like, how's that a thing? But I don't want to say that I didn't have a good time at The Real. It's just that I walked into it and I got blindsided. That's really what happened, Shannon. I got blindsided. I thought that this was going to be a space where I could like really be myself.
She's so autistic. The Real, The View, daytime talk shows, none of that is real. Everything is scripted. As much as they all say it isn't. Come on, guys, come on. You know your talking points. You know the vibes. You know what you're supposed to be saying. This is branding. This is what I learned in talk radio. That's what I'm dead serious, guys. And I know it sounds like I'm bragging about a career I never had, but because I didn't choose it. I'm dead serious. When I did that promo for the radio show, I was so young. This is so long ago. And they were like, you have to stick to your branding. So at the time, I thought I was a lesbian. I'm pansexual. But at the time, I thought I was a lesbian. And they're like, you have to be the conservative lesbian for the rest of your career on radio. And if you ever deviate from the brand, then we'll drop you. And I was like, oh, I can't lie to an audience though. And they're like, yes, but you're not lying to the audience. You're like a brand. And I was like, huh? And everybody I knew, like talk radio people that I had access to, they were making up stories. They were not doing what they were saying on air. And here I was, young and naive, getting my bubble popped because I was like, oh, you are not, like, you're not for real. And then I learned that in progressive circles. I learned it in liberal circles. I learned it everywhere. Everywhere I was going, I was like so naive and thinking like, this is it. That's why I'm a YouTuber. I'm a YouTuber because it's the only space I can say things my way and do it my way, including this is why I don't do things with people, minus my girls for my panels, which again, we do, but are not beholden to one another because ultimately I want to see them grow and win in their own ways. I don't want them to ever feel like trapped. But like they are an exceptional group of people. The girls I do panels with every month are an exceptional group of people. They are so independent and they are so confident and they are so smart. They are so their own people. It is not the same thing. They are so capable on their own, right? Like I think we work together because we're all so independent and we love each other. And I just like, I want to see them just conquer the world in their own ways, right? Which they're already doing. But this idea, this like elementary, young, doe-eyed girl idea of like, I'm going to tell the stories I want to with a group of people that are aiming for bigger deals. No. You want to do brand stuff? You want to like appeal to the bigger monies? No. Taylor Swift, Beyonce, all these people, they're playing a game so strategic. This idea of like they're authentic, they're one of us, girl, that is called branding. That is amazing branding. And people eat it up. Even Ryan Reynolds, we love Ryan Reynolds, but the way people are like, I love Ryan Reynolds, he turned his whole personality into a theme. He branded the part of his personality that was brandable. He sold you this narrative that like he's always himself. So when you watch movies, you feel like, oh, I could be Ryan. I could just be myself and the world would accept me. The biggest brand that the world succeeds on is, and I'm not saying it's bad, I'm just saying it is what it is authenticity. The biggest brand lie is that anybody is authentic. The truth is everything is curated. Even this office, I had that nice ADHDer say like something like, oh, look how pristine your office is, as if to say that this is me. This is a set. This is my office. Like I don't live here. I work here. So I keep it clean for the set. My real house, there's laundry piles everywhere, girl, because like we're neurodivergent. My wardrobe is just, all my clothes are just stuffed in there. An illusion. I'm just saying it out loud. A real lived home, I've got like food on the counter and like food and snacks and like I'm excited, I got flour. And when I make bread, there's flour all over the kitchen. Like I'm messy because I'm living in my house. And, you know, obviously you clean after yourself, but I'm not like in some like, you know what I mean? Anyways, she still has it. She's in her 40s and she still has it. Where she's like, I thought I was going to be able to be myself. No, they don't want you to be yourself. Not even the consumer. The consumer does not want you to be yourself. The consumer wants you to be digestible. That's what the consumer wants. I just made this whole video talking about criticism from people, and most of it was, I feel when you say this, it triggers something deep inside me. I know. The audience doesn't want you authentic. They want you digestible. And if you're lucky, you build a really core audience that is okay with the authenticity, which is hard. I think I do a pretty good job of it, though. I think I have a very good and healthy audience. Personally, not to brag, but I do think I have really attracted an amazing audience. And it is small, but it is amazing. And that is the dream. Nicki Minaj, someone said this about Nicki. Like, people might hate Nicki in the news, but Nicki has the barbs. And it is a dedicated fan base. And they're really, like, they really love her for who she is, minus, you know, her shit. But Nicki's talented, bro. You could never take away from Nicki, no matter how much bullshit she tweets or how crazy she seems, Nicki's talent and her contribution to rap and even storytelling, you know? And I think that's what's kind of important. Amanda needs her core audience, which I think she has, especially after this interview. I mean, I feel like I just became a part of it. I want to listen to her radio show and see if I like it.
Because when I would guest host, they were so embracing.
Right.
And it just ended up not being that. But you know what really happened at The Real? I reminded those women of their voices.
Yaya says that makes me feel so much better about myself. At least it's not piles of dirty laundry. Exactly. Girl, we take clean laundry, especially me. I'm a stacker. Like, my husband will go, he'll do the laundry. He will literally like put it and be like, okay, he'll put away my clothes for me. But I'm like, oh, can you leave my favorite sweater out? Oh, can you leave my favorite pants out? Because after I like to switch into my favorite clothes, but then I end up just like having piles of clean clothes for all my like, oh, this is the bra I like. And this is the like underwear kind I like. And like, this is the thing I like. And then I just end up having piles of clothes all over my bathroom of clothes that I prefer depending on my mood. It's like, I don't want to put them away because like, what if I need them? It makes no sense, but that's my brain.
That's what they always tell me. Because they had gotten so used to the bull that they had just laid down their swords. And so I get there and they would be happening. And I'd be like, oh, hell no.
Right.
And they'd be like, well, we didn't even know we could say no.
I'm reading, and I read this, and I'm like, when I was doing about the black publications, no, that spoke out against you. I mean, because you speak so pro-black, and just because you're pro-black doesn't mean you're anti-this. That means I want my people to do really well, and I want my people to understand and be informed and understand the power that they have. Mm-hmm. It had to have hurt to have these black publications.
I had a nervous breakdown.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Damn. Got to make your own bubble, girl. These bubbles are not going to appreciate her in the way that she wants to be appreciated. They can't. They're not allowed to appreciate it.
Talk to me.
Oof.
It's just the willingness of folks to sell their souls for so little.
Oof. Amen. Amen.
And I feel like that's what you have to do to like put your gift of being a writer to work in such a nefarious way. Mm-hmm. I ain't met none of these people. I ain't done none of these people. I like to think that they were paid by APAC, because if you didn't get a check for this and you just did this just to do it,
damn.
I'm just like, damn, that's unfortunate for you. But that's a place that I've arrived at.
Right.
Initially, it's crazy to be excoriated in the public in general by like, just people.
Yeah.
But like
publications where they're supposed to have people that are journalists that have integrity.
These ain't blogs.
Right. Yeah.
Like, that's crazy. Like, the last time this happened was with this Myron Roll situation years ago, where I was put in a very up situation. I had to make a judgment call.
Okay.
And people have based my entire character off of this judgment call. People who have never been in this situation. But I did the best that I could with that situation. And And I have been affirmed in that choice. But I think that what people fail to understand is that you be in scenarios where you got to make a judgment call.
Instantaneous. You don't have.
You just doing the best that you got with something that doesn't have a blueprint.
Right.
And so now there's this whole narrative Amanda Seales hates black men.
Oh,
That it has literally no water. If I hate black men, I want a refund. I want a refund, Shannon. You know how many brothers I have lifted up? I want a refund. I done paid probation fees because the niggas can rap and I want them to be able to live in their talent and their truth. I done talked to a damn PO to vouch, Boldy James, and you owe me money. But like, there's just something very wrong about these places feeling compelled to just speak about somebody with no facts. At least quote somebody I've worked with if you're going to say I'm difficult to work with. I mean, it's burning bridges in Hollywood. Baby, there ain't no bridges in Hollywood. This Hollywood is a shark-infested pool.
ooh.
The only bridge I built was to get me out of it so I would stop getting bit. So please, stop telling me about burning bridges and then they're in there talking about, oh, she's hubris. Do y'all even know what hubris means?
Tell him, girl.
Hubris is a mythological character from Greek mythology who was told by the gods, don't look in that pool. Don't look in that pool. And Hubris said, man, I'm gonna look in the pool. He defied the gods. He looked in the pool and he saw his face. And he was so enamored by his face that he drowned in the pool. So hubris is not someone who is necessarily enamored by themselves. Hubris is the story of a person who defied God. Now you tell me in this whole interview, where have I showed you that I'm somebody who is defying God? I live by God.
Right.
She's got that attitude in people that people doubt because people are so riddled with doubt. You have to understand, and I think I'm learning this about myself, the world really doubts itself. I don't doubt myself I doubt myself. Well, remember that I'm 35. Just like a reminder, right? You're not seeing 21-year-old Brittany. Okay, just like a reminder. So at this stage in my life, obviously, how can I be doubting myself, right? Like I didn't work this hard just to doubt myself still. And at the same time, when I do doubt myself, I go to people I trust to keep me humble because those people will tell me to my face and to the best of their ability with little to no bias how I could be better. So for me personally, I have very trusted people in my life. I have two specific people I always go to humble me because they will tell me to my face. Like, and it's very helpful. Funny enough, they're both men, so it's kind of funny. Though, what is gender? And I trust those people. Because they're very good at keeping their own opinion quiet because it's not about your opinion. When you humble someone, your opinion doesn't matter. And I don't think people know that. People don't understand. Like when you try to keep someone in check, your opinion doesn't matter. It's about values. You keep them in check to their own values. So when I go to someone and say, am I fucking up my own values? Did I betray my own morals? Oh my God. And they're like, wait, okay, did you? Let's look at the evidence. I'm like, that's not really consistent. I'm like, fuck, okay, I got to get on it. Because again, they're not holding me accountable to their opinion or their values. They're saying, Brittany, did you disappoint yourself? So when I say like, I don't doubt myself often, it's because like, I don't really betray my own values. I'm pretty good at keeping in line with my own values. To me, it's pretty easy. But also, that's confusing to people in a world where when you say hold someone accountable, they're thinking that's their job through their values. Society, maybe, because the law, like we hold each other accountable through the law's values. But separate from the law, like the mob isn't good. You don't have the right to put people to death because you've decided to. Like outside the law. The mob is not good. So I think what happens often is like people see somebody who's confident and doesn't doubt themselves and thinks they're never humbled. But like, they're just not going to do it why would I let the internet try to humble me when the internet is literally complaining about an epidemic of loneliness, literally saying you guys are struggling. Why would I go to a struggling populace and be like, hi, do we want to keep me in check? I don't want to go to people who are drowning. Be like, hi, can you keep me in check? I don't want to go to a serial cheater. I don't want to go to somebody who can't keep their life in order and be like, hi, can you help me? No, fuck you. Go cry with your Kermit the Frog voice on Twitter and call, trans affirming doctors butchers. I'm not gonna ask you for advice, bro. I'm gonna go talk to people who are stable. I'm gonna go talk to people who are mature and living a good life. I'm gonna go say, hey, hold me accountable, bro, through my own values. Tell me what I'm fucking up on. The fact that the internet or these magazines or these people who are fucked up, who are willing to sell their souls, who are fucking teenagers, who are literally being with people half their age that aren't, staying true to their values because they never had any in the first place. Of course they're going to sell their soul for some mention in a magazine or for some clout. How many times have people told me, just be nice to this person, Brittany, stop pissing them off. Don't you want them to help you out? No, I don't need their help. I've had a whole career my whole life by myself. What do I need some loser to help me out for? What, so they're nice to me? Girl, go talk to your God because you ain't got one apparently, okay?
I am spoken to by God. I speak the word. So
I don't believe in God, but good for her.
don't tell me about these words. So journalists using these words so gratuitously is dangerous. It's so
Bryson says, do you feel like you two have similar tropes? Yeah, she's totally a toff, like in a lot of ways, right? Like I'm a toff. She feels like a toff to me. But I also know we're like very compassionate and loving. And I also know she's helped out a lot of losers. She's already telling her story. I've helped out a lot of losers in my life. She's got to learn who's the loser. I think she's like too in the bubble for me personally. Like I'm not in that bubble world. But I wonder if she'll stay in the bubble. That's the one thing I'm curious about. Is she going to stay in the bubble? Or is she going to make her own? Because right now she really feels like it could be either. Yeah, but I would say she's a Toph trope, right? I would say she's much similar to Toph than Katara, obviously. And much similar to Toph than even Azula or anyone else, right?
dangerous. And I am obsessed with words. I'm obsessed with words, Shannon. I love them so much.
Hey, join memberships on YouTube so we can get access to more emojis. I need a Toph emoji up in this chat, bro.
And I know that there's people who have lived by the word. If you are somebody of a religion, you live by the word,
Right.
Whether it's the word of Allah or the word of the Bible. You know, if you're somebody who's a lawyer, you understand that this Constitution and the words that are not in it are what continue to keep us oppressed. Words matter. So to have all these people using these words that I love so much against me damn near killed me. Thank goodness I'm on Lexapro.
Oh, amen.
Because had I not been on this antidepressant, I feel like I would have gone down a much darker hole. But I have a great psychiatrist and I have even better friends.
Nice.
So when you talk about people protecting you, baby, I am protected. I am so loved. And that's why it's so wild to see people saying I'm not likable. You are right. I'm not likable. I am lovable. I'm so loved. And it's like,
I don't need this. Like, this isn't interesting to me. Look, if you like me, like me. If you don't, you don't. I'm good with it, bro. But also, like, yeah, the people who love me, love me. And look, even if the people who love me don't always like me, that's cool, bro. I get that. I love people I don't like all the time. You don't have to like me. But, like, I love you. I don't like you all the time, but I love you. But also, you can always text me or call me. My inner circle is always allowed to contact me. If they make the decision to block, if they make the decision to move away, if they make the decision to leave, that wasn't my decision. I will always be here for my inner circle. But they are always allowed to take space, right? My siblings and I have done this through the years. I've done this with my parents. That is a valid choice. I do not chase, though, and I will not chase you. But if you need time away, take time away. Because I do not block inner circle, right? And I think that's the point, is you got to find an inner circle that means enough to you, and that they mean enough to you, and it's a symbiosis, like a symbiotic relationship, that like even when shit gets ugly, shit will get better, because you will understand that like it's us. I had to learn that my parents' journey was my journey. They are on the same journey I'm on. It's just different. How can I hold resentment over my parents and how they raised me and the issues they gave me when I know that they are me in a different timeline? When your parents become, like when you become a parent, you have to understand, like, your kid is going to look at you the same way you look at your parents. No one's looking for perfection, right? No one is looking for perfection here. We're looking for understanding. And I trust my inner circle to eventually understand. Either to let it go, to accept what we can't change in one another, or to accept that they're dealing with their own shit, right? I love that. My brother actually just took a week off, no cell phone. Bro, it was weird. He said it was hard. And he was like, I just needed a week off to see what would happen. He's like, oh, that was hard. I was like, oh, I kind of want to try that. It's interesting what you do to test yourself or what you do to test your friendships. You don't have to do it by force. Life will happen. Disagreements will naturally happen. I will never block you. Ever. Inner circle only, though. Everyone else, you might get blocked, bitch. You might get blocked.
Like, I'm in a place right now where for the first time in my life, I feel like the love for myself and the love people have for me are at the same level. And I've never experienced that before. And it took a long time for me to learn that I even had the right to love myself.
Ooh.
You know, people say these things like, oh, don't be full of yourself. You better be full of yourself. You better be full of yourself, because then what are you full of? You don't want to be hollow. And you also don't want to be full of everybody else's validation of you. Because who are they? And baby, they will run away. When shit go low and they gone, you're empty.
Yeah.
You better be full of yourself.
True.
And I have had to learn.
True. I love my inner circle. Shout out. But if all of you died, I'd be thriving still. I'm so sorry. You do not fulfill me. But you are absolutely one of the greatest parts of existence. So you're not my existing. My existing is good. I tell my husband all the time, I love you. But babe, like if you die, you know, and he says the same thing to me, I love you. But like my world's not going to be shattered if you die. But obviously I'll be devastated. I'll be so sad. Oh my God. I'm already sad. Sometimes I cry about it. Like, oh my God, you're going to die one day. But ultimately, you know what I mean? Like my life's going to continue. And I think that's why I recommend so deeply to have a good relationship with your consciousness. You cannot predict the future. And one day the future might come calling and it might take everybody you love away from you. And you have to do like Kakashi. And you have to make peace with that burden. Don't be Sasuke who can't make peace with the burden. I mean, you know, in the beginning. So Kakashi, you got to be Kakashi. Make peace with the burden, right? Make peace with life. People die. Life moves on. You can still mourn and move on, guys.
Learn as somebody who had a nervous breakdown and was brought to the bottom and realized that all of my confidence was built on other people's thoughts of me.
Other people's validation.
Everything. And I had to build myself back up. And luckily I had a therapist who taught me to do that. And I had to build myself back up. And so I tell everybody now, like, no, please be full of yourself and love yourself. And, you know, particularly women, we're not told that we're allowed to name ourselves.
Right.
I am a genius. I'm a gifted performer.
I mean, I don't know if she's a genius. I feel like that's a very specific word. But maybe she might be a genius. How does she get tested for that? I feel like a genius is a very specific word. Is anyone really a genius?
I am a gifted person. I am a creative genius. I'm generous. I am giving. I am kind.
I will say we deviate on this one. This is our deviation. This is a good practice. I think if I used words for myself, I'd be like, I'm chill. I'm independent. I'm reasonably needy. I think I'm funny. I laugh at my own jokes. I think I'm smart. I think I'm a good friend. I think I'm a great wife. I think I'm a great partner. I think I don't know, bro. I think I'm happy. I'm just chilling. Yeah, I just feel like I'm chilling, bro. Like she has this, like she puts a lot to her accomplishments. I feel like I think my accomplishments matter little to who I am as a person. I think I'm a vibe. I think I'm a good person, but I think mostly I'm chill. You know, but I will protect a bitch. I will pull a girl's hair out for you, bitch. Like I will protect people. So yeah, I don't know. I think her words remind me of associating it with some sort of like her actions, but my words feel like they're about my internal compass. I feel like the wind. I feel like I want to be Mother Willow, Grandmother Willow. I feel like I'm a sassy old lady who is just trying to chill in her forest like Toph. You know, I feel good about myself, but I feel like I'm just chilling, bro. I don't know. You know, I don't know. Kay says she could be a genius specifically her own way, like not in math or something. I don't know. I appreciate her words for herself, though. Makes me think about my words for me. I think chill keeps coming to mind. I don't know, bro. I'm chill. Don't fuck with me. But also, like, I will stand up for myself. You know? She says my aunt, who was a second mother to me, was a legit genius, and she was so isolated from everyone around her because she was never understood without shrinking herself. True. Alice says she's very external and is very attached to things. Yeah, I'm very internally motivated. So she did just say she was externally motivated her whole life. Maybe that's why she's extroverted. See, I'm introverted and I'm internally motivated. So that's the difference. It's like I don't seek outside validation very much. It's like really rare. Because like, what do I need it for? Because they're not in my head. You know what I mean? But when I was younger, I think I sought it and it wasn't working. Which is why I kept running into problems. Maybe she's externally motivated and that's why she goes into the bubbles. Yeah, maybe she can't form her own bubble. I think externally motivated people probably do better in bubbles, like of not their own making. You know what I mean?
Funny, I'm delightful. Like, these are not things that I need to wait for somebody to say about me. I know these things about myself. Aren't we supposed to be God's children?
Yeah.
And that's not based in religion. That's just based in understanding. That's how I live. I as a spiritual person, I believe I am a child that was made of something other. I don't know what we were made of, but I know that I feel like I was made of something.
Oh, see, I just think we're animals on a planet. That's a huge deviation in our philosophies. I don't think I'm special. I think I'm just a person. Like the bear. Is the bear special? If a plant isn't special, then like neither am I, dude. We just are, which I think is special in and of itself. I think just existing is special enough.
Supernatural. And I have a responsibility in that to live at my best. And people don't know what we were made of, but I know that I feel like I was made of something supernatural.
Oh,
and I have a responsibility in that to live at my best. And people don't want to let you grow. People don't want to let you evolve. People don't want to let you find better ways to exist.
True.
People are talking to me about from 2005, some interaction they had with me for 30 seconds in 2005.
Damn.
Now you tell me, are you judging people based on a 30-second interaction?
No.
Because why? You might say we had a bad 30-second interaction.
Right.
That's it.
I'm probably gonna never see that person again, so I don't have
the same week,
reaction one way
the
or
same
another.
week that people are telling in these articles, Amanda Seales is so terrible. She has boundaries, etc. The same week they talk about Anthony Mackie. Why don't let that man have his boundaries? I'm like, I can't call it. I can't call it, and I've decided to stop trying to call it. I put the phone down.
The queen came to your defense, though.
Yes, she did, because I'm loved by the people I love, and that is the biggest honor. Queen Latifah, Dana Owens.
Love her. Love Queen Latifah.
Okay.
Can you help me understand this?
I wasn't ready for that.
Sometimes, and it's happened before, people in our community forget that they're black.
Oh.
And they try to appease a group of people that's probably never going to embrace them. And once they realize that, guess who's the first group to take them back?
I don't know her.
You know, I ain't say nobody's name, Amanda. You don't even know who I'm talking about.
Who? Tell me who.
How you know who I'm talking about?
Who? Spill the tea.
But we've seen this happen before. Rest his soul, O.J. Simpson. You know, he had the famous quote, "I'm O.J., I ain't black." Even Michael Jackson went through what he went through, rest his soul.
Right.
Even Kanye had to be reminded. And now
Candace Owens. Is she talking about Candace Owens? Ooh, girl.
Miss Owens, who
He brought it up. Candace Owens. Stop.
I don't want no black pilots. I don't want this. I don't want that. And now we can't keep off our black media stations. When before she gave us her butt to kiss. Now, if I'm lying, if I'm speaking out of turn, people, y'all correct me. But y'all know I'm telling the truth. Now, you're talking about somebody that's always uplifted this community. And I was one of the first guys that had a viral moment with Cat Williams. And they couldn't wait. They couldn't wait to attack me. But Candace has given y'all her butt to kiss for 2 decades. And the moment, what they doing? They can't fire me. They can't fire me. The hell you say? Now look at her.
It's not her fault.
Whose fault is it? Oh, no. Let's not take that blame.
Candace Owens is very anti-Semitic right now in her bullshit dog whistle rhetoric, bro. Fuck Candace Owens, bro. She's so tired. She's so annoying, Candace Owens, though. She's very unlovable. And not in, like, as a consciousness, as a personality. Her brand is unlovable. Not her consciousness, right? I don't know that lady. But her brand is just unlovable.
That let her back in.
Huh?
The spaces that let her back in.
Oh, okay. But that's how we are. We're
What were you gonna hold a grudge against, what if it can, could you imagine Candace Owens, like, being in a primarily, like, black space just because, like, she's primarily in white spaces? That's so interesting.
Very forgiving people.
Who taught us to be that?
We do.
Who taught us that version of forgiveness? Do I need to do the lesson?
No, because I know.
Them slave owners taught us that version of forgiveness. They gave us a Bible called the Slave Bible. And this Bible had parts of it taken out. It had the parts of uprisings taken out. It taught about forgiveness because they needed to make it okay in their minds.
No matter how bad I treat you, at some point in time, I need you to forgive me for the wrongs I've done against you.
Because they had convinced themselves that it was still okay to keep people enslaved whose souls were saved.
Yeah.
Even though they knew that that was counterproductive to the teachings that they had learned.
Ma'am.
So, we are oftentimes forgiving to our own detriment.
We are.
And listen, here's the thing. You know what the thing about forgiveness is that you should absolutely forgive people who ask for it.
Right. Right.
Who ask for it.
And I'm okay with that. I'm okay to forgive.
Redemption,
I don't
baby.
forget. I just move on.
I think forgiveness is for you internally. There's two types of forgiveness. The one for you internally and the one for people who ask for it. Obviously, when I forgive people, I'm forgiving myself and allowing myself to let go of that attachment of like grudging and hateful energy. But obviously, like, that doesn't mean I'm not gonna pay attention. Like, I'm not gonna invite you back into the barbecue, like, okay, just because like I forgave you. But also, like, there's two types of forgiveness. The forgiveness that allows you to move on together and the forgiveness that allows me to move on without you. So I'm more than likely to forgive you so I can move on without you. But if you want me to forgive you so we can move on together, then like we've got to have a symbiosis. There's got to be a deep understanding of like what just happened. You know what I mean? And then, yeah, of course we could just move on and like forget it. Who cares?
But redemption requires action. Mm-hmm. There are restorative justice practices that have to be implemented in order for atonement to truly take place. And when that's not the course of action, it looks like something else, right?
Yeah.
It looks yucky. It looks like capitalism. It looks like clickbait. Yeah. It looks like naivete. It looks dumb. And it looks insulting to anybody who has a mind. Mm-hmm. And ultimately, again, I will bring it back to what makes a black space at this point. Mm-hmm. Because when I create black spaces, Shannon Sharpe, mm-hmm. like Smart, Funny, and Black,
right.
like my podcast, Small Doses, my radio show, The Amanda Seales Show, we literally do Black-curate news. Mm-hmm. When I create black spaces, the word black in that context is always about community. You said it earlier.
Right.
So my problem, like you've already pointed out, is that I'm thinking, well, when they make a black space, it's also the same thing. But baby, I got kicked out of a black space. You know what I'm saying? I literally got kicked out of a black space by a black woman who sicked black people on me, black men on me to remove me. So at this point, I understand that we can't just look at black people and say, is this skin folk or kinfolk? We got to look at black spaces. Is this skin folk or kinfolk? And all of these black media spaces that took her back in, all of these black media spaces that have just excoriated me for weeks, I look at them and say, you are simply black by name because you are white by commerce.
Mm. Wow. When I saw people taking shots at Angel Reese for crying, because for the longest time, She
is a young person. Do you know how disgusting that is? And that cornball nigga who loves to make himself look like he's the white people's savior.
Who said that?
Emmanuel Akko.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
Corny C-band.
Oh, Lord have mercy, man.
Come talk to me, white people. I'm the black guy that's nice. Cut it out. It's ridiculous.
Man, I know these people, man. I'm going to have...
Well, you're not saying it, I am. You're not saying it. And you don't, and I will let you off the hook. You don't need to respond. Don't feel like you need to defend them.
No.
But baby, you can't.
I'll let you have your space. This is your safe space to say your piece.
Can I have a hug?
No, you wouldn't give me no hug earlier. I try to get a down.
I have to get to a hug. And now I'm there. Can I have a hug?
Yes, you can have a hug.
Damn. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Damn.
Yeah. Dang, that was quick. I feel good.
Good.
I feel
good.
Da-na-na-na-na-na.
Good.
You hosted the BET Awards in 2020
In my house.
and ain't been back.
Shannon, let me tell you, can't nobody say you don't put it together. That's why you were so successful on the field.
Why ain't nobody told you why you ain't been back?
Ramsey says, Bernie, no lie, I used to think you were light skinned. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
You can't host no more. You
Well,
can't.
the internet told me that I haven't been back because I'm not likable. Baby, I hosted the awards in my house.
Yes.
I'm not saying that lightly. COVID was happening, and the stylist, their assistant tested positive, ended up being a false positive, but it tested positive, and 2 days before, I had to host the BET Awards in my house.
Wow.
I find this out. Now, at the time, somebody I had been seeing on and off, we were going to try to see if we get along again.
Oh.
So you gonna let him come? He was gonna stay for an extended period of time because COVID.
So he was coming to the house.
Okay.
And we're literally sitting next to each other when I get this call from Jesse Collins. Shout out to Jesse Collins and Dion Harmon. These are two people that are two of the most beautiful human beings on the earth. And Jesse Collins helped break the code for me about me. Jesse Collins, without calling me autistic, knew I was before I knew I was. And he literally told the staff, this is how Amanda works. She needs information. That's what she needs.
Lots of it.
She just needs the information. And when she has the information, she's fine.
Right.
So let's just give her that.
Yep.
It doesn't take anything away from us. But some people feel like giving information is like some power struggle type shit.
Right.
But he tells me this, Shannon. So this man, Bodie James, is at my house. And he's like, I don't do physical labor. I'm like, Lord, child. So I get him a check. I get him a check to do the show, to put this thing together. One thing I'll never take from that man is he did hook up them wires, okay?
Yeah.
But now I can't have a stylist, a hairstylist, or a makeup artist here. So I end up having to do my own makeup with my makeup artist on my phone, my hair with my hairstylist on, like they're all on FaceTime telling me what to do. I did 13 costume changes in my house while this man sat in my backyard on FaceTime telling people, yeah, I saved the BET Awards. And I got him a credit because that's the type of nigga I am. I got him a credit and I got him his check. Now let me stop.
It sounds like she dates losers, bro. I'm going to be real with her. That's also autistic of her. I'm just saying, oof.
But you see how I'm protecting people that don't protect me?
Yeah.
You see how I was about to do that? Because he's the type of person that would take things to another level. He tried to extort me once.
It's not that uncommon that, like, it's funny that people call her a narcissist. She doesn't have narcissist energy at all. She obviously has, like, neurodivergent energy, but I wouldn't be surprised if a narcissist or somebody who's, like, takes advantage of people would be interacting with her energy. Because I do think it, you know, I believe her when she says, like, she'll go an extra mile or pay for people's things. Like, that's not that uncommon. I'm not that surprised at this, you know?
You've been having a rough go with men.
I know, because I didn't have a father that really taught me what to do. And because I present to people in a way that they deem masculine, but it's really just passion.
Well,
and if they really were smart, they would understand that the passion that I speak with is the passion that I fuck with. So I don't understand.
Oh, is she like a feminine presenting passionate woman? Because I would say she does have masculine energy, which is not an insult. I primarily think of myself as holding masculine energy over feminine energy, but I like both, obviously. So I guess she is kind of femme and she's straight, I guess. I feel like she'd be in a great relationship with a woman.
Understand why they can't do that math.
She's talking about fucking.
Yeah, sports. I was reading that. I read that you know about what a nickel defense is in football.
I don't even remember anymore. Don't put me on the spot. But I really
You love sports, huh? Or you love football?
No.
Or you love the
No. I appreciate sports.
Okay.
The sports that it wouldn't be fair to say I love football because it's not even close to my love for gymnastics.
Okay.
You know, I respect football. I respect basketball. I mean, I got a J. You know, I used to have handles, in my younger days. Now I have back problems. But
Well, that what you were saying about earlier, that's the kind of same thing that you was able to do with back problems. You ain't gonna be able to do that no more, man. So I think you have to sit there one out.
I think it's all about creativity.
Sorry, I brought that up.
You talking to a comic. Like, whatever you say, I got something in the chamber. You know, that's the other part. I'm a really good motherfucking comic. Did you know that?
I did know that.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Okay, well,
I mean, I have my special, I be knowing, but this year is when I really realized, like, nigga, you nice with this.
See, I don't like stand-up comedy. I did see some of her stand-up. I don't like stand-up comedy. I like their podcast, though. Like, I like stand-up comics podcast way more than their specials. Like, I watch all the comedy guys. Like, their podcasts are really good. Even the girls. I watch Whitney Cummings and everybody. I don't like their stand-up. But I don't think I like stand-up as a format. Sometimes I get it, but a lot of the time I just feel like I don't think it's as good. But I love their podcasts, you know?
I've been going on stage and I don't even prepare no more. I just go to see.
right.
Baby, I'm killing.
You like that, huh?
I'm really.
Well, how about this here?
Now, not to say I haven't had my L's.
Yeah.
Everybody does.
There was a particular room in Los Angeles that I did take an L.
Everybody
But I have
does.
a different style of comedy than that
Right.
room was expecting.
Right. Dating in 2024.
Oh, tell me.
I am single.
You ain't.
Who's hollering at me, Shannon? Who is hollering at me? Who?
Who would be the person for her? I've been really thinking about this. Who would be her match as a partner? Because she likes men. She kind of wants them to be, I think, pretty heterosexual. She doesn't seem to care if they have a job, but she wants them to be helpful. So maybe somebody who could be a stay-at-home partner, but like really support her career, you know? Like kind of what I have in a way, but like she would need someone who really does their end of the bargain, who really does their job at home, because that's a full-time job, right? So then I'm trying to think, and that means everything. Like basically if she only ever just worked and they did everything else. So like, what would that look like? Who would be the guy? Maybe somebody who's like maybe even has like I don't know. Who? It's hard to know. Like who would vibe with her? So they have to be neurodivergent aware, maybe even neurodivergent themselves.
Let me ask you this. How about this here?
At this point,
What type of man are you? What type of man would interest Amanda?
Ooh, yeah.
Does he have to be scholarly, funny? I mean, women like funny.
Oh,
So,
definitely thoughtful. He'd have to definitely be like interested in philosophy or like history or black issues, black struggle, something like that.
but that needs to be one. Women like funny
he has to have character.
character.
And when I say character, I mean he has to have a very strong value system.
Okay.
Ooh, yeah, amen, girl.
He has to care about humanity.
Okay.
He has to like animals.
Okay.
Yep.
He has to like music.
Okay.
He has to be curious. He doesn't have to be scholarly, but
Curiosity is everything, girl. You want to know where I get the ick out automatically is a lack of curiosity. I'm like, you're not curious at all. Why aren't you curious? I like curiosity. My husband's very curious.
has to be curious.
Okay.
And the thing about curiosity is it's not just about like education, but you have to be able to be curious about somebody else's feelings. You know, like that's the thing I feel like I run into with a lot of men. Like they not curious about like if I say I'm sad or if I'm saying I'm annoyed, like they go into defense. When
Yeah.
really
Oh my gosh. Yes. I think this is neurodivergency as well. My partner and I are so curious about each other's feelings. Like we're like, tell me more about that. We never take it personal. It's not fucking personal. Tell me how you feel about things. What's going on?
the next question should be
Why?
Why? Why? And then there's a conversation. And I learned in my last relationship, I really, really worked on my toxic traits, you know,
Oh,
because
nice.
we're all working to undo the things that shaped us that we had no control over.
Toxic, huh?
I was.
Everyone has levels of toxicity. You're not guaranteed to not engage with toxicity later in life. It's all about keeping balance between healthy and unhealthy. And everybody who's lived a life, so everyone, has variations of toxicity within them. Absolutely.
Yeah, we all are. Anymore, you definitely have toxic traits.
Everybody.
Whoa, Amanda, this is not about me.
Everybody.
Not about me. Okay, thank you.
This man said, I need to every morning. I'm
Who
like,
said that? Whoa!
you didn't say that to Ocho Cinco? You didn't say that to Ocho Cinco? You didn't say that to Ocho Cinco? I said, I don't know if I
Is
want
that
to go on this show.
toxicity? To get a mean one in?
Because the way you framed it, I'ma just say, Shannon. I'ma just say, Shay. The way you had said it was like, whether she likes it or not, this is my expectation. And sometimes the pussy ain't prime until prime time. And it's just like, damn, is that what the expectation is? Every morning?
I mean, sometimes my pockets ain't prime, but she expect that
I
Birkin.
don't know nothing about
She
that
expect
life. I can't speak to that.
Yeah, see,
that sounds like an escort
Yeah,
service.
I'm just saying.
That sounds like prostitution.
So I'm just saying, sometimes I ain't prime.
That sounds like a different situation.
So how about this? So you mean to tell me ain't no man? I know they sliding in your DM.
They're not.
Ain't no man in your DM.
No.
Lesbians assemble.
Have a being.
There was one person in my DMs, but they're not really like into me. They're just like talking about professional stuff. But
Whatever. Ain't nobody sliding in your DM.
I don't know if he has a girl. I'll ask you off.
They slide in your DM.
I'll ask you off camera.
Lord. So,
Ma'am.
No, they don't slide in my DMs because they're like, she's too intense.
right.
And that's the thing. I feel like a lot of men holler at me.
She needs to slide into his DMs. That's what I did. You gotta slide into his DMs, girl. I don't know if she's ready to be toppy in that way though, but lesbians assemble, slide into those DMs.
Because they want to tame me. Like they like it's like a game for them.
Fishy says, is she progressive or conservative? I think she's progressive, but heterosexual, which is always a problem. JJ says, is she Black Britney with the singing and everything? It's the autism. It's the neurodivergency. She sings mid-thought. She has like if you watch her social media, she sings a lot of the time. And I'm like, she's a singer though, but it's the neurodivergency. I think that's what it is.
Yeah.
And I had a dude I was talking to who was like, yeah, I like you because you're a challenge.
No.
I don't want to do.
No. Ick. Gross. No.
Do none of that. I don't want discourse. I want intercourse. Like, please.
Yes, ma'am. Oh, I love that. I don't want discourse. I want intercourse. Ma'am, I don't want someone who sees me as like a challenge girl. I want somebody who sees me for who I am. I'm not a challenge. I'm secure. Okay?
I want to be home on the couch.
Hugged up, booed up.
That's really what I don't want to fight. People be like, Amanda Seales in her tone. I'm talking to a phone, baby. I'm talking to a phone. I'm not talking.
Same. I don't want to fight you, girl. That's what I'm saying. You can't marry someone who sees you as a fighter. My partner, I don't think my partner has ever said to me, has he ever said, hold on, I don't want to, has he ever said this to me? Yeah, I don't think we've had yet, and I don't know if we will because he knows my communication style. I don't think we've ever had a conversation about him being like, you just want to fight. Like, that's not, I've had that in past relationships, but he knows my tone is I never want to fight. We are always avoiding, because like we don't want to fight. But in my past relationships, they'd be like, oh my God, you're trying to fight me. I'm not trying to fight you. I'm talking. But that's the thing is like, this is how I talk. I'm not angry. I'm literally just I'm not angry. If I was angry, you would know I was angry. And that's the thing is like, you got to be with somebody that really knows what you're feeling. So they don't say things like, you're being so angry right now. I'm not even being angry, but you're about to make me angry. And like, that's the thing is like, you can't be with someone who doesn't see you because they're going to say shit that's fucking triggering because they're going to like they're going to lie to you basically or put you in the wrong category. She needs to date a neurodivergent person or something like that.
To you, I'm talking to a phone. And if I say these idiots and you take offense to that, well, that's your fault.
Okay, correct me if I'm wrong, if I'm out of place. Okay, you don't want kids, but you had your eggs frozen, correct?
Oh
Yeah, because everyone's
You
told
might
me that.
maybe
No,
down the
no,
road. You
it's
meet the
not.
right. You meet the right guy. Meet the right guy.
No, I don't. I don't want kids.
Right. Hold on. You got to be willing to compromise.
Not with my uterus.
Okay, you can have a what they call surrogate.
I don't want to have kids, babe.
Man, say, babe, babe, he gonna say, babe, who gonna take care of us when we get old?
Well, that's a really scary, have you seen people in these nursing homes? My mama worked in a nursing home.
That's what I'm saying. That's what the kids are for.
The kids.
The kids are not to take care of you in your old age, guys. That's a shit reason to have kids. All these people do not, like, that's what I'm saying. I don't know if he's saying this because that's what the script is, but like, that's a bullshit reason to have kids. We're not having kids. Okay? I love her. I love her. Like, you don't need to have kids, especially not to take care of you in your old age. It's so fucked up.
Kids is visiting them in the nursing home.
Nah, I'm staying. My kids better put me up in the crib.
Exactly.
I bought them
But
cribs.
so
I better stay
often
there.
that's not the case.
And I want a big bedroom.
You know what?
too.
You're better off having. You're better off. Listen. If you're having kids so they can take care of you, I think that's unfair.
Oh, amen, girl. Amen.
No, I don't think you. I don't think you. I don't think.
But
yeah, yeah.
that's the thought process for a lot of people, right? Like, and I think it's unfair because it gives them a
Okay.
job. I have
Okay, he corrected himself, yeah.
beautiful friends. And I don't consider age to be the only reason for I have friends that are in their 30s,
Right.
right? That are in their 20s. Like, it's really about where your heart is at.
Right.
And I will be fine. I will be fine. I will be taken care of and I will be supported because I support people and you get what you give. Unless it's black media.
You went on.
But I froze the eggs because people force you. People really be on your head. Like,
In my bubble, nobody does eggs because it's not Catholic. You can't be freezing your eggs. You know what I mean? So like, I don't know anyone who really freezes their eggs. It's very like unorthodox in my bubble. But I would say that like, yeah, I never thought to freeze my eggs. I don't even believe in IVF or in vitro or anything. I just feel like you should like adopt or take it as it is. But that's because I don't want kids, right? Like even when I wanted kids, it was either it was going to happen or not. But like this whole like freezing your eggs and trying very hard to have children, I don't know. It feels a little too. I'm not judging it morally, by the way. I literally don't care what you do. If you want to be a surrogate, if you want to do whatever, you do you. I'm not judging you. I'm just saying for myself, it feels like Frankenstein-y, but like not in a way that's a vibe. So like with peace and love, for me, that's how it feels, but not for you, right? Like you do you. But for me, it would feel too Frankenstein-y. And I think it's not my vibe. You know what I mean? But that, again.
like just in case, JIC, just in case.
Just in case, yeah.
JIC. But let me tell you, that egg freezing process is a mother. You getting that shit rammed up in
Yeah.
you every day, and they looking around.
Was
Oh,
he?
there was 16 yesterday. Now there's only 10, and you like, God damn, eggs. God damn. Listen to my small doses episode, side effects of IVF.
Yeah, man. I mean, hens are gonna only lay so many eggs. I mean, how many you think you gonna get?
Don't ever call me a hen again.
You think you get 30 eggs per day for 2 months?
Sir, I don't know. To be honest, I know the things I know, and I know the things I don't know, and I really don't.
You didn't know at the time that it was.
I just know-
Did somebody tell you it was gonna be painful? I mean, what?
It's not painful. It's just
different.
yeah, like it's just so invasive.
Yeah.
It's so invasive.
Okay.
It's so invasive. Like today, my podcast episode about the sexual assault I experienced comes out today
Okay.
on small doses. And it's like, it's a similar type of like, it's invasive.
Right.
You feel invaded.
Right.
And you're like, this is very medical, but it still feels yucky.
Right.
Yeah.
Is there anything you like to promote? Your podcast, your book, you got a movie, you're writing a movie?
I'm on tour. I'm on tour. The Unlikable Tour. Yes, come out, see me. I'll be telling jokes. I feel like my shows at this point are like TED Talks that you laugh at. But I'm hitting the road. I'm very excited to be back on stage. I was blacklisted all last year. We'll do that in part 2. And, it's great to get out in the world after you be on this internet and they beating you up
Yeah,
and you
right.
go in the world and folks is like, Amanda, we appreciate you. We love you. And just making people laugh is such a superpower. So come on out to the Unlikable Tour. Go to amandaseals.com to get your tickets. You can also listen to my radio show, The Amanda Seals Show, every day. You can go to wherever you get your podcasts and check that out if you're not in the city that we're on. And Small Doses is my podcast that we've been doing for 6 years. Will you do an episode of Small Doses?
Yeah, you have to get my people. Yeah, I'm sure I can do that for you.
Oh.
Your people?
Yeah.
Do you have to get approval?
No, I don't have to get approval, but I have a busy schedule. I'm shooting like 8-10 times a week. So
Ooh, 8 times a week. That's crazy. That's a big ask for him to come on her podcast. It's hard. People are so busy. I don't even know how people make time sometimes. It's almost why streaming is better. But that's a lot. Even Jordan Peterson, I think, sometimes does podcasts like back to back in the same day. I could never hustle that hard. My body would give out. I don't know if it's the fibro, my neurodivergency, but my body would literally give out. If I was doing 10 podcasts a week, like socializing in person.
He said, I'm a busy man. I'm a busy man.
I am.
I will commit by heart, but not by day.
Are these like extroverts? Is that what's happening? How do they do that? How do they have the energy? Like, how do you not want to die? My brain wants to shut down. I'm so tired. Even today, like the idea of talking to someone after stream today, no way. I'm going to bed. Like my brain is boop, you know?
Date.
Yeah.
I'll take that as a yes. We got time because I'm not going to die till I'm 80. But I'm in the process of writing my next book on Simon & Schuster. So very excited about
Nice.
that. But my previous book, Small Doses, is also available wherever you get your books and audiobooks. And
I've been listening to books on Spotify. If you have premium, there's like thousands, hundreds of thousands of books on there.
otherwise, you know, I appreciate this platform. The space you've created here is very unique and necessary.
Thank you.
You know, you had asked me earlier, like, what has come out of these last 4 weeks? And let me tell you something, Shannon, I am a pure soul. I've always been a pure soul. I always move from pure intentions. And I've reached a point where I'm just no longer going to argue what people think
Right.
with what I know.
Amanda Seals, ladies and gentlemen.
Woo woo! That was great. Okay, so again, we asked ourselves, what about her is unlikable? She's on her unlikable tour. Is it her ideas? So her beliefs. Okay. Is it her personality? So her attitude. Is it her presentation? So the way she communicates. Autism or NPD, obviously we're not therapists, so we're not diagnosing her. But I would say the people who think she's narcissistic, I disagree. I think she's just neurodivergent. Autism would make sense, but obviously we're not professionals. We can't diagnose her. I believe her lived experience of feeling autistic. And I think that could be true. I appreciate the way that Shannon did start off a little rough, but got way better towards the end and really enjoyed the way the conversation went. I think he really learned how to connect with her and empathize with her. And I thought that was really powerful. I wrote down some notes. I'll check out her other stuff to see if I'm interested. I really like her personality. I think she's definitely a tough character, but more externally motivated. And that's interesting to me. I'm very different in that way. Like, I think we're similar tropes, but I'm very internally motivated. But I have been since I was like pretty young, even though I've suffered from doubt and even though I've questioned myself and even though it does hurt when people take you out of context and say things about you, like it hurts my feelings. And I have no problem saying that. Like, it hurts my feelings, but you know, I think I'm allowed to feel things. I think people think when things hurt your feelings that it changes how you think about yourself, but for me it doesn't. Like, it hurt my feelings, but like, what are you going to do? Anyways, I guess you move on. But like, yeah, like of course it hurts your feelings when people think you're like some evil Machiavellian character when you're literally just trying to like live your best life and enjoy anime, you know? It's strange. Anyways, I really liked Amanda and I'm glad we could watch it. Who knows? Maybe one day she and I will talk because that would be so fun, but I know she's probably busy. I have little spoons, but you know what? Who knows? I have had very interesting people slide into my DMs over the years. Maybe I'll get lucky enough that Amanda will respond to mine. With that said, thank you for those of you who suggested it to me. I really appreciate it. Look, there is a part of me that feels so seen by my audience when you guys reach out to me and say, hey, I found this other woman who's on the spectrum. She reminds me of you. She's also feels sometimes she's misunderstood, but obviously she has an understanding of herself. Do you relate to her? Like, yeah. That really means something to me. So thank you guys for suggesting it.
Stuck in my head, in real life while in bed, my belly's being fed and I'm okay. I'm just fine, yet all I do is whine. Not to you in my mind, cause I know I don't make sense. I've been nothing but blessed, so why's my life a mess? Please tell me, cause I'm sick of thinking. Yeah, I'm sick of reaching out for the truth and living life as a fool. Dun, 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 dun.